in a way, although Edwina certainly went along with some of that for a while, certainly during the 1920s and the early years of their marriage, you know, what you can sort of see happening by the 1930s is her clearly emerging as a rather more serious thinker. And Dickie, as he was known, technically Louis Mountbatten, but always known by the family as Dickie, really somebody who is very much sticking with his flash and dash.
What exactly is then the trajectory of a happy couple who are living the high life, racing around in expensive cars, going to the best parties, to suddenly become in what is the very, very tangled part of Anglo-Indian relations?
I mean, it certainly seems unlikely from that point of view, but of course their marriage was in 1922, so that was far earlier. So there's a lot of time that passes in between. And crucially in that time, we have massive events like World War II, which went down. And now Mountbatten himself served in the Navy, rose to a very high position during World War II. And he was, you know, again, not necessarily very successful. He was actually nicknamed in the Admiralty the Master of Disaster.
He lost one of his ships, didn't he?
He did, and I mean, he kind of beat up quite a few ships. He was actually seen as somebody who was really quite unreliable in charge of things, but he did have this glamour. And it's kind of interesting if you speak to, I mean, of course, now, you know, very few veterans are with us, but when you speak to people at different levels, the overwhelmingly, the impression is under him, generally their wives' names and their kids' birthdays and all this kind of stuff. You know, he was very kind of good at engaging with people in that way. Whereas people who were sort of his fellow officers and sort of on a level with him tended to be highly, highly critical.
Walked down through Burma, and this was famously one of the most brilliant camps. From Imphal, the Japanese came right up through Burma, got as far as a tennis court in Imphal, and then they were halted. And between the tennis court and the bungalow, there was a kind of, I think, a 1 month standoff, and then from this sort of high watermark, the Japanese have pushed down. And it's a horrible, horrible campaign. There are mosquitoes, there are mud, there is monsoon rain. It's ethically very complicated because a lot of the troops they're facing at various points are Indian troops who are now fighting for the Japanese, who've gone into the Indian National Army, and are followers of Subhash Chandra Bose, who's a great hero in India, little known in Britain, but increasingly one of the most prominent figures.
Oh, they're building very large statues to him in India. Very large statues.
Yeah. Very popular statues. Yes.
And my uncle, who was part of that game, hated Mountbatten because he said that having walked all the way down, they got to Rangoon and they found that Mountbatten had just flown in by flying boat or speedboat or whatever it was, had taken all the best rooms in the Strand Hotel, and his staff had sort of set themselves up, and all these guys who you know, were covered in leeches and stick thin, hadn't eaten a proper meal, found that sort of Mountbatten and all his followers had sort of eaten up all the lobster and the prawns.
Pristine, pressed white uniform, sitting there to take the glory. Yeah, I mean, this is a familiar story to anyone who's studied that. I mean, he had by that time he'd become Supreme Allied Commander of Southeast Asia, a major theatre, as he said, in World War II.
And this was largely not because he was competent, but because he was beautiful connection to the royal family. Was it really that simple?
I mean, yes. Actually answer that question. I mean, you know, there were other aspects of it. His connections were very important, and he also got on very well with Winston Churchill, for instance, initially, although that changed later on. You know, him and Churchill were both absolutely obsessed with kind of innovative technology to win wars. They had a very close relationship around this. Not very successful really coming from either of them, but you know, so he did have these connections. And at the same time, of course, during the war, I mean, now his relationship with Edwina had gone through an enormous amount of complexity in the 20s and 30s. It had not been an entirely successful marriage, quite honestly. And
certainly not a very faithful one.
Well, yes, who cheated more? Because there are rumours swirling around the pair of them at this time.
Edwina cheated much more, is the only conclusion you can realistically draw if you look at any of the evidence. You know, it was very much her going off and having affairs with all sorts of incredibly interesting men of various types. And all the letters between them are really Mountbatten kind of, you know, I mean, family, they even had a name for her lovers. They'd call them the Ginks. These were the sort of men that clustered around her. And I mean, you know, and he was very liberal about it. I mean, he went off and had a sort of consolation affair with this French woman, but he doesn't really seem to have gone very much about that. He really just liked buying her presents and flirting. He was, I mean, he really was. I know there were all sorts of rumours about him, but the impression I got overwhelmingly again and again from papers and from people who knew them is that actually Mountbatten wasn't a terribly sexual person. He was, you know, he loved romance. He loved, you know, the performance of it. But, you know, and he may well have flirted with men and women and all. Well, you know, it was this happened at the time as well. But he wasn't very upfront. So he used to write these very kind letters. And at one point, when Edwina actually was considering divorcing him, he wrote this very understanding letter about, you know, well, you know, never mind, we'll sort it out. I'm sure we all want the best for you and all this. But he was very nervous about being divorced. He wanted her to stay in the marriage, ideally. It was very important to him to keep that unit together, at least notionally, of a marriage.
While this whole soap opera is unfolding, Mountbatten's back from Burma, and meanwhile, a Labour government has been elected in London. Churchill is kicked out, and Britain suddenly finds itself on rations, is impoverished, and is exhausted, and is facing for the first time the fact that having won the war, they're about to have to start losing the empire.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you know, there's really no money left, and you know,
worse than that, they're massively in debt.
Massively in debt, and not being helped out by the kind of Marshall Plan and so on, because we're not occupied or invaded. And you know,
Americans are very happy to having been great allies and super helpful and very close to the British during the war. They now realise that their interests are diverging. They do not want a British empire. They certainly don't want the British to hang on in India. And they're actually beginning to tighten the financial screws, which will encourage the Labour government to take the momentous decision, finally, to say that India can have independence. What brings the Attlee government to make that decision?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can overstate the role of the Americans. They certainly had a natural disinclination towards empires, particularly the British Empire, of course, having thrown off that yoke themselves, quite famously, in 1776 or soon after. But they were quite careful about staying out publicly of most of these conversations. They, you know, obviously would have preferred the empire to cease, but they were quite careful about how they put it. When the Attlee government came in, there were a number of factors, and it really was, I mean, the urgent factor was certainly financial, was the fact that Britain was broke, to put it in a very, very simple terms. But it was also ideological. I mean, you know, Labour politicians have been arguing for home rule from the end of the 19th century for India. They had been advocating for this. I mean, you know, Ramsay MacDonald was the first Labour Prime Minister who believed in Indian home rule and independence. Attlee, of course, had been out to India at the Simon Commission and so on. And, you know, really ideologically, the Labour Party had no interest in continuing the empire, shall we say. And from the point of view of people at home, you know, when you're looking at British soldiers come back from the war, you know, India by 1946 was really beginning to be in a state of what we might really call civil war. You know, it was being very underreported, but when you look at Indian newspapers from the time rather than British ones, you can see that the levels of violence were getting really high, and there were naval mutinies and so on, you know, a lot of rebellions. And the only way traditionally to fix this an empire would have been to send loads more British soldiers out there, and absolutely zero appetite.
Zero appetite, no finances, tired men. You've got two men though in this particular scenario who are very, very different. I mean, you've got sort of glamorous old Mountbatten who doesn't really take life very seriously, for example, and you've got Clem Attlee who is on a mission to do something that will change history. How do they rub along together, and what brings them together?
Well, they don't necessarily get on particularly well one-on-one, but Attlee, obviously, during the war, as Churchill's deputy prime minister, effectively, had you know, knew Mountbatten, and in some ways it was quite a clever appointment, because in 1946, there was an effort, the cabinet mission plan, kind of a last effort to create a federal India that would have created a federation of Indian states, with the view to, after 10 years, kind of a referendum on did India want to stay together or be partitioned, or what would happen next. And I think most historians, I would certainly count myself among them, see that as really the last chance to avoid what would happen in 1947 with partition and all the associated violence. But that had failed. And it failed, I mean, for all sorts of reasons, but really, if you want to pin one particular reason on it, Gandhi was greatly in opposition to that plan. So by the end of 1946, it was really looking desperate, and actually, Attlee were really trying to figure out, okay, we've got to get out of India. I mean, this is not working.
And there's a feeling also that if the British do cling on, that the two things are going to happen. A, they're going to completely lose control, and secondly, they're going to be supervising a bloodbath.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no positive outcome at this point from that. And if you want something done quickly, not necessarily well, but quickly, with great PR around it and a really good public image, the person to call.
So, can I mean, just so this idea of getting it done quickly. Now, there's a big question mark over who was in the biggest hurry over this. There's talk of deadlines. Now, who actually said we have got a deadline in mind and it is going to be really, really soon?
Well, there's a whole progress of negotiations over this. But so when Attlee originally summoned Mountbatten, 18th of December 1946, at the end of 1946, so that's when he told him he wanted to make him viceroy of India. Mountbatten was deeply unsure about this, and you can see from the correspondence between them that one of his big sticking points to Mountbatten said, I've got to have an end date. I can't do it if you don't give me some kind of end date. So what they agreed in the end is that the absolute firm end date would be the 1st of June 1948, but that would be flexible within a month, so there would be a little bit of flexibility on that. But that was the latest possible date. That was the kind of dead stop. And Mountbatten's instructions were that if negotiations had failed by the 1st of October 1947, that it was 9 months and he was out, whatever happened.
Alex, could you paint a picture for us now? We've got a pretty good image in our head now of post-war London, bomb damage everywhere, ration coupons, the country suddenly finding that it's got no money, everyone exhausted. What's going on in India? How bad is the balance? And how long has that balance been going on?
It's really bad, is the simple answer to that. I looked at newspapers from March 1947, so when Mountbatten went, so he arrived on 22nd March 1947. I looked at newspapers from a week or so before that, from all over India, and traced some of the violence that was going on. And I mean, it was absolutely extraordinary. There were incidents all over India at that time. There were hundreds or even thousands of casualties even within that 1 week. And these were just the things that were being reported. So, who knows what else was going unreported. So I think it's not really an exaggeration to say that India was really on the tipping point towards a civil war at this point. It was in a really bad state.
And tell us about the different Indian leaders and their relationships. Who are the people that Mountbatten's going to have to be working with?
Absolutely. I mean, although, and to say about Gandhi, I mean, he's on the scene at this point, but his importance has been diminished quite substantially by 1947 as a negotiator. He was there, he was this kind of presence that was very important emotionally as well, but he was not negotiating the details of this deal, really. He's more of a kind of guru in the background. The negotiators really, by this point, I mean, primarily you've got Congress and the Muslim League. And now bear in mind, 1946, they've all been through rounds of mass negotiation. They actually agreed, amazingly. But Gandhi had blown that one apart. In 1947...
What did they agree?
They agreed to the cabinet mission plan.
Which was?
Which was to federalise India. And then after 10 years, some kind of referendum on whether that would continue. And I guess the real positivity about that plan, the positive over what would then happen, is that would have given 10 years for all those politicians to really build up some experience in office to handle it, for India to go through whatever political transition it would have done. And even after that point, how partition happened, it would have been, one can imagine it may well have been a much more civilised way of doing it, because there would have been, clear administrative units and a lot more local knowledge on behalf of Congress.
And negotiation. I mean, just time for things to cool down.
Time for things to cool down.
But there's deep inherent mistrust between two of the major figures here. And we're talking about Jawaharlal Nehru, who is now the acolyte of Gandhi, who is leading Congress, and Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who is the head of the Muslim League. Two men who actually, should have got on fairly well, but they do not. They loathe.
What is the point of because again, from the outside, you'd imagine both are anglicised, both of them smart dressers, both of them quite like a bit of glamour. I mean, in a sense, you'd have thought there'd be more difference between Nehru and Gandhi than there would be between Nehru and Jinnah. Why do these men now?
I think a little bit it's like when you get the villain in a movie and they say, you're so like you and I to the hero. I think, in a way, there could not be two of Nehru and Jinnah. There were too many similarities in some ways. And I mean, and Nehru's relationship with Gandhi had also been complex. I mean, he loved him in many ways and, was enormously close to him, but disagreed with him politically on almost everything.
And economically.
Absolutely.
And found him personally frustrating. I mean, there's like very famous line that's attributed to Nehru that it costs us a fortune to keep him in such poverty.
I mean, they had huge differences between them, but they did have a very close relationship, of course.
So paint a little picture of both those men.
So both of them had kind of, as you say, outwardly in some ways quite similar. They'd both grown up in a sort of very anglicised way. In fact, later in life, both of them had issues really with making speeches and speaking in Hindi in Nehru's case or Urdu in Jinnah's case, because actually they hadn't really spoken those languages in their households growing up. They'd had to really kind of learn them later on. So Nehru, he was the son of Motilal Nehru, who was one of the most important Indian politicians of the sort of early 20th century, an absolute force in Indian politics, a very, very wealthy lawyer who had...
whose entire understanding of the British India had been changed by the Jallianwala Bagh massacre.
Yes.
From that point, he thought there could be no more truck with these people.
Yes, it was a real crucial breaking point for him. And he had previously very much tried to work with the British, had very much been, and had been very successful. And the British loved him. They invited him to parties. He was wonderful, So he got on very successfully. But yes, Amritsar was really a change point in his experience. And he was, in the Indian National Congress, which at that time was extremely inclusive and broad. And it was only really kind of after the return of Gandhi in kind of, around sort of 1917 to 1920.
He comes back from South Africa.
Yes, and introduces what is kind of a more spiritual dimension. And the effect of that is that people like Jinnah, well, specifically Jinnah, actually left the Indian National Congress because they were uncomfortable.
And it's because it's a Hindu, it's a kind of Hindu-centric. Satyagraha is this idea of a spiritual awakening and ahimsa, non-violence. They're all very much rooted in the Sanskrit and scripture and Vedas and stuff. And it just really ticked Jinnah off because he's a secular man. He doesn't understand why this is all being.
Is his problem that it's religion, or is it the problem that it's Hinduism, or is it both?
I mean, it's both. He makes it quite clear that that's the sticking point. And he, at the same time, so Jinnah also, like Nehru, had a less privileged background than Nehru. I mean, Nehru was from an extremely wealthy background. He'd gone to Cambridge, and, had all of this stuff. Jinnah was from a rather more humble origin, but both of them had, become very, very successful lawyers, made a lot of money, became very wealthy.
And he's quite glamorous as a young man. The trouble is that so many of, certainly my generation's views of Jinnah are formed by the wonderful Richard Attenborough Gandhi film, where Jinnah is the demon. He's there kind of muttering, "I will destroy India."
And also humorless. He's not fun. You'd want to be stuck in a lift, and with Attenborough's characters, it'd never be fun. Jinnah, you'd want the engineers up very quickly, and the portrayal was not favourable of him.
No, I mean, it's a terrific movie, but my goodness, I've watched it for historical accuracy and balance.
And a lot of it derives from the version that Lapierre and Collins put out in Freedom at Midnight, which itself is fed to them by Mountbatten.
Yes, I mean, what happened with that book is that Mountbatten, they interviewed Mountbatten very late in his life. And look, Mountbatten was never a person who was entirely given to, shall we say, a clear-eyed assessment of himself. He was always somebody who would have given you the absolute best possible gloss on whatever he had done. By late in his life, that had really gone to quite an extreme, to the point where he's just inventing stuff. And that book just took that all at face value. It's very cool.
Let's take a short break. So let's go back to where we are in this timeline. So we've got Mountbatten, Clemently saying, right, you need to go out. Mountbatten saying, give me a deadline or I'm not taking the job. He's going to an India where the two major protagonists loathe each other with a passion.
Again, we need to, I think, slightly say why that is. What's happened during the war to set those people against each other?
Well, it's not just the war, it goes back much longer than that. I mean, they had kind of, there's all sorts of interesting personal connections between the two of them. India, despite the fact India is such a massive country, this political class was so small and so incestuous that actually, they had run-ins personally. And, even to the point where it was said that Jinnah had gone off to the UK and to London and had this very, very successful legal career, was doing very well. And the reason that he stopped that and came back is that somebody said that Nehru had said at a dinner party, Jinnah is finished. At which point he packed his bags back to India. I'm not finished. I'm getting involved again. Jinnah was a very glamorous figure, and they were absolutely, despite being so similar, they absolutely did not get on. By this point, after years of negotiation, they got on worse and worse. They really didn't trust each other's motives.
And in the beginning of the Second World War, all the Congress leaders had decided to take quite understandable umbrage at the fact that the British had not consulted them before declaring war, while Jinnah had supported the war effort and stayed out of jail.
Absolutely. So Quit India, of course, in 1942 had seen all the Congress leaders rounded up into prison because they had resisted the British leadership. The Muslim League, of course, had not done this, and as a result did extremely well politically because they were then really the spokesmen for the Congress people.
They were able to campaign, and many Muslims who previously had seen a future in a united India and wanted to stay in India and with the Congress, sheer off and join the Muslim League. The Muslim League doubles the size of its catchment.
It's a huge recruiting event.
So at what point does Mountbatten put his finely stitched shoe into this fray, and what immediately confronts him and his wife when he goes to India?
So when they arrive, March 1947, it becomes immediately apparent that the situation is considerably worse than they've been told. The day-to-day violence is out of control, and at this time, of course, the British troop numbers are only going in one direction, which is down. That's already happening. And not only is the violence out of control, but any means of possibly quelling it is rapidly receding.
This is because after the Second World War, troops that have been on fighting in India or fighting against Japan got their leave, they've had enough, and they're resigning from the army.
Partially there's that happening, but it's also the British government has a policy, and the British services have a policy of drawing down troops in India that begins very rapidly, and actually is supported by everybody. Nehru had this idea, and many people did in Congress, and I know it seems really hard to get your head around now, but genuinely, a lot of them believed that when British troops went, there would be much less violence in India. They thought that the presence of those troops was good.
It's really weird that they thought that, because we had an echo of what was to come in partition in 1946, Direct Action Day, which was this appalling bloodlet that took place. The clashes between Hindus and Muslims is appalling, and the British, they have troops there at that time, but they don't go out. They do nothing. They lift not one finger to get involved in this until British interests are threatened. So it's very interesting. I've always been baffled by this, Alex, that they thought that the quick leaving of British troops would be okay, and that they were all for it.
I know. I think in retrospect, as I say, it's really quite hard to get around how they thought the case, but they really did. Nehru later said, a few months later, he admitted he'd been completely wrong. He saw that this had been a huge error. But I think, the fact is he wasn't the only person saying this. It really was quite a widespread thought. And partly that is related to ideas about divide and rule, which had been a genuine policy and which had certainly created a lot of trouble. But the problem is, I think, by this point, that those feelings have become so endemic that they're simply removing perhaps what might have been originally the cause of that. Was the injury was over. It was too late to close that injury. But I don't think they really appreciate it.
You have a very nice phrase in your book that I always remember about how, by the time of the First World War, there was still very much a strong joint world between Hindus and Muslims, that a fish-eating Bengali Muslim would have more in common with his fish-eating Bengali Hindu neighbour than he would with the Pashtun up in the northwest frontier. And you had that lovely phrase that the boxes that the British made them tick didn't fit the diversity of their own identities or their own mind.
Yes, absolutely. And that really literally, because if you look at, and you have to go back a bit, but if you think about 1870 when they began to introduce a census in India, they were literally giving you boxes to tick. The British were literally introducing and concretising, firming up these very precise notions of caste. I mean, there's quite a lot of evidence that actually before that caste was considerably more fluid, that codifying it in this way really reinforced it.
And indeed religious identity, because
absolutely.
Fragments of it still, although it's almost dying now in India, but Hindus and Sikhs going to Sufi Muslim shrines, and village Muslims going to temples and leaving offerings to village temple deities. That world, which is nearly over now, is beginning to fray for the first time.
Is that a deliberate campaign, or is that just because the British love bureaucracy and love boxes? I mean, I sort of wonder about this. I know there are many Indian historians who say this is, from Cunning Central.
In my period, in the East India Company, I've always looked for the phrase divide and rule and never found it.
So I just wonder whether, this idea of sort of corralling people into their ethnic and religious groups, which does happen over time during British rule, which may not have happened if the British weren't in charge. I mean, who knows with these thought experiments. But is it deliberate or is it accidental?
It comes up, it comes up in Kipling. He describes it very clearly in the late 19th century, but in your period, no. And it doesn't mean they use their exact words, of course. They don't write down on a piece of paper, now we're doing divide and rule. They just describe a policy. And I think Anita, in answer to your question, I think it's kind of a bit of both. I think the British found India very hard to understand because it was massive and diverse and complicated, and there were lots of things they didn't. So, in a sense, kind of putting it in boxes in this way was sort of, you could see sort of an attempt to understand it and quantify it in a way that was, as you might say, loving admin, but could be a legitimate attempt actually to do that. But there was certainly, you can see by the late 19th century very specifically attempts to pursue policies that would equate to divide and rule, those precise words are not used. So I can't think there's both. But I think we can potentially avoid the idea of is that there was some kind of brilliantly coherent master plan from London, because actually what there was always immense disagreement about how to do the empire. Should there be an empire? Are we just wasting money? What about people at home? All of this stuff was always under discussion. Not necessarily from a we must free the Indians point of view, but certainly from points of view of whether this was really beneficial and so forth. It was incredibly controversial all through the 19th century.
So Mountbatten steps into this divided political, religious land of schisms and mistrust. What does he make of the protagonist, and what does he start doing?
Well, quite quickly, what we can see, which I think is just extraordinary, is that within a very short period of time. Now, the Mountbattens had met Nehru once before in Singapore in 1946. At this rather extraordinary event where the crowds rushed forward, and Nehru and Mountbatten had to sort of lift up Edwina and save her from the crowds. So I suppose that had probably established a little level of intimacy between them that was probably quite unusual because it was such a tumultuous occasion. But that was the only time they'd previously met. But what we can see is that extraordinarily quickly, the Mountbattens and Nehru became quite close with each other. And the way I can show that is by this photograph, which is in my book, and you can see it elsewhere as well, from the 28th of March. So that's 5 days after they arrived, very short period of time, where you can see it's in what was then Viceroy's house, of course, in Delhi. And it's during a garden party, a Viceroy's garden party, and you can see Edwina Mountbatten sitting on a sofa next to Nan Pandit, who was Nehru's sister, and Nehru is sitting cross-legged, as he often liked to, on the floor next to Edwina. Now, it's the most extraordinarily lax pose, and you could not imagine this photo existing with any previous viceroy. This is, what this shows us is that very, very quickly they were very comfortable with each other, that they had a meeting of minds, whatever it was, and got on. It's an extraordinary image. So we know that they got on very well very quickly. And we also know that there wasn't such a good connection with Jinnah, that the Mountbattens failed to form such a close, easy relationship with Muhammad Ali Jinnah or with his sister Fatima, who was so incredibly important.
In fact, not only do they not establish a connection, but they actually find him chilly, reserved, and unpleasant.
Yes, they mostly do, or they begin to increasingly find that. They did try at this beginning. It's necessary to say that they didn't arrive primed for this to be the case. This is what emerged, I think, from those relationships. And, even at their first meeting, for instance, there was this sort of, well, you see, again, this could have gone either way, but there was this sort of faux pas in that there they were having a photo taken at Viceroy's house with Mountbatten and Jinnah and Edwina, and they were having a photo taken, and Jinnah made this little crack about, as Edwina was standing in the middle of the fruit, and he said, it's a rose between two thorns. But as he said that, Edwina moved around, so he was in fact in a position of the rose, describing the Mountbattens as the thorns. But they all had a good laugh about it. I mean, so that could have been fine. That could have established actually an intimacy. But for whatever reason, and it really is clearly a personality thing, it's quite hard to trace exactly the progress of it. But it becomes clear that they just don't get on. And maybe that is partially also because the Jinnahs are very suspicious of this closeness with Nehru.
Now, can we just between us talk about the closeness with Nehru? Because so many rumours about a rapidly developing romance between Nehru and Edwina Mountbatten. How much is true and how much is hype?
I mean, it's completely true. The only question would be exactly at what point this friendship became a romance, which is very hard to predict. We certainly know that it had by late 1947, after partition. I think the kind of crucial question, which of course we cannot possibly answer unless the Mountbatten family, the Nehru Gandhi family and the government of India decides to release letters between them, is how soon that relationship developed between March 1947 and October 1947.
And when we say relationship, let's just call it out. It is a sexual, romantic, passionate affair.
Well, we don't know if it's sexual because we never know if it's sexual because I don't have a little periscope into their bedroom. But,
I mean, the assumption, I think, and the general assumption is that it became sexual after independence and partition, that there was probably a sexual relationship in Britain, but it was probably a romance in India. Would you agree with that or not?
I mean, I wouldn't agree with that because I wouldn't take a position on whether it was sexual or not.
She's a very, very good historian who's peeking under the sheets.
I should say, that my father was around at this time as a young ADC, and he is ADC to a man called General Frank Muservi. He's in charge of Eastern Command and has been on the fighting the campaign in Burma. So he is the commander-in-chief and living in what's now Team Roti House, and my dad, aged 19, is there. And I remember very distinctly when I was at university going to have dinner with my dad in his club, the Guards Club, where he met Mountbatten's ADC, Jim Scott. And Jim Scott said, "Oh, hello, Hugh. How are you? Very nice to see you. I can't tell you what such a funny thing happened. I had this woman called Morgan coming around trying to find out about Dickie and Edwina. And I told them both that it was absolutely clean. Nothing happened at all. Ha, 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 ha. And the two of them collapsed into giggles, the implication being, of course, that it was definitely sexual. So that's my one little...
My auntie says they definitely did it. It's based on nothing, but she says they did. So.
I think what I did find during the research for the book is a photograph, which again is in my book and now quite viral. I found the first photograph of the two of them holding hands.
Yes. So here we are. We've got this complex, very human tapestry of relationships where some people like others more than others. And can it be really as banal as this as to why these human frailties lead to what will become one of the biggest bloodbaths in human history? And
today linger on as one of the big potential nuclear conflicts of the modern age.
Absolutely. No, it's not just about these personal relationships. It's about an awful lot of enormous global historical forces going on as well. But in terms of how the negotiations panned out that spring and summer, it had a lot to do with those personal relationships.
So when Mountbatten is sent out, the British still seem to want to keep India united. But the Muslim League have decided that they want their own country for Indian Muslims. And the reason they're giving is that they feel threatened by the Hindu majority. Tell us all about that. What's that about?
So you're correct. So the Pakistan movement had started in about 1930 when students at Cambridge University of Indian origin came up with this word Pakistan and the idea of separatism. And it was really
the land of the pure.
The land of the pure.
Jinnah had initially opposed it, hadn't he?
He had initially
He'd been called the apostle of Hindu-Muslim unity in his earliest incarnation of the Yama.
Absolutely. I mean, before he left the Congress, he was seen absolutely as a uniting figure. And really, so I think, you've got a progression of him leaving the Congress over this kind of very Hindu-focused spirituality that Gandhi was bringing in, which he just liked enormously, got very comfortable with. And then after that, this kind of, when this idea came up of Pakistan, this was something that became quite appealing to him as a separation, increasingly feeling that a sort of very Hindu-dominated India would be a very dangerous place for Muslims to be.
And why do they think that? What's happening among the Hindu population to make them feel threatened?
Well, really, I think the religiosity brought in by Gandhi is something that a lot of people are uncomfortable with. And there's a sense that among some Muslims that really British rule is the thing keeping them safe from that majority. That's not among all Muslims, of course, but that is what some Muslims begin to think. And that's kind of really reinforced in World War II, when, as you say, lots of the Congress leaders are in prison and the Muslim League leaders are telling them this repeatedly.
So here we are, divided characters, suspicion, religious fervour being whipped up on both sides, in fact. But what does Mountbatten decide to do?
Well, he makes the rather extraordinary decision in retrospect to speed the transition of power up. He decides that, in his words, lightning speed is much too slow, that this end date of 1st of June 1948 is way too far away. And I think the really big factor in that is him realising how bad the situation on the ground in India is. That there's simply no way, and you said earlier on, does the British government want to preside over a bloodbath? It becomes very clear that to him, that's probably going to happen. And with Mountbatten's great instinct for PR, he realises that it would be very, very bad for the British government to preside over such a thing, and that it's going to happen.
And indeed, that the British troops might get caught up in it, and you might get again a repeat of 1857.
That you have two options: either British troops get caught up in it, in which case that could go wrong in all sorts of other ways, or British troops are being almost completely removed, in which case it looks like massive negligence, which it indeed would be. Neither outcome is good for Britain. And you have to remember, at this point, Mountbatten's job was to do what was good for Britain. That was what he had effectively been charged with. So he made this decision to speed up the transfer of power to the rather extraordinary date of 15th August 1947.
Now, many historians have taken the view that this was suicidal and that Mountbatten helped precipitate the bloodbath that came by that decision. Do you agree with that?
I don't. And the reason I don't is quite specific, is that I think, although he certainly made the decision on his own, he later tried to say that everybody had told him to do this. That's completely untrue. It was definitely just him. I think he genuinely was in a position where it was tricky to see what else he could do because of the troop situation. Because if Britain wasn't going to send more resources to keep the peace, particularly more troops, then I think his assessment was correct that he could not keep the peace. I think a lot of the kind of accusations focusing just on Mountbatten about speeding up this timetable for the transfer of power, the effect that has is to move focus from putting the blame on the British Empire and the whole way it was run. Much like, as you've written with Jallianwala Bagh, putting all the blame on Dyer ignores the fact that the British Empire was much more broadly violent in the way it was run. But this wasn't an exceptional event, actually. It was part of the kind of violence. And I think when we look at trying to pin all the blame on Mountbatten for something that was quite clearly the result, actually, of 90 years of violent rule, of divide and rule, of failing to introduce democracy in any kind of reasonable timetable, very, very slowly doing so at the end, dragging the feet on things like Dannean status that could have been done much earlier. I think really we have to be careful of just saying that one man is responsible for all of these failures, because that's just ridiculous. The climate had not been created by Mountbatten. And I think the argument that changing the date at this point was the only factor in kicking all of those things off is just completely absurd.
So Mountbatten makes the decision that the deadline's going to be moved up and they are out of there, but there is another really very important decision that's been made at the highest level. And what is that?
That is the decision that India will be partitioned. But there is really at this point no way to persuade the Muslim League to stay within India, that it's too powerful, that you will not get an agreement on keeping the whole thing together. So partition of some form will occur.
And what does Nehru think about this? Because he's resisted this all this time.
I think he was heartbroken about it. But I also think he saw at that time that this was the only option. And I would say that there was something quite interesting, not just in Nehru's own thoughts about this, but actually you can really see this in Jinnah's thoughts too, and there's been lots of work on this by Pakistani historians, that actually they didn't necessarily assume this would be permanent. They certainly have thoughts that longer term this might come back together, and you can see that in things so simple as Jinnah never sold his house in Bombay.
How interesting.
Malabar Hill.
How interesting.
Indeed.
And even in 1947, even at the very end, he thinks he can come and go from Karachi to Malabar Hill.
Yeah, completely. I mean, and I think they all assumed that there would be a point at least of congeniality, whether it would have been like we saw in Germany, a coming back together, a departition, a reunification, who knows? But I think they certainly saw, they were of the opinion that this would not be a permanent break to the extent it has been. Sure.
But this is a catastrophic cocktail now. So Mark Button's hurry to get out, the decision or capitulation of the idea that the country needs to be divided in half. I mean, history revolves around huge characters, but it affects normal people. And so you've got people in particularly two areas of India. You've got the Punjab and Bengal who don't know if they're living on the right side or not.
Yes, and that's why you begin to see, when this all becomes very clear in July, that's the beginning really of those migrations that begin to happen before partition, is because people don't know which side of the line they're going to be on. So some people with the money and the resources to do so start moving at that point.
Tell us who Cyril Radcliffe is and what's his role in all this?
Yes, he comes in as terribly consequential and important at this point. Radcliffe was a British civil servant who was drafted in to draw this partition line. He'd never been to India before. He'd never really been east of. He always said east of Gibraltar or something, but I feel like quite a lot.
So there are all sorts of things north of Paris.
Anyway, let's say legitimately, he'd certainly never been.
Not gone around.
Radcliffe had never been to India before, and he did not know the territory. But that was sort of supposed to be an advantage, because he was supposed to be seen as not biased on that basis. So he was flown out rather reluctantly to draw this partition line. He was given a small committee of various Indian civil servants to help with this, and he was given this impossible job in a sort of rather biblical way of effectively 40 days and 40 nights to draw this partition line through Bengal and the Punjab.
And Jinnah has a very different conception of what he's going to get to what he actually is given. He thinks he's going to get great chunks of possibly even Delhi and great chunks of northern India, which he never gets. Yes,
well, I mean, obviously the Pakistan plan originally really relied on the whole of the Punjab and the whole of Bengal being part of Pakistan. And in fact, Jinnah at some points was really very unhappy with it being partitioned, and even said if it's going to be this moth-eaten thing, then better to not have it rather than have this moth-eaten version. But by this point, events are proceeding.
He also had an idea, I believe, that it wasn't going to be a kind of Muslim-only state. It was going to be another version of India where all different faiths would live, but under Muslim rule.
Yes, I think Jinnah, again, is somebody who'd lived in Britain for a long time. Of course, Britain, nominally a Christian country, in fact, with, religious figures in the legislature and so on. Even so, he'd seen this sort of country that could operate with theoretically a religious framework, but actually in a highly secular way. And I think he very much thought Pakistan could be this kind of, what he would have seen as a sophisticated, informed, democracy with tolerance and with, a kind of multiplicity of faiths and identities being allowed within it.
Well, I mean, eventually that is not what happens. We're going to have a whole podcast on partition itself coming up. But Alex, it's so brilliant having you on this. Just talk us through the sun setting on the British Empire for the last time. How do they leave, and when do they leave, and what's going on around them as they leave?
Well, there's all sorts of complexity going on right up to the last minute, partly because the actual line of partition, now you mentioned your family being there asleep in the Punjab, not knowing where the line was, well, they wouldn't know until after independence.
Now, see, this is really perplexing. So I think, just to make this very, very clear, the countries are becoming independent. My family from the Punjab, and there are, countless families who go through the same thing in Bengal. They have literally no idea if they're on the right side or not. They have literally no idea whether the stream is going to be divided from the dam, the village is going to have a line down the middle. They don't know anything. And is it Mountbatten's idea to keep that from them for a few days till after he goes, until after he has his moment with the trumpets and the fanfare and the photo opportunity?
It suited the agenda that this wasn't published, and there was generally a feeling that if it was published, that violence would break out and that people would start moving in numbers. Of course, that's what happened anyway.
But 2 days later.
But not on Britain's watch.
Not on Britain's watch. So on the 14th of August, he takes the salute in what is newly born Pakistan. On the 15th of August, he does exactly the same thing on what is now newly created India. And there's a very, very famous speech given by Nehru on a crackling radio, which is very, I mean, it's still very powerful words now. I have the words. Do you want me? Alex, do you want to read them or shall I read them?
I think you should. I'd love to hear you
read them. Okay. Long years ago, we made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measure, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom. A moment comes, which comes but rarely in history, when we step out of the old to the new, when an age ends, when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. The ambition of the greatest man of our generation has been to wipe every tear from every eye. That may be beyond us, but so long as there are tears and suffering, so long our work will not be over. And so we have to labour and to work, and work hard, to give our reality to our dreams. These dreams are for India, but they are also for the world.
Goodbye. Well, hello and welcome to Empire with me, William Dalrymple.
And me, Anita Arnold. I don't like this. Why are we doing it the other way around?
That was the longest pause ever, but I won't get on your case.
Feel discombobulated.
Anyway, today we have a particularly tricky guest, the wonderful Anita Arnold.
She's awful.
But she's written a very good book.
Given that much more of a tug.
She's written a very good book called
so sweet.
Sophia, what you call her? Sophia. Princess
Sophia. She would have called herself Sophia.
Sophia, Princess Suffragette Revolutionary. And it is, I have to say, one of those stories that, as a non-fiction writer, when you see that somebody else has written it, you do suffer a little surge of envy because it's kind of a perfect story. It's an astonishingly good story. It takes our old friend the Kohinoor, which is why we're doing it now, almost as a sort of epilogue to our quartet of Kohinoor episodes. It has Ranjit Singh, Dulip Singh, but it has also a whole new world of people that link this astonishing world of the Sikh court and the Sikh wars and all that sort of extraordinarily exotic stuff happening in 1840s India with the New World. She is a suffragette, she meets Gandhi, she is part of the freedom struggle, she's facing off against Churchill. And so it's an extraordinary link between two worlds that seem sort of unbridgeable, and yet her life brings them together.
Oh, aren't you lovely? Aren't you lovely? I was honestly, I'd fastened my seatbelt and I'd put on my crash helmet for that introduction, but it got off quite well. How nice of you. Actually, a very, very learned and respected critic put it this way after the book came out, saying, "You, madam, are a lucky cow." Isn't that nice? To come across a story like that for your first book. And I'll wear that. I'll take it.
Have you read a book about it before, or was this literally one that you dug up from?
No. It was entirely born out of frustration. So the whole story of this book is, I mean, you know my long-suffering husband very well.
Wonderful long-suffering husband.
It was while I was on maternity leave, and there was, yes, I'm wonderful. He's a very wonderful man. But during maternity leave, what happened was I was sort of trying to be very quiet.
I can't imagine you ever being very quiet.
It was my one and very short-lived Trappist silence phase. So I just turned off all radios and TVs, and I just read everything. And that was everything, anything and everything. So which included sort of the kind of mail and local magazines and things that would have gone straight into the dustbin. And so it was one of these days I was looking through a local magazine, and it said suffragette selling newspaper outside Hampton Court. And even though it was a sepia print, there was something about the picture that told me this woman, the suffragette, selling the newspaper of the suffragettes, the suffragette revolution on the sandwich board next to her was Indian. Well, even more than that was Punjabi. I mean, you've heard of Gaydar. I always say this when I do the talk. You know, we have Punjab. We Punjabis can tell another one from space. So that's what started it, really. I started trying to find out more about it, and then bored my husband rigid. He said, just write it down.
I'm actually looking at the picture this minute, which is now, of course, on the cover of your paperback. And it does indeed show this woman in a very expensive fur coat, so she's not poor, wearing a very fashionable, turned-up sort of 1910 era hat. And she's standing by a poster board for the suffragette in huge block capitals, and the one-word banner headline that you associate more with some sort of tabloids of today, but it just says "Revolution!" exclamation mark. But this woman, who's clearly well off and is supporting the suffragette cause, is very clearly, as you say, an Indian face. It's a classic North Indian face. And very beautiful, actually,
Yes.
and she's and very striking. And you're right; these are two words which
Yes,
sort of
I think so.
two worlds which you wouldn't expect to come together. So, what did you do when you were researching this? How did you put it together?
So I you know, being a journalist, I always take the path of greatest laziness. And I wrote up the magazine and I said, "Who's this then? You know, who that?"
And they literally, there wasn't even a caption.
Well, I mean, no. I mean, I might be in my sort of sleep-deprived, befuddled, state. I didn't catch it, but they said, "Oh, it's Sophia Dalip Singh." I said, "Can you tell me anything about her?" And they said, "Well, Sophia Dalip Singh from Hampton Court is what we can tell you." And I was like, "This is really crazy." I guess I'm making it worse. I'm a political journalist, making it worse. As my husband is a Singh, and I'm now a Singh. So how do I not know about this woman? So I tried to find a book, because that's what a typically lazy journalist would do, and there just wasn't one. So then I did. I started researching this story as I would a contemporary story. I thought, okay, I'll look for cuttings, and I very quickly found that there were two piles of cuttings which bore no resemblance to each other, and they seem to be talking about a different person. So on the one side, there were cuttings about this beautiful society princess, and everything she wore was fashionable, and where she bought her jewels, and how she did her hair, and things like that. And on the other side, Harridan princess, traitor's daughter, ungrateful immigrant. And I thought, how are these two the same person? And that started the obsession.
And it is in the sense that conflict that animates the book. It is the charge that keeps the thing going, because she does indeed embrace completely different worlds, two utterly different worlds that you'd never imagine coming together in one life. So let's go back to her dad, who we've covered a little bit before in our Kohinoor episode, but in case the listeners here have not heard that, who was her dad, Dalip Singh?
So her father, Dalip Singh, was the beautiful boy king who Queen Victoria becomes obsessed with. He is dispossessed of his kingdom and of his Kohinoor diamond by Lord Dalhousie, who wants the diamond. He wants to have this experience of not only just taking the lucrative north of India, but presenting on this cushion the diamond that represents India to Queen Victoria. And in the process of doing that, this little boy is expelled from Punjab, and he's given to the foster care of a Scottish couple called the Logins. He decides he wants to meet the Maharani of the world at one point, and Queen Victoria really very much wants to meet him, because she keeps getting updates about how beautiful and wonderful and Christian he is. So, he embraces Christianity as well, and by doing so really upsets his already heartbroken people in Punjab.
So he's the kind of model Victorian prince. He's absolutely poster boy for what the British would like the Indian princes to be: picturesque, gorgeous, exotic, and deeply loyal.
And for Victoria, even more than that, somebody who is deeply Christian, he's a gateway to the Christianization of India. His soul is saved, and maybe everybody else's soul can be saved in the same way. So there are many reasons that she's interested in him. But when he comes to England, he's completely sort of swept up in the royal family. He feels a member of that family, and it's only when he gets older, when he starts to think of a family of his own, and he realises that he cannot actually live like his best friend Bertie, and he can't spend the money that the Prince of Wales is spending, and he can't leave to his children what he feels he ought to be able to leave. But he starts looking into the past and looking into how he was separated from his mother and forced to sign this treaty which signed everything over. and then he becomes this implacable enemy.
Just before we go there to that, in a sense, that divorce, to the moment that he turns against the royal family and begins to want to reclaim his lost kingdom. Just describe to me, because I remember you talking about this when you first came across the papers, the Queen and he sketching each other. Was it in the Isle of Wight?
Oh, they're lovely. Yes, absolutely. So, yeah, no, and this is a really controversial thing to say in India, because in India, this is a really simple, straightforward binary story of a rapacious queen who takes everything from this poor Indian child. The truth is always more complicated than that. So when Dilip first comes to England, just bear in mind he's been separated from his mother since he was an infant. He has no family around him. And he's swept up in this royal family and taken into the bosom of the family, which means he often spends time at Osborne House, which is the inner sanctum for Queen Victoria and Albert. It's where they get away from everybody. And so it's while they are there that this absolute love affair, and it's not a sexual love affair, but it is a real love, develops. The two of them spent ages, you're quite right, sitting and looking at each other and sketching each other. And these very tender portraits still exist in the Royal Collection. You can go and see them yourself. His impact on Victoria is even today evident, because you'll see this resplendent picture, this portrait that was painted by Winterhalter, which hangs of Dilip's day, despite everything, despite this whole detonation of their relationship later, which still hangs in Osborne House. She writes in her diary about how sweet he is to her youngest son Leopold, who has haemophilia and is really picked on by the other royal kids. But Dilip always sort of scoops him up and puts him on his shoulders. So there is a real tenderness, which then explains why, when he does start thinking of his own. First of all, she tries to arrange his marriage. I don't know if I mentioned that in the last time that we touched on it. But Queen Victoria tries to do exactly what his mother would have done in England, just try and find him a wife.
And who does she want him to marry?
Well, she has another interest, who is Princess Gaurama of Coorg, who is also, the child of an dispossessed Indian royal who has converted to Christianity. And in that case, her father sort of converts himself and converts her as an attempt to hang on to his kingdom.
And she's from Coorg in southern India.
Exactly right. And it's very beautiful. Very beautiful little thing.
South of modern Bangalore, up in the mountains.
Exactly. Beloved by her father. But it's sort of given over almost as a gift to Queen Victoria that, this is how much I trust you and I think you're going to do right by me and my kingdom. Take my daughter and she's your godchild now. So this is a godchild of Victoria. And she grows up in Britain and she's quite flighty. She's quite a silly, giggly little thing. And when Dilip is first introduced...
And he's also a great beauty, like Dilip.
With this ambition Queen Victoria has that
the portraits. And he's also a great beauty, like Dilip.
Yeah, very pretty. Little big doe eyes, big brown doe eyes. I mean, they do. They would have had beautiful babies. This would have worked. It would have been a beautiful thing. But it didn't work because he found her too flighty and too ridiculous. And also, I think he was having affairs at this time, even at this time as a young man, with women in court who were desperately glamorous and worldly. But who thought it was fine to flirt and have affairs, but my God, they wouldn't marry him because nobody wanted mongrel children.
And again, just before we plunge into the percent, at his peak, he's not only very close to the royal family, he's got this enormous estate in Suffolk, Elvedon.
Yes, it's right on the Norfolk-Suffolk border. So if anyone's been to Thetford, that's sort of still the most identifiable place on the map. And it is a crazy town. So he buys it because he wants to be near Sandringham. Prince of Wales just recently bought Sandringham. And anything Bertie can do, Dilip can do better. There is this kind of brotherly rivalry between them. So he buys this house that used to belong to Admiral Keppel.
That's my mother's family.
Yeah. You're related to everyone, including God. Right. So the Keppel house is in Thetford as it was this quite austere, it looked like Sandringham, sort of a very big, blocky, house of substance and seriousness. And he buys it, and then he completely wrecks it and rebuilds
it. In a sort of Mughal style. There's Mughal rooms, isn't there? Yeah.
Yeah, on the outside Italian, inside it is like a Mughal palace. I mean, there are furs, and there are skins, and there is gold, and there is shisha work, mirror work on all the walls. what is most extraordinary, though, is the wildlife that he keeps outside in the grounds of Elton. So he has
baboons.
He has these exotic birds that have flown over every year. Baboons chained up in the flower beds who are miserable and hate the local. There's a war that's going on that I found in a local newspaper between the baboon and the local jackdaw, which was sufficiently noisy that they wrote about it in their local paper. But then there's also these parrots that he just keeps shipping over every year, which drop out of the sky like ripe pears, and he just ships in more because he's made this pleasure palace. He has a leopard pen outside the children's nursery. So they wake up to this sort of, the strange noises of wild animals, and that they grow up at this place. He's also made the premier hunting estate in England. So, the thing that the aristocracy loved to do more than anything in those times was get the biggest bag, sort of buying things out of the sky.
And Suffolk and Norfolk was very much the big shoot HQ, wasn't it? Those extraordinary shoots of the Victorian period when thousands of birds would be brought
And he's
down.
one of the best shots in the country. And you are literally talking about bags of thousands of birds, sort of a hunting party. He himself could bring down 900 birds in, a one-day outing. They're ludicrous, eye-watering numbers, his hunting statistics. But, replenishing all of this and keeping this kind of lifestyle so that the dukes and the duchesses and the Prince of Wales is a regular guest at Elton, to keep up to that level, he keeps spending money that he thinks is his. He thinks that there is a settlement, an equitable settlement that's been made when he signed it over, where he can carry on living like Maharaja. But very soon, the bank, Coots, for instance, starts returning his bills, saying, we're not paying this. You haven't got the money, we're not paying this. They're using the Secretary of State for India saying, hang on a minute, but we agreed that you would let me live this lifestyle. And they said, well, I don't know who agreed that, Your Majesty, but no. And so that's Tsar's rubbish.
So he begins to have to sell things off, or how does it play out?
He starts actually upping the ante. So he starts being even more profligate and spending even more money and sending the bills, daring them to give, to bankrupt him. And when it becomes clear that they really are going to bankrupt him, he then appeals to Queen Victoria and says, look, you've got to help me. This is crazy. Why am I being punished? I've been your most loyal servant. I've done everything that was expected of me. And also, I was abused by your people as a child. This is not legal. What happened? This document cannot even be legal because I signed it as a minor. And you've taken my mother away. And who did I have to counsel me? And all of this falls on some rather deaf ears. I mean, Queen Victoria says, I do feel sorry for your predicament. And she writes to others saying, it is a shame. It's a shame what's happened. But she's like, I'm not going to do anything. I cannot cross my government. This is, you've made this bed. Now you lie in it. So he then decides, right, you're going to play like this, then I'm going to play nasty too. And he formulates this plan, which on paper, William, makes perfect sense. This is the time of the great game, as you know. So Russia is flexing like crazy. So he thinks, okay, you know what? I will go back. I will go back to India. The Sikhs will rise up for me, and the Tsar will come in on the other side, and we will pincer the British out of the north of India, and it's going to work. And that's his thought process when he drags his poor wife, who we haven't spoken about yet, who's also an extraordinary story, but his wife and his 6 little children on a voyage, a doomed voyage back to India. He sells everything in Alberton to pay for this, including the pheasant eggs. I've seen receipts for the pheasant eggs that he sells to raise enough money to go back and start this war against Britain.
So how far does he get?
He gets as far as Aden. He gets as far as the Suez Canal, and then he is pulled off the boat, and his family is pulled off the boat by a sweating resident who doesn't know what to do with them because he still has royal status. He's really famous. He's in everyone knows who he is. He's in newspapers. He's in imperial portraits, which still hang in galleries in this country. He is a friend of the Queen. And yet he's pulled off. He's looking for guidance. What shall I do? And they just say, just keep until he calls down. And that is very much the directive coming from Queen Victoria. He needs to seek sense and live within his means and just tell him to cool down. But he doesn't cool down. So he's held in this place in Aden. He is getting angrier and angrier and ratcheting up. His family are desperate. His poor wife, who is just such an extraordinary creature, she shouldn't be living this life. So while if we just sort of, for 1 second look back, and I apologise if this is confusing, but just, previously in this conversation I mentioned, and we just had to look at Bamber for a moment. Bamber is not of royal blood. Bamber is a lot younger than him, and Bamber has been married to him because he's turned down all of the arranged marriages that Queen Victoria set before. Not interested in any of them. And at some point he starts to feel quite anxious, out of place, disjointed, and rejected by all these women who are flirting with theirs with him but won't marry. So he starts to look for somebody who will be as much of an outsider in the court as he feels. And to do that, he also wants a pure virgin because, he's clearly reviling everything that's gone on, the people that he thought he loved and thought they loved him. So he wants the complete opposite. So he goes to this mission in Cairo, and he asks them quite point blank. He says, "Do you have a girl I can marry? She has to be a virgin. She has to be pure. She has to be unworldly." And they say, "We've got just the girl." And it is a young girl, an illegitimate child. Get this,
extraordinary stories.
If you presented this as fiction back in the day, they would have turned it down. So she is the daughter, the illegitimate daughter of a rich German merchant, Herr Müller, and an Abyssinian slave who has a baby, and instead of acknowledging the child...
it's straight out of Rider Haggard or something.
Isn't it? And he just leaves the daughter in this cloister to be brought up by the mission. And so they have this pure girl in Bamber who is so beautiful. I mean, that is the one thing again. She's, big brown eyes, huge eyelashes, round face, absolutely clear expression, completely guileless. And he meets her. She doesn't speak any English. He speaks no Arabic. They have to have a translator at their wedding. They meet once and he decides, yes, it's going to happen. Because she's a very impressive trinket. And also, it's going to slightly get up the nose of Queen Victoria. And Queen Victoria, to her credit, when he comes back and goes, "Ta-da! This is my wife." She doesn't speak a word of your language, but this is my wife who I chose all by myself. She embraces Bamber as well. She sort of sees Bamber as a really pious, lovely girl who should be protected. And he goes through this wild phase of sort of treating her literally like a trophy wife. She has to learn English haltingly to even communicate with her husband. But what he does is sort of even worse. He uses her almost like a mannequin. He starts designing her clothes for her. I mean, he designs her outfits. She wears fashions no one has ever seen in the world because they're a mixture of East, West, and there are ladies in waiting to Queen Victoria going, "What the hell is he doing to that poor girl? Just leave her alone." And she's also permanently pregnant. She has 7 children, one of whom dies, and she's almost permanently pregnant to this point where, now we can flip forward to Aden, she has now got these young children in her, and they're stopped.
So we have a pile of trunks, some young children, and Dulip Singh sitting in the British residency in Aden, unable to continue his journey to India.
Yeah.
What happens next?
No, can't go forward, won't go back. And won't go back. That's the thing. He can go back to England. He's invited to go back to England if he signs a paper saying he's going to behave himself. But he won't. And his youngest daughter, this is her first arrest at age 9, is sort of sitting there sweating in this heat in this place that's not designed for children for such a long time, until Bamber can't take it anymore. And she says, "Look, please, for the children, can we do something? Can we do something for the children at least? I pity." And he says, "Get out. You and them, just get out my side. Because I am now the implacable enemy of the British and I've got no room for you." So this is, again, people who suffer trauma in childhood or, can be, it's a possibility, psychologists say they can, if it's a life unexamined, revisit those things on others. And that's perhaps what happens. He is a man who has been ripped away from his mother. He therefore has a really odd idea of how you treasure people who love you. And he treats them so abhorrently. Of course, I'm not saying that's the rule, but there are some may say mitigations to his behaviour. Otherwise, how do you explain a man who just ejects his wife and these poor little children and sends them back? And he sends them back with an article that he puts in the newspapers saying, "Extend no credit to this family because I have no relations with Britain anymore. I am their enemy. I don't want a penny from you, and just they don't speak for me." So it's such a brutal,
it's a desperate story. Does Safa ever see her son again?
She will, but it will be under the most wretched circumstances. But, there she is. She's sent back with her 2 sisters. She has 2 older sisters, Bamber, named after their mother, Catherine, and 2 brothers as well, Victor and Freddie, who they're all sort of now at the mercy of the British state, whatever Victoria decides to do. Sapphire is Victoria's goddaughter.
And this is 1886, 1887.
Yeah. So Victoria decides to step in and look after this child because she knows the whole family. She doesn't like Maharani Bamber. She thinks she's as good and quiet. So she puts them up, first of all, in the best refugee colony ever thought of, the Claridges. So they put up in Claridges for ages. Until she then says, okay, there must be a ward. They must be made wards, and they must be looked after. She puts them in the care of one of her equerries, kind of elephant, who then looks after this family, but also spies on them regularly to see what kind of treacherous stuff Dilip might be saying. But Bamber, Maharani Bamber, the mother of Sapphire, is so desperately broken by what has happened that she turns into an alcoholic. And she is drinking herself to death in Brighton under the gaze of the Oliphants, who can do nothing about it. And the children are growing up feral. So there are all of these reports from Oliphant to Queen Victoria saying, okay, Dilip's out of the picture. He barely talks to his children. I mean, Victor has reached out a few times, but it's not really, there's not really a connection at all. Two of the children are very anti-British and vocally so. Sapphire's elder sister, Bamber, who now openly refers to Queen Victoria, just as her father did, as Mrs. Fagin, the receiver of stolen goods. Catherine, who cannot stand the British, and then little Sapphire, who there is some hope for. So that's where they live with poor old Maharani Bamber, insensate with alcohol most of the time, just trying to numb the pain. And so it's only months later when Sapphire is just only been back for a little while, and she gets terrible typhus fever, which is the same thing that she sweeps Prince Albert away eventually. But she is desperately sick, and they don't think she's going to make it. Maharani Bamber, for the first time, that feeling of being a mother is obviously with her, but she's just incapable of doing anything about it. But she sits all night by her little daughter's bed on her knees, praying to the Lord to spare her daughter. And when in the morning Sapphire opens her eyes, her fever is broken, but her mother's lying dead on the floor. He dies in the night while praying all night to save her.
So she's orphaned, effectively, aged 10.
Yeah, just completely without anybody
1886.
in the world to look out for her and look after her. Yeah. Apart from Queen Victoria and the Oliphants, who her sisters can't stand. The sisters despise the Oliphants. They think that they're spying on them.
Queen Victoria then steps in and gives them a grace and favour flat in Hampton Court. Well,
that comes a little bit later. At first she steps in because the Oliphants report back that these three girls in particular, and Sapphire, who is sweet of nature, unlike the other two, who they describe as being awful. But Sapphire's sweet, but they have no ability because their mother has been so absent from their life and given them so little training. They don't know how to eat. They don't know how to hold knives and forks. They don't know how to dress properly. They've been running around, wildly, sort of bringing themselves up. So Queen Victoria steps in for Sapphire. She sends her dolls, which are dressed properly, and tea sets to show, so that through play she can learn how to be a lady, and sends tutors to bring these girls up properly. It might be a bit late for the older two, who are really wild-spirited, according to the older letters, but at least for her, send somebody to look after them. And one of the tutors that they send from the palace is a German woman who eventually will become the lover of Catherine, and they will have a glorious lifelong love affair and completely duck out of the British system.
This storyline goes all sorts of places you don't expect it.
It's so crazy.
I think we probably that sort of lesbian sort of diversion from the main thing is probably quite a good moment to take a break.
Yes.
So welcome back to Empire with me, William Dalrymple.
And me, Anita Almond.
Just to recap, what's happened to Dulip Singh at this point? We last saw him in Aden. Where's he gone?
Oh, it all just goes completely wrong for him. So he won't go back to Britain. He's completely washed his hands of his family. He ends up in France for a bit, where he immediately falls into a ring of British spies who disabuse him of his wallet, his means, his money, and they put a tracker on him. They have somebody who's sort of cozying up to him, being a friend. Christy Campbell's written a very, very good book about that particular section of the Maharaja's box. And he's tailed all the way to Russia, where the British are watching and reporting on everything he says and does. And sadly for him, the Tsar won't see him. And so he sort of stays in this terrible guest house waiting for months and months. By now he's shacked up with one of his girlfriends because he is absolutely a philanderer who cheats on Maharani Bamba at any opportunity. And this is a chambermaid from one of the hotels that he frequents.
Tell me you sold the film rights, please, immediately.
Oh yes, no, I have. No, it's in as they say, development.
This is War and Peace meets Sherlock Holmes meets sort of Passage to India meets Game of Thrones. It's got everything.
I mean, this is such a wrong. I'm not doing justice to everything that's in the book, but there's so much that goes on. Anyway, so he's sitting in Russia. His Cox's Bazaar chambermaid, now wife, is because he marries as soon as Barbara draws her last breath, and he has 2 children with her. And this is the difference between sort of this. They're called Pauline and Irene. So Pauline and Irene are the little children who are just living this dreadful life, half sisters now, Sophia, in Russia. And the Tsar won't see them. And so, he just sort of limps his way back with this now a woman who's just not interested in him because he has no money. She's very happy to be with him while he has some cash. But when he has nothing, they go back to Paris and he dies penniless and alone on a Parisian hotel floor. Yeah, with nobody there. Before that, though, you asked me earlier, did Sophia see him again once? So Sophia had a beloved younger brother called Edward. And Edward is her life when they're growing up under the Oliphant's care. The older sisters are old enough to be sent to university. They are among some of the earliest students to go to Somerville College.
In Oxford,
and hate every second of it. But so Sophia is alone. The only person she has to love and to cherish and who truly knows her is Edward. But then Edward gets typhoid and dies.
Wow.
And so that's the last time she sees her father, when he comes to see Edward on his dying bed and is weeping and broken by the side of the bed. And then he just leaves, and that's it. That's the last time she'll see him. And the next time she'll hear about him is he's dead on the Parisian floor.
So she's lost both parents now. So where is she living? Who's keeping her together?
So the Oliphants take care of her until she reaches the age of maturity. And at the age of 17, it is customary for nice gals, to come out in public. They debut in public. And then Queen Victoria hasn't taken the slightest bit of interest in the older children, the older girls, who, they can't stand her and she can't stand them. But for Sophia, she must have a proper debut. And so she debuts at Buckingham Palace.
Proper debutante.
A proper debutante. And the 2 sisters are thrown in. It's thrown in just, I suppose it's economical to do it all together. But these debuts are so that women can be presented to court and presented to suitors. And the problem with these 3 girls is that they are too white to marry a brown man and too brown to marry a white man. But you see a picture of them in the book.
I'm looking at it now, and they're the 3 most beautiful girls in the world, all wearing wedding dresses.
They're wearing wedding dresses, in veils. That was the debut outfit. Elaborate ostrich feathers in your hair and pearls and things.
And it looks like something from a Tolstoy novel. They've got these sort of late Victorian, very sort of beautiful silk gowns. They've all got enormous bouquets in their hands. They're wearing necklaces of pearls, of diamonds, of enormous rings in their ears. But they're brown faces. They look as if they are from some sort of picture of Tsarist Russia. But the faces are entirely Indian and very beautiful and very striking, very strong.
Very strong. But all 3 of them are beauties. The thing that's weird, to me, they look like those seaside cutouts where you put your face through, because the faces just don't match the outfits at all. Yeah.
But it's a wonderful picture. So this says Princess Bamba, Catherine, and Sophia Judithson at their debut at Buckingham Palace, 1894.
So this for Sophia is a wonderful occasion, and she's worked really hard to bring herself up to scratch for this debut. She's nervous about it, but she has worked hard. But the other 2, they could not care less. They absolutely loathe everything about it, and they only do it for Sophia's sake. They love their little sister very, very much. These 3 are very, very close. But they know that it's not going to open any doors for them because they are pretty anti-British. But for Sapphire, she will spend the next 10 years of her life becoming the most pointless person on the planet, as far as I'm concerned. She goes to every party. She revels in her new status as being this sort of pin-up. The newly created women's magazines are just coming out at about this time in the late 1890s.
Pictures of her surrounded by animals, hounds
Yes.
and kennels.
Because she wins crafts. She wins what is the sort of, the predecessor to Crufts, what will become Crufts. She breeds either teeny tiny dogs or very, very big dogs. So it's like Pomeranians or Borzoi, and she has a huge amount of success with them. She also gets into newspapers and magazines for being an exceptional horsewoman, very good rider. She scandalizes the public in a way that delights her because she's one of the first women to ride a bicycle in public at a time when that wasn't acceptable.
And she smokes.
I went through her receipts, William, and it was just glorious. There was this box at the British Library which hadn't really been touched, and the amount this woman spent on importing verbena talc and these very extraordinarily expensive cigarettes from Egypt and Cairo was hilarious. And you just sort of got a picture of somebody who was, really quite... I was like a Kardashian of her day, is the way I put it before, but really who revelled in that kind of attention.
And the first photograph in your book, taken in 1900, has this incredibly glamorous picture of her dressed in a sort of, is it a sari or is it both a dress and a sari? It's not quite a conventional sari, is it?
It's an approximation as close as they could get to a sari. But, at that point, I think that's a really important picture because she looks very beautiful in it. Yeah.
Hung with jewels and all the kind of glories of the Sikh treasuries.
The jewels that didn't belong to her father because they were all taken, but they're the jewels of Rani Jindal, who we mentioned in the Koh-i-Noor chapter.
Ranjit Singh's last wife. Yeah.
Ranjit Singh's last wife, her grandmother, who sneaked out some of the jewels which came to her. Otherwise, none of those jewels would have
and
come
these
to
are
her.
no small jewels. These are enormous, gorgeous Mughal-style bracelets, buzzer buns, armlets, and a sort of wonderful, sort of almost a tiara of pearls hanging around her forehead.
Yeah, but she puts on her Indianness like a fancy dress costume at that time because she doesn't feel Indian. She doesn't speak the language. She doesn't know anything really. I mean, she knows the stories about Jindal and she knows the stories about Lahore from her father when they were very small. But, that's been a long time ago. And she feels utterly British. And she feels very loyal. So Catherine often cautions her that, why? Because Catherine's about to leave with Lena Schaefer, the tutor, and go and live a lovely life until old age in Kassel in Germany. But before she goes, she says, what, Saf, they call her Saf, you cannot trust these people. You cannot trust these people. They've done so much harm to us. And Bambo is just, what she says is just so filled with venom that it's, just not even recorded in Sapphires' diary. But she argues with her sister and says, you can't judge people like that. You cannot just write off a people like that. Sapphire's quite comfortable, but then something happens, which changes everything.
This is the Delhi Durbar of 1903.
So the Delhi Durbar is the party. And for party girl, Sapphire Dilip Singh, it is the thing that she has to go to because everybody's going. Every single person she knows is going.
Every Maharaja, every Nawab, every minor Thakur, everyone is going to go to Delhi and see this extraordinary sort of mock Mughal Durbar.
And London's going to empty out for it. I mean, everybody's beating a path to go and find a place under canvas from London as well. So all of the people that she socialises with, and she is this, she's still styled Princess Sapphire, and they know that she's the Maharaja's daughter. But they can't go, they don't get an invitation. So Bamba, who is the really feisty older sister, she's not having this, and she regularly goes to war with the government about everything, including, where they sit in the chapel, the royal chapel. She is what we'd call a green ink letter writer. So she writes, saying, what about our invitation? Where's our invitation? Can we have an invitation? Where's our invitation? And everyone ignores them, just completely ignores them. It's understood that the boys can't go. They are banned from going, lest they stir up some kind of rebellion. But no one's really thought about the girls. So no one just bothers to answer until this letter writing gets to such an irritating level that the Secretary of State for India says, oh, it's a bit late now. Sorry, just found your letters, your 6 million letters. But it's a bit late. We can't really arrange for the kind of protocols that would be needed to welcome you sufficiently. So sorry about that.
Something tells me this isn't going to put them off.
No, they are brilliant because they go, oh, it's far from being despondent. They say, well, he didn't say no. He just said not yet. So let's go. And they go on different ships.
In disguise?
No, I think they were down on their names were down, but they were so thought to be so unimportant that nobody really took any notice. And so they pitch up in India. They go to Lahore. For the older girls, it confirms everything that they already knew. For Sophia, this is a huge awakening because she sees everything that her father lost. She also sees, statues to her godmother, Queen Victoria, but nothing to her father, nothing to her grandfather. And for the first time, she faces racism. Because she might be the big I am in London. She's nothing. She's another brown face in India.
This is a very common thing, isn't it? And it's that Gandhi gets this, that Indians are very rare in Britain at this point and have a sort of exotic value. And also the British in Britain are quite excited by this. But the colonial British, whether it's in South Africa or whether it's in India, are steeped in imperial racism. So you get Gandhi, who's lauded in London and made a great fuss of and seen as this very exciting figure, arrives in South Africa and he's thrown out of a first-class carriage in America. Similarly with Sophia.
Oh, she and her sister are treated abysmally on a train where they have a first-class ticket, and they're allowed to travel on a first-class train, and yet the guard doesn't believe that they should be where they are, and treats them with an appalling disregard. Which, Bamba says that's just par for the course. She's the first one out to India, but Sophia just finds it hideous. And while they're also in India, something else very amazing happens. That she gets a political conscience. She suddenly sees people starving. This is on the back of another failed harvest. So she sees people emaciated with hunger. She travels through Punjab, which is the very thing that the British didn't want them to do. And she sees people throwing themselves at her feet when they hear who she is, that she's the Maharaja's daughter, that she's Ranjit Singh's cub, she's the granddaughter of the Lion of Punjab. And they keep telling her, tell us what to do. Tell us what to do. You just tell us anything and we'll do it for you. We'll rise up. You just tell us what to do. And she's so astonished by this. She says, why do they care? Why do they care so much? And she hears this other voice. She falls in with the nationalists as well. Her sister is quite openly
anti-British. Rabbi, who's a very important early nationalist.
And Gopal Krishna Gokhale, who we've spoken about a lot.
He turns up as well. He's the person that connects Jinnah and Gandhi and Sophia.
And everybody else. Yeah, so there is a momentous talk that is going on in Lahore. Gopal Krishna Gokhale, who we've spoken about before, who's the mild-mannered, let's not use violence to get the British to give us some of our powers back, nationalist leader. And they've got Lala Lajpat Rai, who also has the name given to him, the Lion of Punjab. First time after Ranjit Singh, someone is deemed worthy of that title, and it's Lajpat Rai, who says, by force, if necessary, get them out. So these two have fallen out, these two nationalist leaders have fallen out bitterly. And for the first time, they are going to do a speech together in Lahore. And the girls happen to be there. So they are desperate to go and listen to him. It's going to be a thing. It's going to be a thing. Everyone's buzzing in the city. This is going to be a massive thing. And they turn up, and to Sophia's horror, how they still do it to you. VIPs in India are ushered to the front and put on the stage. I mean, it seems like a great honor, but it's the worst place to sit because you can't hear anything or see anything. But everyone can see you. So they're ushered to the front. And they see this momentous thing where first Gokhale does his speech and then Lala Lajpat Rai does his absolute firebrand speech, and it breaks Sophia. She suddenly understands, what has been done to these people and how angry they are and how, the injustice. And she writes about it for the first time. Now, how did I not know any of this?
So just like her father, it's a trajectory starting off very much embraced by Queen Victoria, brought inside, given presents, given love. And then suddenly something happens in middle life. And she becomes changed. Every thing of her life changes from this point.
Yeah, and because of her, it's a really amazing thing that Gopal Krishna Gokhale and Lala Lajpat Rai both go and see her together. They go and see her together in Lahore, saying we just need to see the lion's child and pay our respects.
And she actually throws a murder party in Shalimar Gardens.
Yes, she gets to Shalimar Gardens, she blocks it all off. Brilliant. So that she can throw a party. I mean, so they still are accorded this enormous status in Lahore, where they are the royal family. Anyway, so from having some sort of fallen in love with Lajpat Rai and the nationalists, who are shouting again and again, Avaz do, give us a voice in politics, give us a voice. It's on the voyage home that she hears in the telegram that Lala Lajpat Rai has been arrested and beaten and put in prison. And it is on that voyage that she suddenly turns from somebody who loved being part of Britain to somebody who then says, you are my foes, you are my enemies, you are the monsters, I hate you. And she comes back to Britain. Unlike her father, though, that doesn't last very long. For her father, it consumes him, and it leaves him dead on the floor of a hotel. But for Sophia, it lasts as long as the voyage lasts, and she comes back to Britain, and then she hears that same voice, Avaz do, in English, give us a voice, but it's coming from the suffragettes. And she suddenly feels at home. She's got a cause now.
Just before we go plunge down into the suffragettes rabbit hole, let's just finish up the national story. So in 1909, she's actually present at the farewell party for Gandhi. Gandhi, is, as a young man, a lawyer in London, is leaving for South Africa.
Yeah, so she's there. She's like the Where's Wally of historical narrative. It was getting a bit beyond a joke at one point. I just thought she cannot possibly be there. And then you'd find like supporting evidence. Oh, no, she was there too. Yeah. Do
we know how she heard of Gandhi?
What the frustrating thing is that she was the repository for her family's letters. So we have all of the family's letters, but her letters were all lost. So we don't know what she said about that particular day. We also know that she met, through Atiya Hussain, who was a great travel writer, if anyone's interested in another great woman of Pakistani heritage. Atiya Hussain met her as well. But we only know about that because we've got Atiya Hussain's writings, but we lost hers. So that's a deep frustration. Anyone listening to this who's got some letters in their attic, just, get in touch.
Hold on to them.
Yeah.
So, the last phase of her life, 1909, 1910, she joins what will become the suffragettes. So they're not called that yet.
Yeah, so there's already a split in approach. The WSPU of Emmeline Pankhurst and Millicent Fawcett, the suffragists, who are much more about political negotiation and putting political pressure on the powers that be to get women a vote. And Emmeline Pankhurst, who are fed up of asking nicely. And Sophia throws herself into the more militant wing. So first of all, she starts by fundraising for them, so giving a great deal of money herself, whatever she has for a stipend.
Gives a horse and cart to...
Horse and cart, because that would be useful. But also, she then starts... and Emmeline very quickly realises that this is a propaganda bomb. Victoria's now not on the throne at this time. It's Edward who's on the throne at this time. But she realises to have Queen Victoria's godchild, who lives at Hampton Court Palace. One thing I skipped over is that Queen Victoria, after their debut in Buckingham Palace, wants to look after spies, so gives her a grace and favour at Hampton Court. She lives at Hampton Court. And bizarrely, around other people who have grace and favour apartments, who all were awarded them for the work they did against the Indians during the mutiny. So she's surrounded by people. No wonder Bamba and Catherine want to peel their skin off, but Sophia's quite happy to be in these places. But for the others, they're surrounded by people who hate them. Anyway,
inverted commas, heroes of the mutiny.
Indeed, and that really bugs them.
So, and this is the point where we have this picture that started you on your journey. She goes outside Hampton Court and she starts selling suffragette.
It's deliberately embarrassing. Yeah, and actually, the suffragettes, in times after 1911, 1912, are stepping up their actions and becoming more and more militant. They're setting fire to things. They're setting fire to trains. They bomb Lloyd George's summer house. They are threatening to slash portraits and pictures and set fire to things. So the whole, the picture gallery at Hampton Court is closed down. All the cafes and things are now loose and trade because people aren't coming to Hampton Court anymore. And they have this woman to look at every day and blame. Does she care? No. She drives press carts through London. This is a thing that the suffragettes used to do, which was for, again, press attention. To drive these carts and sell the suffragette newspaper, and they would park up at places like Drury Lane, where they would be pelted with bottles, the slightly well-oiled folk men who came out from the theatres, and they would have standoffs, and they would do it on purpose to get attention. And Sophia not only went on these press card drives, she drove the cars. So there are pictures in the book of her, again, in her minks and her ridiculous hats, driving a press card through London. She gives very good hat.
So all this reaches a climax on the 18th of November 1910, when the suffragettes march on Parliament.
Yeah, so this is known as Black Friday now. Before, Black Friday used to mean a pointless rush to the shops to get cut price high buys. It actually meant something. Black Friday was the closest that women had got to getting the vote in. And there was a bill that was passing through Parliament. The Prime Minister at the time was a man called Asquith, who was very liberal in so many ways, but in this had a blind spot. He thought that if women got the vote, the Conservatives would always be in power, that they were by nature Conservative, so did not want to give them the vote. And so he cuts the time this bill has to pass. And so he's basically suffocating it in its cradle. And Emmeline and her suffragettes, the WSP, get to hear about this a few days before it happens, and they call an extraordinary meeting at the Albert Hall. And she says, this is what I think is going to happen. And if it does, we are going to march on Parliament, and we are going to hammer down the door, and we are going to make Asquith explain himself to us. Who is with me? And this place is filled to the rafters with suffragettes. And the cries go, I am with you, I am with you, I am with you. And one of the first to stand up is Sophia, who is now, one of their rock star suffragettes. So there is an ordinance, because the Home Secretary at the time, a man you might have heard of, called Winston Churchill.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it. Whatever happened to him.
I'm going to listen to the rest of history to hear
Yes, they've done a very good one on the young Winston. But anyway, there's a slightly older Winston 2.0. And he's decided that he's sick of these women clogging up the judicial system and the courts. So he's passing this ordinance that if they march en masse, they can just be arrested and picked up, so they can't clog things up with their protests and shut down roads and just make a nuisance of themselves. So women in groups of more than 12 are not allowed to march. So what Emmeline does is she calls another meeting at Caxton Hall, and she says on this Black Friday, and she says, right, we are going to march in groups of 12 at 5 to 10 minutes intervals. So they can't pick us up until we get there, and then we're all there together, and we will tear the place apart. And the first group she takes are the rock stars. So it's her, it is Dorinda Nelligan, who is an absolute pioneer in girls' education in this country. Ada Wright's not in the first group, but the Right Honourable Evelina Haverfield is, who is riding a horse with a whip and a gun in her pocket. She's absolutely known and has been arrested. These women have been arrested numerous times. There is Elizabeth Garrett Anderson, Britain's first woman doctor and first woman mayor, is in this group. There is Mrs. Saul Solomon, who's married to a great statesman from the Cape, who is there. And they are marching in the first group. And as they march, and the place, by the way, Parliament Square, which I know very, very well, is filled with people, because this is pre-TV, so you want to get your jollies, you go out in person. And the suffragettes always flag what they're going to do in the papers before, so they say they're going to do this, tear the place apart. And so the place is just filled with bystanders. And also policemen in plain clothes, and also people from an American ship, sailors from an American ship who just on shore leave, and they want to see what happens. So the place is rammed. So the crowds part for Emmeline and her group, and they get to St. Stephen's Gate, and they think, well, this is going well, we're fine. And then they are what we would call kettled by the gate.
What does that mean?
It means that a line of police officers stand in front of them, so they can't move, and they are pinned to the gate. They can't go forward, they can't go back, and they are forced to watch as group after group of suffragettes arrives, and then they are just set upon by police on horses with buttons, by plainclothes police officers, and by members of the public. So they are, women are picked up and thrown into crowds saying, do what you want to these.
In your wonderful book, there is a front page of the Daily Mirror where there's a photograph over the whole of the front page, and it says, violent scenes at Westminster, where many suffragettes were arrested while trying to force their way into the House of Commons. And you've got a woman on the ground, Ada Wright, and there are kind of three plainclothes policemen, a guy in a top hat standing over her, maybe kicking her. I think the policeman's kicking her. And it's violence. It's real mob violence.
It's state-sanctioned violence, well, because the directive has come out that don't arrest them, just tie them out. So there are police officers who are meant to be, sort of custodians of law and order, who are picking up women and slamming them against walls and against the tarmac and against the pavement, I should say. And the whole idea is that they'll get tired.
How do you live in Kent? Hello? Hi. I really enjoyed that. Bonding with the audience. I had wonderful. Okay.
Walk away. Well, these are suffragettes. You don't mess with suffragettes because they don't go away. They don't back down. They get up again, and then they're thrown down again, and they get up again. And Sophia, who is, by the way, I'm no giant. I'm 5'2". I've got pretty small hands, but her hands are smaller than mine, and I know this because I've tried on her gloves. And she's tiny. She manages. She's watching by the gate, and Emily is screaming at the gate, just arrest them, for God's sake, arrest them. But there are no arrests, and they're just watching this carnage. Sexual violence is a real thing this day, where women's clothes are being ripped, the hands are going up skirts. The kind of testimony I've gone through, it's horrifying, and it's one of the worst parts of researching this book. I found it deeply upsetting. Anyway, Emmeline is screaming. The others are screaming. They can't get out. But little Sophia is small enough to get through the kettle. And she is driven out into this mob.
Ducks underneath the arms of the policeman.
Yeah, and it's because she sees this woman who she does not know, who's being repeatedly slammed against the floor. And she shoves her tiny little self in between this police officer and this woman and body checks them off. And for him, it's like swatting a fly, but he knows her because this is a woman who's been in all the magazines and the newspapers. It is like having, if not Kate Middleton, Pippa Middleton springing up in a riot. You know her.
Meghan Markle.
Or Meghan Markle. Yeah, you know her. So this police officer drops the woman and tries to disappear in the crowd. And most of us would think, hey, we won that. Not Sophia. She chases him down in through the mob, going, show me your number. Because the policemen covered up their numbers. And so, you have to have your numbers on your epaulets. She's like, show me your number, show me your number. It's only when she gets the number V700 that she then backs on. She's buffeted and buffeted around like all the women. The women are then finally, after 5.5 hours, roughly, fighting with the police and bystanders. By the way, all the MPs are kind of like hanging out of the windows and on the railings watching. So finally arrests are made, but no one is charged because having this testimony go through the courts will be a nightmare. Sophia pursues a case against V700, not because anything that happens to her or anyone who hits her, but because of this one suffragette. And in the end, I saw this one piece of paper, the moment when you get chills when you found something. And it just, it was her escalating the matter and not giving up, and it just letter after letter. And then suddenly there was this thing, and you could see the pressure of the pencil, send no more reply to her. And it was signed W.S.C. Winston Spencer Churchill. And I thought, she got up everyone's nose. That's amazing.
And she does get everyone's nose. George V says, have we no hold on her? And she tries to throw herself under Asquith's car.
Yeah, she tries to throw herself at the car of the Prime Minister. She numerous times tries to get arrested. She gets picked up, but she never gets to have a moment in prison and do the hunger strike, which is what she really wants, like her sister suffragettes. And then war breaks out. And most of the suffragettes put down their rocks, put down their weapons, and they get behind the war effort. And never was that true for Sophia. Despite everything that's happened, she gets behind the war effort. And she raises money for Indian troops who are among the first to be sent out to the trenches because they don't have the right boots and coats. But she also goes to work in Brighton as a nurse to nurse the broken bodies that are coming back from the front. And then this is the weirdest story. She's such a film star. So these sort of like Punjabi, a lot of Punjabi soldiers wake up in these hospitals and they open their eyes and they see, first of all, the first woman they've seen for ages and the first brown woman they've seen for ages. And then they find out she's the Ranjit Singh granddaughter. They think they're high on opium and they beg her for some proof because their family won't believe them. Somehow she manages to procure hundreds of tiny ivory mirrors and signs them like a film star, saying, no, it was me, I was here.
And there are pictures in your book, extraordinary pictures of one-legged, wounded Sikh soldiers with their turbans on early versions of wheelchairs and sort of reclining sofas on the lawns of the Brighton Pavilion. And indeed the Brighton Pavilion itself, filled with starched bed sheets and lines of neatly arranged beds, with all the patients arranged almost on parade inside the Brighton Pavilion.
It's an extraordinary time, and it's a time when she puts ego to one side and rolls up her sleeves and tries to help. She becomes this woman who just always tries to help, which is why I just have so much respect for her. And what's
raising money for warm clothes and huts for Indian soldiers in the trenches.
She tries to get the Metropolitan Police to lend her an elephant from London Zoo, so she marches on Oxford Street and collect money. She's like bonkers. But she also does this one sad thing while she's treating the Indian soldiers, is that she doesn't speak her own language. So she has to talk to the white nurses who've come back from Raj and say, can you translate this for me? And can they translate it back? Because she doesn't even speak her own language, which is painful.
There's a very poignant note in the last chapter of your book when you talk about her Who's Who entry in 1934. She just has one interest. She puts
just one line: the advancement of women.
So that's her final cause.
I mean, there's so much more, and her story ends in sadness. But I'll just leave you with this: she never has a family, even though she's completely loving and giving. But after, it's actually sort of, World War One, she loses her direction after the war because, the suffragette battle is won, I suppose. In 1928, there is the representation of women. They're allowed to vote. But it's World War II that, again, gives her what she has never had, which is a family. She takes in evacuee children and she looks after them and she becomes a mother to them. That's her first time at feeling maternal. And the reason I know all of it as much as I know, I mean, the smell of her, the look of her, and this is just how I always like to end this, is because I spoke to people who knew her. I spoke to the evacuee children. I spoke to the goddaughter. I spoke to the maid who worked for her at Hampton Court. And that is how close that history is, a time when women didn't have the vote, a time when they had to fight like that for the vote here in Britain.
As I said at the beginning, the extraordinary way the story connects things that we think of as almost ancient history, like the Second Anglo-Sikh War and Chile and Wallabaga, all those enormous battles and the Kohinoor in 1849 coming to England, all that sort of thing. And then at the end of her story, you're meeting people who actually knew her.
Yeah.
It's that recent.
Yeah, absolutely. And, she died sadly, sort of pen in Buckinghamshire. She didn't have enough money to heat Faraday House, her place in Hampton Court anymore. So she lived a quiet life. But she was remembered with so much love by the people I spoke to. So, real hero, I think.
Oh, what a wonderful book. I'm just going to end this by saying, anyone listening to this, please go out now and buy Sophia, Princess, Suffragette, Revolutionary by Anita Arnold. Which is the most wonderful, extraordinary, and unlikely story you will read ever.
It's been a pleasure being a guest on your podcast.
Thank you, Anita. From me, William Durham-Paul.
And from me to me, Anita Arnold. Hello and welcome to Empire with me, Anita Arnold.
And me, William Durham-Paul. In this episode of Empire, we have our very own Anita Arnold to talk about her astonishing prize-winning book, The Patient Assassin, which won a prize I've been trying to get and failed. I've been shortlisted 3 times, never got it.
Pretty much the only prize you have not won. Please give me this.
Filchman Prize, which is the big pen history prize. And no book has ever deserved to win this prize more, because it is an absolute model for how to write history, which is both deeply researched and archivally astonishing, but also which reads like a thriller. I remember reading it full of envy and admiration a couple of years ago when it came out. The Patient Assassin.
Well, it's funny because we were on a book tour when I kept hiving off to do research, and I kept disappearing. So we were mysterious. We were on a book tour of India for Kohinoor, and we happened to be in the Punjab, and I just kept going, Willie, I'll be back in 3 days, because I was going through archives and boxes of papers.
And you were at that point, you were not talking about what you were doing, so I don't know what you were up to, these little experiences, but you had a very smug look on your face when you came back each time as your story began to form. And perhaps the best place to start is to ask why this story means so much to you personally.
So it was a story I never wanted to write, because it's difficult, it's complicated, and it's hideously painful, but it's kind of entwined in my family history, which is what this podcast is about, in a way, isn't it? It's how much of modern history is informed by what has happened in the past. So, I mean, I always grew up with the story that my grandfather, who I never met, he died fairly young, he was in Jallianwala Bagh. So I grew up with this story that the massacre in Jallianwala Bagh in 1919, if you listen to the podcast of Kim Wagner, we went into great detail about what happened there. 1,650 fired and 20 fired thousands of people.
Which completely changed every Indian's attitude to the world. Some people still had an Indian feeling that it was something they could live with,
and work with,
even was benign.
Yeah.
And after this, both Gandhi and Nehru, and also Tagore, all decided that they had to dedicate their lives to getting rid of the British.
So, I mean, history is made up of the stories of ordinary people, right? So, one of those ordinary people in that garden on that day was my grandfather, who was this lanky kid. My grandfather. So my grandfather had 4 boys, and one of them was, as we like to call him, the gift from God, very late in life, twilight baby, my dad. So there was a huge age gap between him and his next brother. But my grandfather at the time, in 1919, was this lanky teenager. Depending on which member of my family, because no one ever wrote anything down in the olden days in India, he was about 17 or 19 years old when this happened.
And what was he up to in Jallianwala? Why was he there?
He wasn't political. So he was just this kid from the mountains. If you know the geography of India, on the border with Afghanistan is a very mountainous, wild area. And that's the northwest frontier, which is where my father's family all hailed from. A place called Calabar.
Kipling used to romanticize the frontiersmen as these incredibly noble, brave, also treacherous,
right.
Pashtuns or Pathans.
So my family, by sensibility, more Pathan than they are Punjabi on my dad's side. So you grew up with that Kipling story. I grew up with a story of my family who are ethnically Hindu, seeing those camel trains of Pathans coming over, taking their wares. And at one point when my grandmother apparently was very pregnant with her first child, and my grandfather, then, this is sort of skipping forward, is very ill in Lahore, the only person my great-grandmother would trust her with was a Pathan who would take her safely to see my then grandfather. And because he wouldn't ride on the pannier out of respect, so he walked that entire distance to Lahore from Gulabagh, just holding his arm on the other pannier so that he didn't have to dishonour her by riding on the same thing. So we had a very different impression of Pathans growing up. Anyway, so my grandfather's 1919 was either 19 or 17, depending on who you talk to. But he was sent down to the big city, to Amritsar, to go and buy sewing machine parts, because that was their job. They used to buy European sewing machines, refurb them, and sell them on at profit. So this was a big deal. It was like this big visit to a big
slope. I still remember those in the sewing machines. The Jerseys were peering over them and looking at them.
They make them last for decades. I mean, this is a very, very question. So he comes to, I mean, if you heard Kim's edition of the podcast, there has been trouble in Amritsar. It has died down within 24 hours, and we have had 2 hours of peace. And we've got this oncoming event called Vaisakhi. which is the harvest festival. And it is the time when deals are made. Millers and dealers come into the city, and that's what my little lanky grandfather was coming to do. So he is in the garden on the day of the massacre, and
with his sewing machine perhaps?
No, he hasn't got them yet. So this is really pivotal. He was trying to get his sewing machine. So he meets two friends who are an ex sort of from the mountains who settled in a big state. And he says to his mates, look, I've got to go and meet this sewing machine guy to pay him some money. Can you just keep my food warm and I'll be right back? And he goes to the main market, the market, and let's say he passes an armed column, which turns out to be Dyer's column. But he doesn't know what it is because he's not from the city. He thinks this is what always happens. And the next he knows that there has been firing in the place that he was sitting just minutes before.
And are his friends okay?
He doesn't find. So the thing that is why this story haunts him, I didn't watch Light of the Year, is that I think this actually destroyed him because he runs away. So instead of running back to the garden to try and see if his friends are okay, he hides because the soldiers are on the streets. There is wailing sweeping through Hall Market. People are screaming. They're trying to get in to get to their loved ones. There's no medical aid there, so people are bleeding to death on the other side of this walled tenement. He hides. And it's only the next day when curfew is over, because it's curfew declared, no medical aid, that he goes and he finds his twins are dead. So the place where he was sitting had remained there. And I would be here doing this now. So, it's a massive part of our family history.
But I think I've also heard you say that you partly wrote this book also because not only was this a big part of your personal history, but it's also an episode which has been so mythologized. It's very difficult to get to the truth. And you were determined to try and find evidence. Or not only your grandfather, but the most famous story in India, little known here, about
Udham Singh. So Udham Singh literally translates. Udham means the upheaval. That's a word in Hindi. The upheaval Singh is what his name is. And if in India, yes, the upheaval lion, the upheavaling lion. But if you go to India, everyone knows his name. If you go to Punjab, often they will have pictures of him, another Malcolm Bhagat Singh, who is another revolutionary. They're very handsome, very, very handsome, very erudite revolutionary, but sort of, really designed conflict. And Dalip Singh, who's this Maharaja, the last Sikh Maharaja, Punjab, who was sent out by the British, who did a podcast on.
This was in a sense the past not static. These were the people that were not static. These were not after non-violence. These people that thought the only language the British understand is bombs and guns. Gandhi's philosophy of we will pile our bodies high, and when they're high enough, the British will understand they have to leave. They're like, no, we're not dying for this. We're going to, we'll kill, but we won't die. So Rubin seems very much of that stable, but he has been mythologized in India to this point where he doesn't resemble the man that actually existed. So first imagery, just one. They had a postage stamp that came out. They took it. It's a different man. It's a man who's standing behind Udham Singh in a group photograph, which is actually taken at the Shepherd's Bush Gurdwara in London. And they've got the wrong guy. They've got a man in a turban. Udham Singh did not wear a turban at the time that photograph was taken. You can see him in the picture. Well, this is a spectacular story. In the next few months, we're going to take you on a world that's completely unfamiliar to me, the Indian underground, which I don't mean some shady bands and nightclubs, but visits to Bolshevik Russia and Nazi Germany, gun running across the Mexican border. It's the most. It was totally unfamiliar to me. But let's begin with Udham Singh.
The birth of the upheaval. Should we do that? The birth of the upheaval. Yeah. So Udham Singh was born to nothing. He was never meant to amount to anything. He was born in a tiny place in Ceylon, which is where we were allowed to work at. This is going to Ceylon, which people don't like their belongings. But his father and mother were dirt poor. He had an older brother. Nobody ever really expected them to amount to anything or become anything. Their small holdings tiny. Their father grew little vegetables and a patch of dirt at the back of this hovel that they lived in, which I've seen now. It's been turned into a museum now. But he was not going to be anything. When he is barely 3 years old, his mother dies. And again, we've talked about this elsewhere in the podcast of the huge wave of Spanish flu. So Spanish flu plague that sweeps across Punjab at the time.
And it kills something like 12 million.
It's unfathomable.
Much more.
Yeah. So his mother disappears disappears from his life. So he's just left him and his older brother and his dad. And his dad has to earn money. He has to feed these two boys. So he becomes part of, whenever you talk about the embankment of railways, well, he becomes an employee of the railways. First of all, he tries to become employed by canal builders. So he's digging out the canals, the Durant, sort of making money, and he can keep his children close by because there's no one to look after them. And there's nobody who's willing to take them on. All of his extended family live in Hampton as well, so who's going to look after these children? And eventually he takes a job at a remote railway station where he basically mans a barrier. So all through the searing heat, all he has to do is lift the barrier, drop the barrier, lift the barrier. That's his job. Somebody has to do that job. And it's recognised. To this day in India, they do it this way. But at least he can keep his kids close to him. And, there are many apocryphal stories from this time which are patently ridiculous. There is one, I just told him that the two children, William and his brother, are tied, tethered by the waist to, a piece of string to the crossing. And there's also a goat tethered there because that's how their father gets milk to feed them. And they'll say the father leaves them for a little while to just go and do something. And a leopard, it could be a leopard or a monkey, depends who you talk to, a leopard, lion, or wolf, I think we heard, comes and little Edith, who is barely 3 years old at the time, takes either an axe or a stick or some stones, depending on who you listen to, and batters this leopard, lion, wolf, oh my, to death, which is, marks him out as the man who's got nothing. Entirely that. So, that is almost certainly garbage. We assume that, a little toddler is not going to be capable of killing a wolf, straight leopard, straight lion, whatever it is. But we do know.
Not peaceful, there are no lions in the ground. And by the 1900s, they've been wiped out everywhere except Italy.
So forget all of that. But what we do know for a fact is that their father is worried and losing money and unable to support two children. So he decides that he's going to make this pilgrimage to Amritsar. And he's going to do it at a time when it's very, very busy because he might get work. That's what we can assume. There are a lot of things we can assume because they are low caste Sikhs who have not written records. And you only know the people who knew them in Sinan, their home village. So he's on the road to Amritsar. He's hoping, some say, to get to the Golden Temple to at least pray for salvation, but he doesn't make it. He dies halfway there. And he's got these two tiny infants who sort of left behind. And it's a relative who comes and is called to take on these two children, but they can't feed them. They haven't got money, so they take them to the orphanage in Amritsar, the second city, in Punjab, after Lahore. Exactly right. And they go. This uncle of theirs bangs on this door and says, "Look, can you take these children? Because I can't look after them. No one can look after them." And the first answer, and I've been to the orphanage as well. Traipsing around India. After. Before. I only did that little bit. But they first they know. If they know they can't take him on because they've got too many children. But it's because his father worked in canals, and there's a canal kind of bond, and the guy who runs the orphanage, his father also worked in canals, and that is what happens to Vincent and his brother. They are brought up in an orphanage. In Indian mythology, they're brought up by the Golden Temple. It's not the Golden Temple. It's close enough. But Amritsar is his parents. So he grows up there with nothing but what he gets in this orphanage.
Now, in the legend, Udham Singh, like your grandfather, was in Jallianwala Bagh during the massacre. Is that something you've been able to substantiate or not?
Well, the people are adamant. The story of Udham Singh, his revenge, the birth of his revenge, is that he is a water carrier in the garden on the day of the massacre. He was talking about this. I can find nothing to substantiate that.
Would there be any? I'll tell you
what I can say. I can tell you what I can say with certainty is that he was in India. So what happens is that Udham Singh, again, this is all part of the podcast history that we've been doing, is one of those young people that signs up to fight for the British in World War I.
Because of the Basra.
So he's only held in the orphanage until he's a teen. And they keep him actually a little bit longer than they should
I
until he's about
need your
17 and a
help,
half years old, because
Your
he's
team
started
said
the
they were
only
going
relative
to
he
give
has,
me
the only
back
person
my
who he's ever loved and who
account.
knows him, who actually knows who he
I
is,
keep
dies
being sent the
in the
same
orphanage.
email.
And so he's all alone. He has to make his own money. How do you make your money? Well, there's a man called Sir Michael O'Dwyer who's running Punjab at the time. He was the Lieutenant Governor of Punjab, who's recruiting like crazy. And he's making all sorts of promises to people who sign up, saying, come back with glory, we'll come back and we'll give you land, we'll give you riches. So this kid lies about his age. He goes and he gets recruited and he gets sent to Basra, where he is an unmitigated disaster. He's useless.
Again, a little bit of context here. So this is the First World War. Huge numbers of Indian troops, particularly for the Punjab, sign up, and a lot of them are sent to the Western Front, but quite a few are sent off to the disastrous British expedition to what's now Iraq.
Yes, Mesopotamia at the time, Mesopotamia
There's a
campaign.
terrible siege in a place called Kut, which many people get killed, and then there's only marginally less disastrous engagement in Basra.
Exactly. And he's not even a fighter. He's you can assume that he's pretty young and useless because he's put him on a repair mission. So he has to repair vehicles and foods. That's his job. And because he's not carpentry, one of the only things that he has taught at the orphanage is basic letters and carpentry.
And he's quite technically adept.
He's good with his hands. By all accounts, he's good with his hands. I mean, there are sort of reports from the orphanage that he was good with his hands. He was good at that. So they as far as they're concerned, they've equipped him to get a job. He joins up and he's doing this job. He's, according to those people that knew the family, he is insubordinate. He doesn't like being told what to do. And so he is sent back in disgrace, but he doesn't come back to riches, and he doesn't come back to a hero's welcome.
Which is
what he thought he was going to get. But instead, what he comes back to is the Valentine, which we've also spoken about in previous podcasts, where there is even more draconian treatment. And so, was he in the garden? I don't know, and I think maybe not. But I think we can say that he was in India because at the time, if you go forward 20 years and he does the act that makes him notorious or immortal in India, the British try everything they can to try and place him somewhere else, not in Punjab, and they can't. So, there's secret documents and those wonderful IPI borders, the Indian Police Intelligence Service, where they are desperately trying to place him in any other country other than India, and they can't. All they can say is we can't say with certainty that he was in the garden. Right. So I don't know. Only he knows. But some people think he knows.
So this brings him into contact after John Mullabug, after the massacre. Everyone now is telling
your fucking platform.
It seems surprising to us that anyone would be for it in the first place, but many were. But after John Mullabug, the British were regarded as murderers. They've broken their word. They've killed these people. He, however, does not sign up with Gandhi and the non-violent brigade. He joins something called the Ghadar group.
So initially he tries, but they won't have him. Nobody will take him seriously. Near illiterate. He can read and write, but not much else. He's deeply unimpressive. So he's kind of a leaflet boy for a while after the massacre. He's running around. He's doing one school field, which I'm sort of charmed by because I suppose maybe it's because I understand about survivors being shocking. My grandfather, we sort of left it. But I think that episode, what happened at General, kind of ate him alive. He was taciturn after that, never spoke, didn't want to talk about it. And he went blind very early in life. He was right with him. He said, "Just do not. I don't want your pity. God saved me that day. It's only right you take payment. It's only right you take the right payment." So survivor's guilt is a terrible thing. So if one believes one strand of the story, which is that Rhythm had come back from the war, is deeply choosed on, and is delivering letters and leaflets for the Ghadars, desperately trying to be something. And he's the reason that some people go to the garden. That's a great deal of guilt.
I don't think it's the Ghadar movement. Because again, we're brought up on the film Gandhi. These guys are sort of in the corner. Making sort of muttering remarks about Gandhi. Were there a major force?
Numerically, no, but actually, potency-wise, yes. And so they all stem from largely from the idealism of a man called Hardayar, who comes to get back to Europe. And, Britain is faced with terrible racism, and sort of feels like he is a necessary human, even though he's a man of intellect and proud, and then just decides, hang on a minute, this doesn't feel right. How is it that Indians are treated so poorly in their own country? He's touring around Europe at the time. He spends a lot of time in France, where they're not having any truck with, British Empire, and he goes back, and he is, he's going to be hanged if he goes back to India. So he goes to America, and San Francisco becomes the headquarters of the Gather movement. So the Gather movement, they have this.
This is just like, this is the kind of 1920s equivalent to, I suppose, Al Qaeda, in the sense that it's something which is international, which is running guns, which is embracing a military resistance, and it's also investigating bomb building.
Interesting that you should say Al Qaeda, because to others it's the Rebel Alliance from Star Wars, it's the Jedi Knights. It depends on what's really. But another man's. These guys are used in They're terrorists. And what they are? They're completely unapologetic about what their aims are. They have as their masthead, what do we believe in? Gather, which means revolution. How do we do it with guns and violence? They're very frank about it. So that is who Egan aspires to be, because they're the tough guys.
We're going to have to take a break now, but we'll be straight back and we'll see where Udham Singh goes next. Welcome back to the Empire Podcast. I am William Darrington, and I'm talking to my wonderful Anita Anand, my co-presenter, about her award-winning book, The Patient Assassin. When we left, we were at the moment when Udham Singh has joined the revolutionary Gather movement.
He's basically a boot boy. He's desperate, but nobody's taking him seriously. He wants to be something. He wants to be a man. He wants to be the big man around town, and he's nothing.
And like many Punjabis trying to make themselves, he goes abroad.
So he is actually extraordinarily well-travelled by the end of his life. So he can't really be taken seriously by the Gathers. They don't really want to know. They give him leaflets, so they don't trust him with anything else. So instead, somebody says, look, you're going to starve to death if you don't get a job. Go and work on the railways. The British are building railways in Africa, in East Africa, in Uganda. Go, you'll get money there. You have to sign a contract. You have to stay there for a number of years, but you get paid well.
It should be an early form of indentured labour.
Well, he doesn't know that when he signs up. Again, it's like joining the army. He doesn't know. But what he does find, he finds terrible hard work there. They call it the lunatic line, by the way. It is this long stretch of railway that stretches from Kenya to Uganda. And people die. A lot of Indians die on this railway. Some are eaten by lions, most are taken by disease. They're treated horrifically.
Are they just Indians in these labour gangs, or is it a mixture of Black African and in movies in America who seems to be Chinese workers?
Yeah, they're a mix, but the Indians are in their own sort of encampments, and the Indians are working on stretches of their own. And inadvertently, what they've done, because they're mistreated, they're so mistreated, these people, they become revolutionary fighters. So it's the first time we actually get some kind of notion that there is an international struggle going on. He's in East Africa. And in East Africa, someone says, if you really want to be a revolution, if you really, really want to fight this, you've got to go to America, because that's where the governors are. Go to where they are, lot. Go to America. That is what he does.
It's not an easy thing to leave a railway work gang and suddenly take us off to California.
No, well, it's a circuitous route that he does it. It's unbelievable. Action is unbelievable, and I completely understand why people want to turn this into a drama, because if you wrote it as a fictional script, because they go away about something more believable. So he goes back to Sinam, and he wraps up all of his affairs, and he tells his uncle, who's living still in the village of his father's birth, look, I'm going to do something, I'm going to be something. But how? Exactly, how is he going to do it? He doesn't know. But Udham Singh, it becomes very clear, is a very charming, very charismatic, limpet of a man. So he finds out that there is a young boy called Udham Singh, who is from a neighbouring village, who has a scholarship to go to America. He's very bright, and he fastens onto him and says, I'll be his chaperone, I'll take him. But this guy, Udham Singh, needs to get paperwork from London first, so he does this weird circuit where he goes to London, which eventually will be the place that makes it. And he's with Wilkinson. They're trying to get paperwork. They fail to get the paperwork because they're stuck in a nightmare of bureaucracy. Anyone who's been trying to go over to Dover lately, it's a walk in the park compared to what they went. So they try to get in illegally. So they meet people at the Shepherd's Bush Gurdwara here in London. They say, you know what, stop trying to ask for an official application. He's got the place, sneak him through Mexico. And that's what they do.
So it's escorting this other character.
Slightly bemused young kid who worships him, by the way, who thinks he's everything to him.
And he goes off Mexico.
Yeah, and Mexico is a really interesting place in the 1920s. Well, it is.
This is what the first decade.
Yeah, so maybe we're talking about 20 years after Butch Cassidy and the Wild West. Oh no, it's still sheriffs and it's bosses and it's guns and horses. And they go to Juarez, and they then from Juarez try and get to El Paso, which then is the crossing point to get into America. And we can say
there's no Trumpian character.
it's the beginning. It's the nascent beginning, and I've got it in the book of the arts. So it's the first time they're setting up offices on the border with El Paso to stop people from passing through. So they definitely don't want him and Freetham across the border. Even if Freetham has got letters from his professor, there's a wonderful set of documents I've had from Professor Riggs in Michigan, who keeps saying, look, he's my student, please let him through, and they won't let him through. He's trying everything to get him through and can't get him through. So what Witham does, and this is actually the mark of who he is, and now it's controversial, but I there's some things about him appalling, and his ease with which he uses people around him, I find very appealing. So Witham saying Freetham, because Freetham's now, in the legal slipstream of his professor Riggs is trying to get him across. Witham's not waiting. He's underground Indians, and by the way, this is at a time in the 1920s when a man called Hemen Roy is in Mexico, founding the Communist Party in Mexico. A close, sort of associate of Lenin, who flies over and attends meetings with Lenin. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't. He's one of the few people that doesn't cross through this story. But Witham crosses the border and gets into America without Freetham.
Underground. So I mean, at night.
Yeah, it's like proper mules taking people over in the shadows as they do even today. But he washes up in America. No, you are actually lovely. But sort of in America, what is to me strawberries? This is still a kid from Europe. This is still the really rough-edged kid from Punjab. And now, in America, learns to walk with a straight back. He goes to sort of Santa Claus. He reinvents himself. So he starts to learn English. He starts to walk with a swagger. He starts to wear Western clothes. There are places where there are lines through cities, particularly in California, where the fruit pickers and Mexicans are on one side, and also increasingly Indians are coming over because they're farmers.
From Butch Cassidy to the Grapes of Wrath.
Exactly that. Fruit pickers and Mexicans and Indians and a lot of Punjabis, farmers who come over actually to come and work in the fields and work on the trees and the harvest.
And Witham does three things. He gets himself a new name, he gets himself a new job, and he gets himself a girlfriend.
Well, he gets himself a girlfriend. He actually takes on a number of names, and this is going to be a hallmark of his life from this point onwards. Is that he lives in various different places, and everyone thinks he lives with them. So he's a man for all seasons. He disappears into the white bits of town. So he's one of the few people who drinks in sort of white establishments, wears sort of suits, and he falls in love quite right with a Mexican woman called Lupe. Now, again, I have no idea. I mean, I'll let you cast it. But you see, the thing again is with Lupe, there is a woman who loves him and who he marries. And if you believe some of the data, he's actually very handsome. I mean, there are pictures of him in his youth, which are in the book. He's the right picture of the right. I mean, just look. I mean, that's a picture on the front of one of the early editions of the book.
And he just showed me the cover of her book. We have a man who looks rather like a more handsome person, Charlie Chaplin.
Charlie Chaplin and Omar Sharif had a baby. This is their baby. So handsome and dashing. But there was a thing in America where Indians were not allowed to own land, but Mexicans were. So a lot of Punjabi men would have married Mexican women so that they could own land.
And his new name is nothing to do with India at all. What I'm saying has become?
Well, he becomes Frank Brazil, Puerto Rican. And he becomes Frank Brazil. I mean, you could say he becomes Frank Brazil so that his life will be easier.
Sounds like a stage name.
Yeah, but actually, in all probability, it's because now he has made contact in California with the Guthers, and I've managed to chart, a number of alliances that he makes in residences that he lives in, where there are known Guthers living.
And what are the Guthers up to in America?
They are raising money for arms. They are sending emissaries to Europe and to Russia in particular to try and get their men trained up and armed so that they can be then released.
Brits who are listening to this will be familiar with the females doing this at the same time. So we've got the Irish Americans raising money in Boston, particularly sending it back to Ireland and funding what would become the IRA. But this is going on amongst Sikhs.
And Udham and Lupe do this moving around thing. Which,
in the motor industry.
So this crazy. He keeps trying to get jobs.
Henry Ford cars now.
So it's the whole history of America is sort of bound to him. And I talk about how there are some really very racist car companies, and there are some that accept non-white workers. And he ends up getting a really good job, getting a good pay packet, and then something just yanks him out, and he starts appearing on manifests going to Europe. And he's obviously working for the Guthers, doing this high job, taking money into not gun running. Of course, it's gun running because he's taking money over to Eastern Europe, to Riga, to Latvia, which is a very common jumping off point to get into Russia. Those people don't have the right paperwork, and then he's coming back.
And this is now 1920s. The Russian Revolution has happened.
Yeah, 1925 to 27.
And the Russians are now beginning to try and help similar
my
revolutions.
enemy's enemy is my friend is the doctrine of resistance for a lot of groups, and particularly the Guthers. They look to anybody who hates the British Empire as much as they do.
This is fantastically filmed and romantic. I mean, what was it actually about? Were the real arms being bought in quantities to make any difference? Were they making it back to India?
I mean, certainly, Michael O'Dwyer and those who take over from him afterwards are worried about the Guther influence. Michael O'Dwyer, even though the Guthers were in their nascent form in 1919, during the massacre, is sufficiently worried about and anxious about them to make them a number one priority in his own box. And after that, the Guthers are...
From our kind of movies, again, being sort of awful cinema, but in the movie Gandhi, Indians have lattes, you don't have people sniping.
And there are, I mean, the story that gets them first of all arrested in 1927 is only a small amount of small arms. So he's, again, Frank Brazil. So Frank Brazil is an alias that the Guthers are using to ship stuff to and from different parts of the world on different ships. So they're Frank Brazils who are Puerto Rican, different sizes and heights and weights on every manifest that I've looked at. But Udham certainly does this trip 3 or 4 times. But he's caught when he gets back to India because he's carrying small arms with him.
And he's in a boarding house?
He is an idiot. So he's in a boarding house in Amritsar now with his expensive clothes and his money in his pocket. And he's in his home city. So what he does is what small town boys often do, just try to show off to their friends and neighbours. So he wears a Western suit. He's staying in the prostitutes' quarters of Amritsar, the red light district. The police officer in charge of that area gets a notification that there is a brown sahib who's wandering around, and he sends somebody out. He's all just on spec, and they raid his rooms and they find the guns and money and Russian passport. A handful of guns, not many guns. But he gets them sent away. He's got them into the country, and then he gets sent to prison. And then, his prison years in the 30s, he's sent to a really very first hall of prison in Delhi in Australia. A lot of people are sent to the Andaman Islands who are involved in this, in circular prisons where they're sort of kept apart from everyone else. But he's sent to a prison where he comes across, again, now you take this with a pinch of salt. This is what I've been told. And his family says he came across and people saying he was a neat ideological.
And then totally unknown.
Michael Collins to the Indian freedom. And it's after that he becomes then set.
It's coming straight up in front of me now. The Bhagat Singh's face upturned.
Yes, really handsome, erudite, well-educated, but it's violent protest that Michael Lajpat, who is an actual nemesis of Gandhi's because they believe so different, such different approaches to the British.
All these places, all these names are now roads in Delhi.
Yeah. Right. So anyway, so then this is such a long winding road. But after he's released from prison, he goes back to his hometown for a while. He starts telling people
I hate people so fucking much.
and so in the 19th,
What exactly does he tell you? And how substantial? You've been looking very hard at intelligence files and so on.
so I can tell you that the people who knew his family in Sanam say that once he's standing in front of a picture of Dilip Singh and he's crying and saying, "This must be avenged. This must be avenged." And going back to
Mentioned in an earlier podcast is the Maharaja of Punjab, who is, as a child, taken from the throne by the British, and loses the throne in Punjab, and ends up, first of all, as Queen Victoria's friend, then he's let down, and he ends up dying in a hotel room.
miserably broken alone in a Parisian hotel room.
But a great symbol for Punjabis have lost it.
Yeah, and so certainly, those people who knew him at the time, and I've written records, contemporaneous records of people who said, actually he just disappeared. He said he was going back to do something. He said, the next time you hear from me, you'll hear about me. And he washes up in Great Britain, where he lived for a number of years.
He's been to Nazi Germany.
Well, that's what he does when he's in Britain. So when he's in Britain in the 1930s, so this is very much Nazi Germany. He starts, again, changing his name, applying for different passports. He gets clocked and he's on the radar of the British authorities, who the Indian Police Intelligence Service already have an inkling that he's somebody to keep an eye on. He's just been in and out of Riga. He's been in prison, but they lose sight of him. He keeps disappearing from sight. And he keeps servicing because he keeps multiple addresses here in Britain.
What's he called by the time he arrives in London?
He keeps sometimes he uses Sher Singh, sometimes he uses Udham Singh.
So what's he doing in Nazi Germany? And so again, such a sort of filmic moment.
We because we don't know, and because British intelligence doesn't extend it. We know when he goes in, we know he comes out, we know they're watching him, and they put a tail on him when he comes back out. But we don't know anything other than he returns with money. So is he getting money from Nazi Germany? Is he getting it from the Bolsheviks? He has interfaces with both of those. My enemy's enemy is my friend, but he's able to maintain numerous homes around the country.
So now in sort of Babylon, Berlin territory. Yeah. Is he talking to the German communists? Is he talking to?
Well, there's certainly an Indian presence in Germany at that time who really do think that they can elicit the help of Hitler and the Nazis to try and excise the British out of India. One of the most famous proponents of that is Sebastian Lebos, who we talk about elsewhere in this podcast. Yeah.
Who goes to during the war to seek help from Nazi Germany, and then is smuggled in a submarine through to Japan.
Indeed. So so Udham, we don't know what he does, but we know when he comes back, eyes are on him, and they're letting him stay at large and at liberty, and
following him
for a while, but then they lose him. I mean, one of the people who sort of loses him. This is when war breaks out, by the way. So he's in and around London in about 7 or 8 addresses that all think he's living with them. And that, because it's quite fairly recent, there are.
Gurdwara keeps reappearing.
Well, it's funny. So he uses it as his own bank. So there is somebody who says that a wonderful recorded archival memory from somebody who says he used to go to the Gurdwara and he used to put money down on the tray, but he used to take money out. And somebody in the Gurdwara said, "That's scandalous. What are you doing? What are you talking about? This is the Bank of Baba. This is between me and him." Because he was an atheist, he didn't believe in God. So, but he was getting money from somewhere because he still was wearing the sharp suits. He had cash, he had a car. He was one of the few people. He gets plugged into the peddler community in the UK because peddlers can move around the country completely invisibly. Nobody cares who they are, but he becomes a peddler, supposedly. And he's sleeping in numerous peddler houses.
And was it your grandfather who was a peddler?
It was my husband's grandfather, who started off in Taunton, Somerset, but was part of that peddler network. They all used to buy from the same place in East London, and many of them have memories of them staying with them and on their floors.
And what are we talking? So a guy with a bicycle, a guy with a.
So he had a car. He had a car, which is unheard of. So most peddlers, either they were on foot or they had bicycles, but this guy had a car. So where does the money come from? You follow the money. And there is definitely, he's doing things for other people. Is it the Guthers? Is it the Bolsheviks? Is it the Germans? Or is it all of them? Because this guy's a wheeler dealer. He's so charming, everybody loves him. There's sort of audio recordings of people who say, well, one guy, who says, he went for a drive to Leicestershire. He couldn't understand why Odin was taking him to Leicestershire. He was actually going to infiltrate an Indian Workers' Association meeting where he wanted to stand at the back and see who really hated the British and sign them up. But, on the way, they see a policeman on a bicycle, and he shows this passenger his gun. He says, shall I do it? Shall I do it? And the guy's like, no, what are you talking about? Not while I'm here. And he goes, no, don't worry. We don't kill mice. We cats kill bigger quarry.
So is he actually fixated about O'Dwyer, the governor of the Punjab, over whom the Jallianwala massacre took place?
He certainly is incensed by what happens after the massacre. So, while he's in prison in 1927, Rex Dyer dies and is given almost a state funeral.
So again, for those who are understandably muddled by two very similar names,
which are merged in the Indian psyche, by the way. They meld him into one person.
So there is General Dyer, who's the man that actually
says
the order fire. But above him in the political network, and still alive, which is the story, in the late 1930s, is Michael O'Dwyer. He's a completely different man. He's Irish. He was the governor of the Punjab, but he's now back in England, giving speeches about empire.
Giving speeches about how everything was done correctly and how a little more of that medicine would not be amiss for the Indians.
And we wouldn't have the trouble we now have in India.
Well, we were a bit stronger, and what Dyer did was right. Whereas Dyer is a broken man by all accounts. He's haunted by guilt or questions what happened that day in the garden.
It's a very, very moving article. We have Dyer in old age, wondering whether he's back.
He says, I'm going to die, and I'm going to find out very shortly whether I was right or I was wrong. I'm going to meet my maker, and I will find out. But Sir Michael, on the other hand, doesn't use. He says in his own memoirs, I didn't use a day's sleep. I didn't use a night's sleep over this. So this has definitely gripped his imagination. But does he then? It's 20 years. So let's cut forward.
So war has broken out now. Germany is marching through Europe. Belgium has fallen. There's been Dunkirk. And in the middle of all this, bizarrely, O'Dwyer is still giving lectures about Amritsar and about the Punjab.
But he is, but he's also, now there's more attention on India because India is now, again, a huge strategic importance. And it is at one of these lectures where actually Michael O'Dwyer is not the lead speaker. He's giving a vote of thanks at the end that Udham Singh sees his chance. And the date is the 13th of March, 1940. He prepares himself. He's got his papers in. He gets rid of them. He's registered himself under a really important name. He calls himself Muhammad Singh Azad. Now, if you're an Indian, you know the importance of that name because one of those names, Muhammad, is a Muslim name. Singh is a Sikh name. Azad means freedom. So he knows what he's going to do that day. He goes, he's armed with a gun that he has procured with bullets that don't fit it, and then he won't know until it's too late. He waits, he goes into this stall at Caxton Hall, which is actually, what's really amazing about this? It is, Caxton Hall is as far away from Westminster as Jallianwala Bagh is from Golden Temple. Very, very. And he waits, he sort of comes in right at the last minute, in his suit, with a hat over his eyes, stands at the side, waits for all the speakers to end, and very calmly walks up to the front after Sir Michael is sort of shaking hands with the great figure to deliver his speeches, extends his hand. Sir Michael, the autopsy report is very revealing. He's shaking his hands, he puts his hand forward and he shoots twice through the heart at point-blank range.
The first time, the first bullet doesn't, it's the wrong caliber.
No, the bullets go straight through Sir Michael, but then he tries to kill the Secretary of State. Every bullet finds a billet. That's what they say in the trial. So he wheels around, he tries to shoot the Secretary of State for India, who is also there, Lord Lamington, a former Lieutenant Governor of India, Louis Dane is there. He shoots, but these bullets, they don't fit the gun properly, so some of them don't have that projectile force that they ought to. So he only kills one man. And he kills the man that he presses himself the most up against, and that is Sir Michael O'Dwyer, who ironically dies in a pool of his own blood, like so many people did in Jallianwala. And he says when he's arrested, "My name is Muhammad Singh Azad." They finally, they all get into, all of their motions of trying to find out who is this man, where did he come from, how have we not seen him. They find out he was on an MI5 watch list, and I do mean MI5. MI5 has just been created by a man called Vernon Kell, who personally has rung up a police station saying, can you tell me more about this man who's working here? It's all them saying working at the Blandford militia camp, who's sort of trying to get himself into any place where he can collect information to send to whoever his masters may be at the time. But he's just there, the right place at the right time to exact his revenge. And he, it's a very long story.
But we haven't got to. So he's then he gives himself up.
He doesn't. He tries to escape first of all, and he tries to run. And he's body checked into a wall by a very large woman called Bertha Herring. Everybody's a little bit stunned except Bertha. Big Bertha drops her umbrella and just physically body checks him into a wall, by which time everybody wakes up and they will start jumping on him. And then he lies completely still and he says, right, take me, I'm ready. And the police company doesn't offer any resistance at all. And he wants his trial to be the trial of the decade. He wants to make all these incendiary speeches. But again, you look to all the secret documents, the British won't let him. They issue an order, and this is kind of a bit shameful as a journalist. They are all complicit, and they say we won't report a word of it. There's missives to Reuters really saying we won't. Don't worry.
So no one knows about this.
No one knows about it, and so he's there in prison.
They must know that O'Dwyer's been shot.
They know that is huge. Goebbels uses it. I mean, it breaks the 6 o'clock news, and Goebbels then uses it as part of his propaganda. At last, there's a monstrous British who perpetrated the massacre at Jellianwala. The man responsible has been gunned down quite rightly in London. So it's a major piece of propaganda. So that's why they are beside themselves to shut Adam up, shut up his name. They take away his name, Mohammed Singh Azad, which he wants to be prosecuted under. They say that's not your name. You're going to say we know we've got you on a watch list. And
tell me about his last days in prison.
He's non-cooperative. He wants to die by his own hand. He doesn't want to be hanged. So first of all, he's under the impression that he might be able to string things up by being very confusing and giving all sorts of conflicting evidence. But he does say to one of the guards in one of the little bits of information in his file that it was high time Sir Michael went. Michael's had his day. So those people say, did he deliberately single out Michael O'Dwyer because he says all sorts of peculiar things through his trial? Yes, he did. He absolutely did. But he goes on hunger strike. He tries to kill himself. He tries to get stuck. He's at Pentonville Prison in the end, and Brixton for a bit.
On death row.
He's on death row, yeah. So he knows. He eventually, he goes on hunger strike. It's only when it becomes apparent the British are going to speed through his execution. He's not going to have that. He's trying to bide his time and spin things out until the Germans win the war, because he thinks he's got a chance. The Germans win the war. But they're going to speed through the trial, and they do. And he's sentenced to death. So then he starts eating again. By the way, he does sort of have a suicide bit where people are trying on the outside, the other friends, to give him poison and give him things to kill himself. But they all get intercepted in the pastry.
So in the end, he's hung.
He's hanged by the assistant on that hanging trial was Albert Pierpont, who is the most famous hangman in Britain. And thanks to Albert Pierpont, we know that it was a botched execution, because he wasn't the lead executioner at the time. The man who was the lead executioner, because Witham's been on hunger strike, his weight's been fluctuating wildly, misjudges his weight. And so all we know, again, from records that only sealed in 2016, that man never worked at Pentonville again.
What happens to his memory? At what point does he, if the news hasn't got out, at what point does he become a great hero of the national movement?
Well, he sort of, the word starts leaking out that everyone knows that Sir Michael has died, and immediately actually Gandhi and Nehru repudiate his actions. They don't want to be seen as men of violence. They're still hanging out for, a negotiated settlement. They don't want to unleash that genie. In Punjab, the Congress Party, the Youth Congress movement, turn their backs on Gandhi and Nehru and say, actually, this man is a hero. So under the surface, he's sort of bubbling away in the consciousness of Punjab that this man is a hero. He's hanged, news of it kind of gets a little bit buried, but it's only in the 1970s, when Indira Gandhi is Prime Minister of India, that this clamour goes up saying, we want our boy back. Bring him home. Just bring him home. And they dig up his remains in Pentonville. He's in between Roger Casey and Crippen. His remains are. I've seen where he was buried. They dig him up. There's a huge diplomatic hoo-ha about it, but they take him back and he goes home to a hero's welcome. He does like a 2-week tour of India, his remains doing. Posthumous tour, and he finally ends up in Sanam. And, this, I'll just end with this. Somebody who's the son of the mayor of Sanam at the time, or the headman of Sanam, Sanam was like a bride that day, and the groom came home.
That was an extraordinary telling of an extraordinary story, Anita. I loved your book, but hearing you just tell the tale yourself is wonderful, just wonderful. Thank you. For anyone that hasn't read it, The Patient Assassin is available and is an extraordinary account of a wonderful piece of detective work, which won Anita what's it called, the Hessel-Tiltman Prize?
Penn Hessel-Tiltman. Yeah, the Charlene Tilton. Oh, no, it's not the Charlene Tilton. That was from Dallas. The Penn Hessel-Tiltman Award is what it was.
Hessel-Tiltman. Anyway, William Singh is a name which all our Indian listeners will know immediately. He's a household name across India and part of the pantheon of new political gods. But I think he's almost completely unknown in England, so hopefully this podcast will start the beginnings of changing that.
That's all from us. Thank you very much for listening. I've been Anita Almond.
I am
Give me my fucking top back, God. Now I'm gonna eat cheese. Now I'm gonna be lactose intolerant and be shit my pants open.
Hello and welcome to Empire with me, Anita Almond.
And me, William Drupal.
Are you doing it on purpose?
I'm not. that was absolutely up to the minute. I came straight in there without a pause, without even a hesitation.
The thing is, William, people are sending us mail now. Dear Anita, in brackets, pause, and William.
Most unjust. Most
You are
unjust.
making it a thing.
No one is more awake than me.
When you're awake, I think you're just anyway. We're here. We're delighted to be here, and we are. Can I just say, absolutely overwhelmed, the pair of us, with the response, particularly to last podcast with David Orsuga, because you have been writing in your hundreds. It has been rather amazing.
He was
He's
so good. We were both of us very anxious how we were going to pitch last week's one, because it was absolutely at the centre of what we're trying to do with this podcast. And it is very difficult to reconcile these two diverging worlds. And David did it like a ballet dancer dancing Swan Lake through the middle of a minefield. I think that was extraordinary.
Yeah, and people have very much responded. I mean, I'll tell you what, that you're never going to please everybody, and that we know, and we're prepared for that. But we weren't prepared for just the sheer volume of love and affection that came for last week's. This one here, let me just read a few of the messages that have come through. And thank you so much. And we are going through everything. William and I read everything that you send, and so we're very grateful. And I know a lot of you are sending suggestions for future podcasts. But Peter Bale speaks for many when he said, I was appalled to listen to your superb Empire podcast. But appalled because I heard the historian David Orsuga now needs a bodyguard. Empire is excellent and it is informative. Another one here, this is fascinating and sometimes disturbing listening.
I think your whole fucking podcast is about
time that's devoid of intelligent and critical conversation. I wish it had been twice as long as Andrew, McNelly Jones.
Did you know that fucking
another one here. I don't know whether you've seen the geographic spread of this, William, but Simon Payne and Tracy Campbell are both listening in Australia. Simon says, it was really excellent podcast. As an Australian, I had no idea there'd been a research on let alone that our Prime Minister Hamilton this. I don't recall it being mentioned at all, which supports David's point. And this one here, Tracy Campbell saying, really great episode as usual. Just wanted to point out that the Australian Prime Minister is pushing for Indigenous recognition in our Constitution before the Republic question. The Prime Minister created an Assistant Minister for the Republic this term. It will happen! ! We do have some people who didn't like it though. Shall we address that as well, William? So let me just see this one here. It says, why oh why are you again talking Britain down? Are you ever going to talk about other empires because they did terrible things too?
No, the British Empire is the worst of them.
What do we say to that?
Well, the short answer is we are going to do other empires too, and that's the point of this podcast. But at the moment, we're talking about British and India, and I think it's very important we do so.
Yeah, and so, I mean, just to echo that, I know a lot of you are wanting us to go into different territories, and we will. But first of all, we've been promising you that we would talk about Gandhi, and that moment has now come. Gandhi, who is just such an enormous figure in the pantheon, if you like, of exports from the subcontinent. I think there are very few people on planet Earth who have as much face recognition.
He's everywhere in India. We talked about how one of the reasons I think so many people are so shaken by the death of the Queen was that her face is on every currency note and on every stamp. Well, the same is true of Gandhi in India. He is the father of the nation. He's on every rupee. Every city has a Mahatma Gandhi road. He's absolutely the background of everyone's life there. But certainly, the way that Indian politics is going at the moment, there is definitely a rediscovery of those who did not embrace non-violence, like Gandhi did. And you mentioned last week Subhash Chandra Bose, whose statue has just gone up in such a day. And he was appalled by Gandhi's approach to non-violence. And he is now, in a sense, the freedom fighter with whom the current government of Narendra Modi most identifies.
Well, and that's also, sort of germane to the conversation that we were having with David Olusoga, and I think he put it really well, which is, whatever Britain wants to think about the way in which the world regards it, it's not a monologue. I think that's the way he put it. He said it's a dialogue, except, one side hasn't been listening to the other. And if you wanted any more articulate or, loud voicing of where the current Indian establishment stands in this relationship, a lot of papers have picked up on what we were talking about in the last podcast, William, about Modi wanting to distance himself from the colonial past and talking about it, renaming things that once had British names, taking down things that have British connections. And there are certain issues which are swirling around now, the death of Queen Elizabeth and the accession of King Charles III. And predictably, and we said this, didn't we, last week, one of those things that comes up time and again when we talk about the British royal family and its relationship with India is the Kohinoor diamond. Now, how many times has your phone rung in the last week from people wanting you to talk about Kohinoor? Because I know, it has gone slightly crazy on my telephone and in my emails. It
has. It's become a major issue. It's been trending on Indian Twitter every day since the Queen died. And I think a lot of people in India expect that the Kohinoor is coming back imminently.
But at the moment, as things stand, it is not. It is sitting, waiting in the Queen Consort's crown, which means conceivably, at a time of coronation, it will be on Camilla's head.
And there will be yet another round of requests from India. Again, it's part of this very different view. I don't think people in Britain even are aware that it's particularly contentious. Most people here, if they've heard of the Kohinoor at all, they've probably heard of it. It's the name of the local Indian restaurant, or it's the name of a brand of pencil. They're vaguely aware that there's a Kohinoor diamond, but it's a huge bone of issue between India and Britain, and that Indians passionately wanted back. I don't think that's what white India.
No, I don't. I think. I've described it on numerous occasions as a diplomatic grenade. I think you'd agree that's what it is. To see that flaunted it before the world's eyes is going to be difficult for many Indians to see. It's
the thing that brought us professionally first together. We worked on this book on the Kohinoor, and I think it's something which we're definitely going to do a podcast on imminently. It's clearly a moment to start talking about it again. We will do that. But let's talk about Gandhi, because that's why we're here this week. It's the Ben Kingsley version that most people know here, in a loincloth, sort of like Canute against the waves, or David and Goliath, very much how the Attenborough version presents it. But this is a complicated man, and it's a human being that we're talking about at the end of the day. But let's just talk about his origins, because where did his story start? He was born 2nd of October 1869. He was born into a Gujarati Hindu family in a place called Porbandar. And what kind of background did he have? Was he rich? Was he poor? What was his background? He was a middle-class boy who managed to make it to London to study law in 1888, following a rather unremarkable childhood in Gujarat. And some of his biographers maintained that he had actually very little formal knowledge of Hinduism beyond the rituals taught to him as a child before he arrived in London. And being a strict vegetarian, he found himself ushered into this world of Edwardian spiritualism and Edwardian Orientalism that's associated with vegetarian restaurants in London at that time. And with a kind of strange world of sort of Edwardian cranks and idealists and table tappers, particularly the Theosophists, and people like Annie Besant and Madame Blavatsky. Madame Blavatsky, who claimed to receive instruction in occult knowledge from Himalayan masters and radiant astral figures, and Mahatmas. The word Mahatma is first brought into prominence by Madame Blavatsky, and she believed that they were immortal beings who, though principally resident in Tibet, had materialized here and were the authors of Madame Blavatsky's books. Right. So it's a very unorthodox world that Gandhi enters into London.
But still, and this is the complexity of the man, because yes, that is, Mahatma, by the way, just for those of you who
Great soul.
don't know, Great Soul is translated exactly as Great Soul.
But it's not a traditional Hindu appellation. It's one that comes to Gandhi through the very odd source of Madame Blavatsky.
So there is that which is unconventional. There's the sort of the Theosophists and the table tappers, as you say. Also, and I must say, he was greatly affected when he came to Britain by looking at the way the suffragettes protested. So the suffragettes, who were involved in non-cooperation, blockading roads, and then using the hunger strike, greatly affected Gandhi. And he writes about it at length, about how these women who are willing to starve their bodies for a cause has inspired him. And I don't think that it is no coincidence that is one of the biggest weapons in his arsenal later on when he becomes the Gandhi of the loincloth. But before that, we talk about that, you say that there's this very unconventional side, you're quite right, but there's also this incredibly conservative conventional side, because let's not forget, at the age of 13, he was married off an arranged marriage to 14-year-old Kusur, who, again, they were children at the time of their marriage, and it was a very conservative, from the outward look, at least, it looked terribly conservative.
And I think before he went to London, he was famously made to promise by his mother that he would abstain completely from meat, alcohol, and money.
Mm.
I think you have in Gandhi all these very different worlds meeting. On the other hand, remember, of course, he's also studying law in London. So as well as kind of mixing with Edwardian spiritualists and so on, and meeting all sorts of strange people in London vegetarian restaurants, he's also very much hanging out in the law courts and learning law. And you see all these different elements coming together in this man. In a way that an earlier generation of Indians, the world we were talking about the East India Company, the world of Ghalib and the Mughal court, the world of Maratha merchants and so on, they would not have had access to any of these diverse elements which are forming Gandhi. It's very much a new world, and Gandhi is forming the world around it.
At the age of 22, he's called to the bar in London. And then he is sort of thinking that he's going to go back to India. He's going to practice in India. That's where his life is. But it is actually a legal case that diverts his journey. And instead, it's he's called to represent a merchant in South Africa. And that is how the South African chapter of his life begins, which is so fascinating, but is so often forgotten and glossed over. He's just a little 23-year-old sort of slip of a man. If you look at him, he's like a little sparrow, isn't he, William? And he's such a small boned. He actually, his face reminds me of those books of young Kafka. He's sort of very intense-eyed, gaunt-looking, that sort of very neatly parted hair.
That's a very interesting comparison, and things sort of period of history too.
Yeah. So he goes off to South Africa, and he goes and he sort of thinks he's going to do this great legal case. He's going to be working for this merchant. And something happens to him almost immediately after he arrives in South Africa. He is discriminated against because of the colour of his skin. It's a very Rosa Parks type story. He's not allowed to sit with European passengers on a stagecoach. And then when he refuses to get up and move, he's taken by the guard and beaten and thrown into the gutter. And this is sort of an awakening in him of, I don't know what it is that sets him apart here from many people, most people, maybe even me, and I don't know about you, but, we get knocked down. Do we necessarily, we probably get up again, but then do we think, right, I'm going to change all of this, root and branch?
And then, of course, there's the famous incident in Peterborough when he's thrown off a train by a conductor. And I've actually been to that waiting room in Peterborough in South Africa, where he got thrown out into. And he then fights very hard for the rights, specifically of the Indian community in South Africa. But he's also in touch with the Theosophists once he moves to South Africa, and he's drawn into the world of something called the Esoteric Christian Union, which to our ears sounds as dodgy as anything that was existing in the Wood in London. It's a sect founded by somebody called Edward Maitland and his collaborator Anna Kingsford. They, through their various spiritualisms and table tilting, they discovered that they were respectively the reincarnation of St. John the Evangelist and St. Mary Magdalene. And to our ears, this sounds completely dodgy, but according to Gandhi's faithful secretary, Pierilal Nair, their writings had, he said, a profound and specific and lasting influence on Gandhi's thought.
So there he is. He's in South Africa. He's got some slightly interesting friends, but he also does some really, again, surprising things. So the Boer War is going on, and in 1900, Gandhi volunteers to be a stretcher bearer in the Natal Indian Ambulance Corps. So he has at this point still got this idea that I won't fight, but he doesn't have this idea that I won't take part in a war. He wholeheartedly takes part as somebody who goes to the front line and who helps the British war effort.
Again, this I think is something very surprising to people that haven't read his biography, that he was initially a great believer in the justice of the British Empire. And this is something that survives right up until the First World War, and it becomes a major drum beating for British recruitment in the First World War.
And we'll come to that, but just still in South Africa, because these are the years that people often skip over, but they are so formative, I think, in the man he becomes. In 1906, so he's been this, more loyal than the king subject, who's putting his sort of body on the line to bring home broken British soldiers from the front line. So in 1906, the Transvaal brings out these laws which are racist. I mean, there's no other way of putting it, where Indians and Chinese will have to carry pass cards, which they will have to produce every time a police officer stops them in the street and demands them. If they don't, they can get beaten up or arrested. And a police officer has every right to burst into the homes of these people, overturning everything, dragging them out, again demanding to see these pass cards. And this is an absolute affront, particularly to conservative Indians who are living in South Africa, who think their homes are sacred and their women should not be touched. So that actually lights a fire under Gandhi. And William, that is the start of something we then recognise later in his life, right?
Absolutely. This is where he develops the beginnings of what will become satyagraha, truthfulness or devotion to truth, which, as you say, develops in many ways the forms of non-violent resistance employed by the suffragettes in Britain, but it also gives it a more sort of spiritual backing. The suffragettes were not looking to religion or to spirituality in their protests. Gandhi ties always his political protest to a form of spirituality, and in that sense, he's marrying the suffragettes with the Theosophists.
Actually, it should be said that later on he divorces the suffragettes. He really repudiates them when they start using violence, when they start breaking windows, and when they start setting fire to pillar boxes. He says he wants nothing more to do with them. Anyway, he starts to say, right, we don't want to carry these cards anymore. We're not going to carry these cards anymore. And he somehow manages to inspire a great number of Indian people to just refuse, just to say no. And they set fire to their pass cards, and they are arrested, and they are beaten. And he comes sort of, toe to toe with Jan Smuts. There isn't enough time in just this one podcast to talk about that particular relationship, but it is a really fascinating one. It is one of attrition and one of, on Smuts' side anyway, just complete frustration at Gandhi. But it ends with almost a grudging respect at first, and then a real warm respect, I think, because he manages to get those pass laws changed. Gandhi does. And when he does do this, you sort of think, okay, here's a life in South Africa that's beckoning. But he has a call from an Indian called Gopal Gokhale, who is sort of a mild-mannered member of the Indian National Congress, a nascent political organisation that is agitating for not freedom from British rule, but some more control to be wrested away for Indian people in their own country. And Gokhale is really enchanted with the way in which Gandhi has stood up against these South African racist caste laws without using violence, and wants him to come to India where he thinks it can be used. What's really lovely about the end of this story of South Africa, the South African chapter, is that Jan Smuts, when he calls him to see him and to say, right, you're off then. Good. And Gandhi presents him with a pair of handmade sandals and says, look, I've made these with my own hands. They're for you. And Smuts at the time, imagine his confusion. This is
wearing knee leather boots and wearing military jumpers.
In his jodhpurs, and he's presented with these sort of, beautifully handmade but very sort of crude leather sandals, and he accepts them. But what I find really very, very touching is the way in which Smuts returns those sandals decades later. So this is it's called The Essential Gandhi by Louis Fisher, who's a journalist who followed and interviewed Gandhi extensively, I think, in the 40s. But Fisher says, his work in South Africa was finished. Gandhi left South Africa, but before he departed, he sent General Smuts a pair of sandals as a gift. And Smuts wore the sandals every summer at his farm, and then returned the sandals to Gandhi on Gandhi's 70th birthday. Smuts remarked, I have worn these sandals for many a summer, even though I may feel that I'm not worthy to stand in the shoes of so great a man. It was my fate to be the antagonist of a man for whom, even then, I had the highest respect.
I've never heard that story. Goodness, I've never heard that.
If you know Smuts, and many of you listening to this podcast will know Smuts, that is an extraordinary thing. It is in the Fisher biography. But there we are. It's a nice story. But anyway, look, to take up the reins of this story, as Gandhi returns to India, we have an extraordinary guest. William, tell us about our guest today.
We have the great Ramachandra Guha, who is not only the greatest living biographer of Gandhi, but arguably the greatest chronicler of the history of post-independence India. His great India After Gandhi is regarded universally as the most important text on the subject. It's studied and read all over the world. And he is also an extraordinarily influential political commentator, 2.2 million Twitter followers, which I don't think is many of his historian competitors anywhere in the world would even begin to match. And he's a kind of the rock star of Indian history.
And you can find out why he's such a superstar after this break. So a very, very warm welcome from India, from Bangalore to Professor Ramachandra Guha. Thank you very much for spending the time. When people say Gandhi here in British, they often can't get past Ben Kingsley. That is the knowledge that they have. How much is the Kingsley Gandhi a help or a hindrance to you when you go out and you talk about the man himself?
So, Kingsley absolutely wonderful. He was a standout role in that film. And that film itself played an important role in bringing Gandhi back. So I'm grateful for that film. And Kingsley for making it so well. However, the film itself is more than 40 years old. Exactly 40 years old this year. So younger people haven't ever seen it. Some of them may have seen it. So they have very mixed perceptions of Gandhi. Maybe we can talk about it later, but India today there's a whole amount of historical revisionism about Gandhi. Not so much in academic circles, but in outside history circles. Yes. And he's often accused of not doing enough for a very long time. So clearly, when you take someone as significant as Gandhi, you have to wade through all kinds of preconceptions. I've written biographies before, as everybody knows. But those are interesting, eccentric, relatively minor things, where you don't have this problem, that people have preconceived notions, often firmly held, of what they think Gandhi believed in and what it was all about. So you have to cut through the other.
I mean, that will be fascinating and I think hard to believe for British audience. are actually, it's a two-track approach to Gandhi. One here, which is something akin to reverence. And
Where
then
statues for the first time are being put up.
in London. I mean, we have one in Tavistock Square to Gandhi, in Westminster, I beg your pardon. And then in India, where it is unfashionable these days to say you respect and love Gandhi. And I read something, I don't know whether you read it in the papers, from a very renowned Indian publisher we know very well, who said, history has become sexy under the BJP because now we can talk about men who will not mean anything here, men like Salaka or Bose, people who were involved in violence that struggle against British rule. But Gandhi's style of struggle is not popular in India.
That's true. So there are two reasons why there's this revisionism on that. One is under the BJP, there's an exaltation of masculinity, and masculinity is more violent. Non-violence is feminine. That's one reason. And people like Bose and Savarkar particularly are seen as embodying that aggressive masculinity, which their proponents believe would have got out the British Empire, ended the British Empire quicker, even if in a more bloody way quicker. The second reason related to the Gandhi is that Gandhi lived and died for Hindu Muslim army. So Gandhi felt Muslims were also Christians and Sikhs and Jains and Parsis who are as responsible, reliable citizens, so bona fide citizens of India, whereas the BJP and allies think of India as a Hindu first country. And the fact that Gandhi not only preached tolerance and respect for Muslims, he was willing to go on fast for it, willing to sacrifice his life for interfaith harmony, is something which Hindu radicals cannot abide. That's the second reason for their describing.
And yet, it's a complicated relationship, isn't it? Because he's on the notes, he's the father of the nation, so they can't quite disown him, but we're seeing a lot more of God's there.
Yes, absolutely. But God sacred him, and according to the hardline Hindu class follower, he saved India further suffering by ending Gandhi's life. So he's on the notes, but actually, in the ruling party, it's only Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, who praises Gandhi, and I think it might be not really out of conviction or sincerity, but because he recognizes what he said earlier, that in the rest of the world, Gandhi is alive, and Gandhi is a pan-Indian figure. We talked about the statue of Westminster, which is among 13 or 14 such people, having this Churchill and Millicent Fawcett and some of your generals and so on. But I had a British minister come to Bangalore last week, who I hadn't seen for many years, and a friend I hadn't seen from the COVID, and she said, I have a present for you. I said, what's that? He said, there is a 5-pound coin minted for Gandhi, and it is the only coin minted for a non-British person. You can estimate what Gandhi meant before. So I think Narendra Modi understands this, that he, as Prime Minister, can't openly debunk Gandhi. Whatever his party may think of Gandhi, whatever his voters, however much his voters detest Gandhi. So it's a complicated business. And it's principally to do, I think, even more than violence, it's principally to do with Gandhi's commitment to interfaith harmony and the equality of all citizens regardless. I think that's what we really can't tell. That's what we go back to.
I think actually we ought to do a great service about the real man himself, because there's been so much myth-making on both sides, from those who love him and those who detest him. But right at the bottom of real life human being. What was it about this man that meant, because, by all accounts, quite mild-mannered, quite humble in the way he spoke and presented himself, certainly in later life.
The three of us are all writers. He recognizes the words as the power of the word, so written and printed word. So he starts newspapers in South Africa, which carry on this year, which are printed not just in English, but in Hindi and Gujarati and Tamil and so on. So he understands the lesson of course. He also appreciates the virtues. So he comes back in 1915, but he takes several years to travel around India and understand the country for 2 decades before asserting himself before putting himself forward as a candidate for the leadership of the himself. So then after of course, the fact that he was a prosperous lawyer, he sacrificed to work with the people. So there are many reasons.
Do you think it was Gandhi who really made the Congress reach out from a kind of old boys club and Cambridge and so on to a nationwide talking board meeting.
Very much so. The Congress before him, you're absolutely right. The Congress before him was composed of really brilliant and articulate people, but all men, all largely based in big cities like Bombay, Calcutta, Madras, Lahore, and all largely operating people. Right? So Gandhi made it vernacular, and he made it a mass movement. He brought in workers and peasants and artisans, and also women. One of his achievements was to make women part of the Congress, and even 1925, 70, at Gandhi's insistence, becomes president of the Congress Party at a time when there was no question of a conservative or labor or liberal, even female leader. So all of this, I think, he proves. I've only talked about his and his work in harmony, but he also attacks untouchability. It's the cornerstone of the Hindu caste system. And he said, stop discriminating against lower caste. He says Hindus who practice upper caste, Hindus who practice untouchability, are the general dires of Hindus.
What is wonderful and startling and humbling about your work is that it is almost as if you're a pirate going into archives that nobody has touched before. So Gandhi has written so much. You just said he did newspapers, he did letters.
How many volumes are his collected works?
97.
97 volumes. But what was always missing was the other side of the conversation. And that's what I think is really fascinating about what you've done, is you found the other half of those letters. And they, more than anything, show that this is a man who undergoes a real, I hate the word, it's so cyclic and nutty in this context, but he went on a journey. He really did go on a journey. First of all, being very pro-British, pro the war, asking men to sign up and fight for Britain during World War I, being the chief recruiting officer in many ways, and then standing up and saying, you know what, these people cannot be trusted and they need to get out. It wasn't the only journey, because you mentioned the caste system. People know that he had problems with Jinnah. People know that it was a very personal, visceral problem that he had with Jinnah. But he also had problems, and that is amplified in your work, with Ambedkar, who was a father of the Dalit or untouchable movement. So can you speak to that a little bit, and why nobody really talks about that very much?
Yeah, so interestingly, since you start mentioning the film, in which King Gandhi, Jinnah is represented in the film as a kind of caricature played by Alec Paramsi, a scheming, wicked guy. Ambedkar is missing. And I think he's missing for cinematic reasons. Because it's easy in that kind of narrative to present Gandhi as the good guy and Jinnah as the bad guy. But Ambedkar complicates the story because he's as committed to the emancipation of the untouchables. He has a more radical plan for liberating them. He's a great scholar, a legal expert. He's completely self-made. Jinnah's a prosperous lawyer, so you can see him as a rich man dabbling in politics. Ambedkar absolutely comes from the bottom up. And their debate is about how quickly we should go and end the caste discrimination. Gandhi is going slowly, eventually, because he wants to take the upper caste Hindus along. Ambedkar wants to attack the system frontally. He writes a famous pamphlet called Annihilation of Caste, which he says the only way to annihilate caste is to promote inter-caste marriage. And Gandhi was the best to that at once. Gandhi also had a larger cause in India. Because Ambedkar says, what's the point of freeing India if the Congress party, which is dominated by Brahmins and merchants, comes to dominate us? We just expect to British rulers. So it's a great argument of great poignancy. As a biographer, I admire both men. I won't say whom I admire more, but their circumstances make necessarily make them rivals.
Yeah, but Baba Saheb Ambedkar, as he's known in India, was a massive figure in the freedom struggle, and also father of the Constitution. So those of you who don't know, who are listening and hearing this name for the very first time, he's a huge figure who has left a lasting imprint in what is now India.
What is Gandhi's response to the massacre? Many people, the Nehrus, for example, have their views of the British Empire overturned by this heartlessness and bloodshed and the support for Dyer that's voiced in many quarters following the massacre.
Gandhi is like that, with this difference that
Can
the
you
war,
make
for
this
example,
fucking screen
great
any
poet
brighter?
Rabindranath Tagore returns his knighthood. The first Indian to win a Nobel Prize. Was knighted by the British, has many close British friends, and then after Jalal returns his love.
Download for
Gandhi
Windows.
has a similar kind of reaction, but he actually travels to the Punjab in 1920. He travels to the Punjab and he meets people and he understands their suffering and he realizes it's not just a massacre, it was not just a one-off
TikTok
event
Live
that took
Studio.
place in that garden outside the numbers that villagers are, there's punitive harassment of them, they're
I'm gonna
in
be
jail,
like, is
their fine is levied on them for taxes they are
Come on,
not
fucking
paid.
work.
So there's a whole amount of disconnect. And
Hopefully they
that visit to the
improve their
Punjab
shit.
disabuses him
Because
of any
it's
loyalty to the
absolute. This shit
which
is
he had before. So it
some
is
of the
very
worst stuff
transformative in
I've
his
ever seen.
understanding of
This
empire.
is
And with Jinnah, if we could just talk about that really rancorous relationship.
Yeah,
a
very
little
interesting.
longer, because some people feel that Jinnah should have got on a lot
Both
better.
Gujaratis, both
Gujarati, both
lawyers,
educated.
many sort of
Yes,
world
they should have been
one could imagine them being
on
allies.
paper. If it was a dating website,
I think he's
they too would have had a match. I mean,
Okay,
but
what the
in
fuck?
real life, is it really as mundane as these two personalities just didn't get on? There's one story of Gandhi making a flippant comment about some Jinnah's doing an address in English, and he says, "Oh, you should speak in Gujarati." And it's that.
No, no one
Can it be the
speaks
seeds of
Gujarati.
resentment of that banal that somebody said something to someone and then it just all spiraled?
They're probably
I think
not
Jinnah
fucking
was
speakers.
Gandhi's senior in Indian public life. When Gandhi was working law in South Africa, Jinnah was already a member of the Imperial Council. He was an established lawyer, and his scope of life overshadowed that. When Gandhi comes in and captures the Communist Party during the non-cooperation movement, there's a famous
It's a
section
0 byte per
in
second.
Nagpur in 1920 where
Did you
Jinnah
fucking
gets out to
download?
make some criticisms of the non-cooperation campaign and he's shouted down by Gandhi's supporters. And he walks away and takes a train and returns to Bombay. So there is an element of personal rivalry, probably on both sides. But I would not put too much into this.
Oh,
Back
you
to the non-cooperation movement.
Yeah,
So how does that unfold during the 1920s?
So it's a first-world mass movement.
Hold on.
Hundreds of thousands of people are arrested. Peacefully and of all kinds. The lawyers, doctors, workers, artisans, farmers, all caught arrest across India. And as the movement is speaking, there's an act of violence where 9 policemen who are in a police station in a village in Uttar Pradesh in North India are burnt alive by a national mob. And Gandhi is outraged by that and calls off the move. So that is not enough for him. He goes to jail, he's arrested. After that.
the window.
But the British Empire was at its feet. And Gandhi's commitment to non-violence and his horror
What
of
is this? Why is
horror of
all
mob anger
like
is what will happen
technology
and must
pointing me
turn on
into
each other.
shit?
His reservations about violence
I'm
are
like in the
partly
middle of
moral,
a fucking
but they were also partly technical.
eagle sniper
The
scope.
conviction that if you take up arms to remove the oppressor,
Download.
and student guns,
There you go.
use the same arms to turn on your country. So, non-cooperation movement really make a movement of protest.
No one can
Hundreds of thousands of jail,
understand.
including Gandhi and Nehru and Bose and many other people, is called off because there was one solitary act of violence and Gandhi felt this was the cause. And
Is that belief in himself and his own voice,
There you
which
go.
time
That
and
was
time
fucking
again
weird.
has traits of
Psych.
violence and also political flow. I mean, his use of the hunger strike is extraordinary. I mean,
It's
you would
done.
think that actually one man saying, "I'm not going to eat until you put down your arms and sort
We
yourselves
know
out,"
how to
wouldn't make a
download.
difference in a day anymore. But it did. And why did
But
it?
you don't know how
Well, I think he had that problem.
Anyone can
And again, he used the word, but he does not like charisma. But his most famous hunger fast, which actually led to a situation of violence, were conducted the last 6 weeks of his life. In the aftermath of partition, very hard to and the part of refugees.
Right.
Gandhi goes on fasting
Just always work
and stops him. And then he goes on fast in Delhi in January 1948. large cities full of anger and mobs feeding with anger and animosity. A very large Muslim minority is there, and Gandhi, by the power is in the Gandhi, is about this. I mean, it's quite exciting.
There are two or three other, epoch-changing actions, which bring an empire, one of the mightiest empires the world has known, to its knees, and they're so improbable. So the salt march, that salt could be such a political weapon, and we'll need to explain this to people here because it makes very different sense.
What actually happens?
What happens with the salt march?
So, essentially, in 1929, the Congress met in Lahore and decided that they want to launch a system. And they left to Gandhi to devise the means and think of the tactics. And Gandhi goes back to his ashram and thinks of salt. Now, salt is a commodity used by every Indian. But making it a monopoly of the so you can't make your own salt. You have to buy it at an enhanced price. What is this? So Gandhi says, I'm going to make my own salt. And molecules where every Indian will make their own salt. And he marches from his ashram in Ahmedabad. And from there he marches to the sea. It takes him 3 weeks. He has 78 companions. And the viceroy is mystified. Supposing, as a counterfactual, if Lord Irving had arrested Gandhi as soon as he left the ashram, that would have been the end of the story. He would not be but he did this nice crazy and let him go, and he marches day by day, and more reporters come to cover him, including American reporters. American reporting of the salt march is very significant in making Gandhi a great because America is a large economic power. Time magazine is just about becoming hugely popular. Gandhi managed here that year 1930, and of course America has a close kinship with Britain. American public opinion influences British opinion, and the reporters come very close to the sea and breaks the salt law, and simultaneously many different parts of India, other people break the salt. So it's symbolically, it's hugely significant because it shows the empire as unfeeling, greedy, monopolistic, and not even allowing an ordinary Indian to have salt in his or her diet. So it's as a piece of political theatre, it's quite remarkable.
But is he aware of all this? Because as you're right, I mean, the revolution will be televised. This is one of the first episodes where you have photographers on the scene, people recording this in real time and then reporting it to the rest of the world. Is he that canny that he knows that by cultivating these relationships with people with his ashram, by taking them along to a place where he knows he's going to have largely broken on his head, that this is his power?
I think he does. But I think he knew the power. He always knew the power of publicity. And of messaging, of reaching out, of answering letters from correspondents, and so on.
I think I read somewhere that he wrote 100 letters a day or 90 letters a day.
Sometimes more than that. He had a fantastic secretary. I mean, he had an extraordinary, he had a secretary, Mahadev Desai, who was a scholar in many languages, and whose role in Gandhi's life is very underappreciated.
Can we talk about some of those people who actually are in Gandhi's life before we get to the 40s, which I think again is another pivotal moment in Gandhi's ascendancy. But let's just talk about this. So he's married. He's married at a very, very young age. And just called Rabbi. I mean, he's got 13 and she's even younger when they get married. And she's incredibly loyal, but the most silent figure in the background. But always supportive. But he has passion as well. He may dress like an ascetic, but he has a fiery heart. And you see that because he writes these beautiful love letters to another revolutionary woman, who I think is fabulous and very underwritten about, Sarla Devi Chaudhary, who is also married. Now, people don't know about this at all, that there is a romantic life with Gandhi.
No, it's not the image.
It's not. It wasn't in Attenborough. Ben Kingsley doesn't write to any women. No, but so tell us, what is this relationship? Because it's very important, and it tells us a little bit about his internal life as well.
Well, first of all, it's very good that quite charged with love and passion and so on. Because in 1992, the massacre, that winter Gandhi goes to look at what's happening. And he stays at the home of Sarla Devi, who lives in Lahore, whose husband is actually in jail.
Why do you
So Gandhi and this writer, poet, activist
Why can't you
just chatting together and getting to know each other. And essentially they fall in love. And over the next year and a half,
Westfall,
they realize each other. And Gandhi calls her my spiritual wife.
You
And it
should
is a
not
very
having just
interesting
50,000 people watching you mention the next highest people
I
had
get
9,000.
emotionally and intellectually and otherwise joined with her. But I've taken a vow of celibacy, so I can't go any further, and I'm already married.
Yo,
But then he is told by his colleagues
elevation.
that his
What is
relationship
that? No
with
one
her,
knows.
if it is
No,
it's embarrassing for you to devote so much of your time and attention to this friendship
this
when
is
you have a
the
larger
word.
cause, which is freeing India from
Word.
the But later on, Gandhi,
what are we
many
fucking
years later,
waiting?
Gandhi talks without mentioning Sarla Devi. He says, I nearly fell. It means I nearly, flipped. He said it the way he got there. So, perhaps he was very enchanted by her.
She was amazing. I mean, I'm complete. I'm in love with her. She is extraordinary. She was in Lahore. She would train men to fight. She would have these underground little lessons where she would give them sticks or whatever and drill them in fighting martial arts.
I'll tell you something because I know you're married to a writer on science. She was about this, and she came from a family of writers and poets. She said, "I'm going to study science." So she was the first female graduate in science in psychology.
I did not know that.
Okay, kind of conservative, patriarchal, late 19th century. The goal. She said, "I'm going to study science." Then the mother says, "I want to marry you off." She said, "Sorry, I'm going to Mysore to teach, and I'll find my own path. I teach science in my. When the mother is dying and on a deathbed, please get married. When she has an intercaste marriage with a Punjabi lawyer, and he's there. And she writes, the boy really likes her. He thinks of her as in the sense of the air because of her voice. So in many ways, because of the kind of her exuberance, her personality, her intelligence, her charm, you could see her very different with Kasturba, with a quiet, uncharismatic homely.
I mean, what else could she be? You're in a relationship with Gandhi. It's very hard not to be eclipsed. What else can you do?
Against his image, the Attenborough image is very much of the saintly figure. But Gandhi also remains throughout his life, the lawyer is still there beneath the dhoti, a ruthlessly sharp negotiator and a brilliant mind. Can you talk a little about that?
Stop it.
Yeah, I think he's obviously very smart, politically, intellectually, in terms of policy. But there's one aspect which I think is often ignored when we talk about his characteristics, which is his ability to build a team. He identifies Nehru, he identifies Patel, he identifies Bush, he identifies the great
Shut down or sign out.
Kamala Devi.
What about
So it's not all about himself. Unlike many charismatic leaders, unlike say Johnson or Trump or Modi or Orban or Mao or whatever else, right? They are largely they represent everything. Gandhi knows that to sustain a freedom movement, a reform movement, in a country as large and diverse and complicated and divided as India, you need many people to work on it.
But these are people quite often with very different views to him.
And younger than him, and in different parts of India. And I've talked about his travels in different parts of India. Wherever he goes, he's looking for bright young people to join him. And then part of his correspondence is with these people, mentoring them, answering their queries, dealing with their anxiety. And the many people,
There's no
an extraordinary social worker who played a very important role in restoring democracy during the emergency of the 1970s. All these people are saying, I know no other major political leader who mentored so many remarkable people. I think that's an underappreciated aspect.
We ought to look at the war years.
So war breaks out, and the viceroy doesn't consult the Indians at all about it. He declares war on behalf of India. What's Gandhi's response?
And it's not the same as Nehru and Jinnah's. I mean, everybody has a different response to what happens.
The viceroy in 1939 was a pure, unimaginative, rather stupid applauding sportsmen for winning. You know, it would be anyone else. I mean,
Very close to where I was born.
I mean,
We're very close.
I don't know why you bring that up. Okay.
I was a Glasgow Scotsman myself. I feel a great sympathy for him.
If Irvin had been there, or Butler, you know, R.A. Butler had been there, he did not consult anyone, announcing their support to the war. The Congress was Gandhi in the regime. Congress was in the regime. We will support the war and we will abandon our doctrine of non-violence on condition that you assure us that you like after the war ends. What is it? Not do that. And sadly, sad to say, he was backed up by Churchill for all his other great achievements. Not someone who did the war as a war leader, not someone who wanted to give up the empire. Right? So Gandhi then prevaricates, continues the conversation, and finally, after 3 years, launches his final struggle with India.
And what happens then?
Well, lots and lots of people are arrested. It motivates huge numbers of young people, including women. He's one of my favorite activists of the India movement. He's a young student in Mumbai called Usha Mehta, who runs underground radio. You know, after Gandhi and Nehru are arrested, he runs underground radio. He does a very moving broadcast. There's been a book on it recently. Very moving broadcast about India's place in the world and what India can teach the world, what India can learn the world, and so on. So, it's a last struggle against our life, which clearly inspires hundreds of thousands of people, but it comes at a cost. Because Gandhi and Nehru and Patel and all the Congress leaders are imprisoned from August 1942 onwards. And in this period, 42 to 45, the British, of course, are very angry with Gandhi. They see him as having had them in the back, while they are fighting for their own survival against the Germans. You know, Gandhi is not just and they cultivate the Muslim League, who are free to expand their constituency and their membership and take their membership across all of northern and western India and eastern India, while Gandhi is in prison. So, in retrospect, it may have been a political mistake. It may have enabled political polarization because essentially offended the British by launching this movement in their darkest hour, as it were. And of course, being jailed all this while your political rivals have an opportunity to cultivate.
What is this funky?
Tell us about the assassination round. What actually happens? Who does it?
One of the differences between Gandhi and the politicians of today, it's also a difference in time and context, is that he had no security. Anyone could walk into his home, into touch him, and have a conversation with him, or indeed what happened on the day. So there's this young Hindu radical who is mentored by a politician called Savarkar, who has detested Gandhi from 1909. Who has Savarkar is a very brilliant Marathi writer and intellectual who becomes steadily more fanatical and hates Muslims more and more and thinks of India as a Hindu country and sees Gandhi as a personal and ideological rival. One of his mentees is inspired to kill Gandhi and goes with some colleagues to Delhi and walks into the square meeting and shoots him dead.
Can you, by heart, remember the incredibly moving Nehru?
Nehru goes on radio and says, "You're the lightest one of our lives." But he also says that the killer was a Hindu, which is very crucial because, we maybe assume that since Gandhi is a Hindu leader, and of course he was. And in many ways, Gandhi's death brings an end to the Bible. The Hindus are horrified that they kill him. And I think had Gandhi, even Gandhi could not have, however many fasts he held in parts of India, could not have stemmed the flow of writing, as effectively as his death and imparting.
Well, clearly your admiration for him is immense, and you've written these two beautiful volumes about his life. One, the early part, where he's in South Africa, the other, second part, the years that changed the world. There is one thing that comes up again and again, and I find it problematic also. We talked about his love life, but there is also in his later years an eccentricity, you could call it, or some may call it something more sinister, where he experiments or tries to push his own tolerance of celibacy by sleeping in the same bed with his niece, who is how old at the time? She's very young at the time. 18 or 19, and he's an old man in his 70s. Now, what do we do with that knowledge? Because I find, all of this, I'm carried along on the wave of all of this, and then I hit this rock, and it has. I mean, I don't know what to do with it.
It's really problematic. I mean, the chapter in Gandhi's autobiography is called My Experiment too. And the chapter on this experiment in my biography is on this. Because it's true that he had this obsession with celibacy. Somewhere he felt that his failure to control his urges was responsible for Hindus and Muslims being unable to control their passions. So it was kind of a colossal act of egotism that he felt his personal failure had led to a collective one. It's also true that his niece was being pursued by sexually pursued by a man in the eyes, and she wanted to test her own celibacy. But these are not experimental circumstances. He was exercising his psychological power over his niece to make her participate in that experiment. And some of his closest associates, a remarkable Bengali anthropologist, Vimal Kumar Ghosh, left him. And also letter I quote in my biography says that this is wrong. I mean, what you're imposing on your niece is wrong, and you should not be doing it. No, you can't really explain or defend it. But he was an old, confused, complicated, lonely man. His wife was dead. His closest friend, was dead. Margaret Desai was dead. He had no one to turn to. And he thought that somehow his control over celibacy for him was crucial to showing himself as pure and transparent and committed. So it's a leap of faith that he made that can be explained over time. The only thing that he said is that he was conducting the openness. God knows what other people do. Because I have not controlled my passion. My fellow Indians have not been able to control their religious passion. Because I have not been able to control my sexual passion, my fellow Indians have yielded to their religious passion. So if I can re-emphasize my personal control, maybe that will be about it. So it's not very logical or rational. But I think that's probably the most problem.
You've referred in some of your writings to him as being the most important figure in 300 years.
If you look at the positive aspect of it, one of course is non-violence. That if you have a dispute with your oppressor, a personal or individual or collective dispute, I think non-violence is always a better, more effective, more morally robust way of dealing with it. There's a stigma. The second is interfaith harmony, which I've talked about. The third is the transparency of his life. And the fourth, which is not talked about really, which require a separate whole separate stuff, is this devotion to phenomenon. Gandhi's one of his most remarkable statements that I quote in my Bible, he says in 1938, God forbid that India take the industrialization in a manner of the West. If it does, it will strip the world there like India and China are stripping the world there like this. So Gandhi advocated an attitude of respect, restraint, and responsibility towards people. Live along with your friend. Limit your means. Don't be greedy. Don't be acquisitive. And also, he had colleagues with him. For example, some colleagues who were really full-fledged environmentalists. Working in villages with water conservation. He was an early environmental prophet. I mean, that's increasingly an aspect of his legacy that we're doing.
Globally, though, I mean, many followers, Martin Luther King, Barack Obama.
Yes. Of course.
Talking about the solidarity.
Nelson Mandela. Sure. I mean, he's had many admirers. I think in many ways, to go back to something you said early, video even if India rejects him, he will live on outside.
Professor Ramchandra, it's been an absolute pleasure. We're going to have to get you on again. Just not long enough. But
We
thank
might
you
even
so
get you on your
much.
book, Rebels Against Iran.
That would be amazing. That is amazing.
Thank you, Buddha. I've enjoyed it very much.
So that is all we have time for. Our enormous thanks to Ram Gura. What are we doing next, William? I think it's just got to. There's only one thing, isn't it? There's only
I think we have to go.
subject. Where are we going?
Well, I had in my inbox this morning a headline from the New York Post saying, this is the Koh-i-Noor, the diamond everyone is talking about, which we and I have been talking about for 10 years now. But,
maybe we should find out about it in this podcast. Well, okay, we promise we will do that. A lot of people are on us to do when already. Next one, because this is the diamond which is in the Queen Consort's crown, last seen on the coffin of the Queen Mother, because she was the last to wear it. It is a diamond which is said to carry a curse. No man can wear it without having his entire life reduced to ashes. That is the curse supposedly attached to this diamond. And interestingly enough, in this country, Queen Victoria is the only reigning monarch who has worn it.
But the context for this, and why, in a sense, we are talking about it, is that it has come from modern India to symbolize colonial loot. This small stone, which actually is no larger now than the size of an egg, bears the entire weight of everything Indians feel was taken from them by imperialism and by colonialism, and they want it back.
I'm quite excited about talking about this. Can you tell? I mean, do join us. We look forward to it. Well then, it's goodbye from me, Anita Arnon.
And me, William Drumple.
OBS virtual
Welcome back to Empire with me, Anita Arnon.
And me, William Dalrymple.
It has not gone unnoticed how well you do on that.
I sit here with my family practicing it morning after morning.
Yeah, no, I'm proud of you. I am very proud of you. We're back on the path of gore, aren't we, again this week? This is another special week of Koh-i-Noor where we throw 2 episodes dripping in blood at you.
And this episode 3, contains your favourite bit, Anita, the roulette wheel of death, as you used to call it on our birthday tour.
I tell you what, there is an awful lot of killing, shooting and a stabbing and a poisoning that goes on in this particular bit.
Bludgeoning?
There's also a share of bludgeoning. I mean, basically, you name it. If Angela Lansbury were here, murder she wrote and wrote and wrote and wrote and wrote, because there's a lot. That's what I'd say.
Dude, what?
So, for those of you who weren't up to speed, this is the 3rd episode of our 4-part series on the Koh-i-Noor Diamond. In the first 2 episodes of this series, we took you through the history of this diamond, which in many ways is a symbol of the complexity of empire. Many different peoples, many different kingdoms regard this diamond as their own. Many have fought for it, many still want it back, particularly, most obviously, India and Pakistan, but also Iran, Afghanistan and Bangladesh. Even the Taliban are pretty pretend for the this
I think it's safe to say they're the least likely to go.
anyone's going to happen very soon. But I think it's a very good place to start a podcast on because it's not only diamond which goes with so many different empires, but it's also one which symbolises, in a sense, the heart of the imperial debate today, which is what is the consequence of centuries of European debate? And should we be looking at some sort of reparations? Britain, should we be educating ourselves more about the consequences of centuries of losing asset stripping from other parts of the world? How does one deal with the legislation? All this bound up in one time.
And although, there's really like in many respects artifacts or rubble.
No one's put on a nice purple cushion.
No, not yet. But we're talking about more than just the British and the British relationship with India. So we will, throughout this podcast, series, from across the as William said. But just think of the Koh-i-Noor with this respect as the most dripping just give you.
It's a very gorgeous thing for our listeners to wake up and think about.
But it, you know, and it gives us an excuse to do it for
everybody.
centuries.
Ready
So
for
where
me to
did we
get
leave
banned?
off? over the
We
last
left off
episode?
with the death of Ranjit Singh. Now, Ranjit Singh had taken the diamond from the Afghans from Shahshuja and milk weapons in captivity. According to Shahshuja, he tortured his son in front of him. But this is by no means the end of the relay race of Goras by co-presenter elegantly. But in fact, it's the beginning of what is probably the fastest moment of terrible events in the whole history of the diamond, which is the bit that you are, I think, going to open
I
with.
am. I mean, Rick Parsons said that's so, Ranjit Singh closes his eye.
Watching this at breakfast.
So Ranjit Singh just closed his eyes. He is the one man who's managed to be a custodian of this diamond without meeting some tragic, horrific and deforming death. But when he closes his eyes, everybody knows that there's going to be a scramble of power. But nobody knows where the Kohinoor diamond has gone. And because it is a gem of state, that is of great interest to a great many people. The mystery can be solved through one actually quite minor court official in the court of Lahore. And it is that man, Benny Wong. If you listen to the last podcast, you'll know this was the man who was the head and looked after Rothschild, the treasure house of Ranjit Singh. It was his responsibility whenever Ranjit Singh was riding around his empire on his elephant to make sure that nobody nicked the Kohinoor diamond. He slept with it and slit the throat of anyone who came near it. But Benny Wong is the man who, as soon as Ranjit Singh leaves his last, takes the diamond and hides it. And he hides it for a very good reason, because there is a very controversial episode on his deathbed, on Ranjit Singh's deathbed, which until today is contested.
It's looking excellent because what Ranjit Singh did is leave the diamond to a famous temple in Orissa, Jagannath.
So the priests say, and you got to, because this is something that others say, you can't talk, you had a catastrophic stroke. So how did you do it?
I have a memory reading this book. We wrote this book 2 years ago. I remember reading the court diary, and I think and he says, I'm going to give it to Lord Jagannath. It doesn't name the temple itself. But, what's interesting also is that theologically this is quite complicated, because modern Sikhism abjures all idolatry.
Any idolatry, yeah.
And if you go to 18th and 19th century Sikh warriors, it's actually we know for a fact.
Oh, it could be like that one which ruled.
When
Yeah,
he died looking at Brahmins.
Yeah, so but this is something that's contested. You say, actually, it's impossible, even if it's inserted into the court.
Zero people are
It's supported by nefarious.
and 3,000 fucking people.
Nefarious
That
ways.
one of
Because
them
he
was
was
like,
why would he give the most precious diamond of the kingdom to a Sikh, to a Hindu temple? And number two,
I wrote
he
worst
couldn't
screen
talk.
ever. I don't see
He
it
couldn't
anymore.
speak on his deathbed. So anyway, even
this
on
is-
his
this
deathbed,
is
there is a controversy
Put the
about it.
case for it being true for 1 second. It's controversial and very interesting.
This
And I think the first people who actually put in the claim in 1947 for the return of Britain, not the Indian government, but the Jagannath
The
Temple.
Jagannath in Orissa.
Correct.
That's right.
And when I gave this talk once in Orissa, all the Orissans were very clear. It was their specific
Sure.
diamond. It wasn't belonging to India, it was belonging to Orissa. And it is interesting because I remember you saying earlier that Sikhism is almost like a form of Protestantism. That's certainly the modern understanding of Sikhs, and Gurdwaras are very bare and no images, particularly in diaspora. Gurdwaras in Britain. But what is interesting is that in the 18th and 19th century, you go around a lot of old Sikh Gurdwaras, there are images of Hindu, not necessarily in the main prayer, but in the buildings around by, and the great houses in the residential quarters and so on. And what has happened in the 20th century is that the forming Sikhs wasn't like that. This happened at the Golden Temple, and there are images, for example, of the gateway into the Golden Temple, which have many images changed 20th century, now completely bad. And there's been a very important destruction of Sikh art across Pakistan by diaspora Sikhs wanting to do the best thing and raising money to renovate old Gurdwaras that have been touched. And they've wiped many of the frescoes there in the last 2-3 years. And so this So the fact that he gave the Jagannath temple is a doubly complicated.
And I'm going to argue against the position that is argued by the Sikhs, who say with as much gusto as those who say it's our stone, give it back to us, don't give it back to India, give it back to the Sikhs, is that actually Ranjit Singh was very unusual because he married wives from different religions. So he had Indian wives, he had Muslim wives, and he was the first person who ruled that part of the north of India. But the thing is that he is a man who is a point.
In the history of
He's
mankind,
also
oh, what
accepting
the fuck? It must be shit.
none of his predecessors for hundreds of years have been. So he really talks about the duty of time, which has been imposed by the
Page not responding. Why? Because Jeff Bezos sucks cock. He's too busy putting that fucking television anchor in a headlock in the front of a fucking pickup truck than to get his fucking browser to work. Stupid.
You do what you like.
Dumbass.
Anyway, the point is, who cares? Because where's the document?
Go.
We're not here. So let's get back to belly run.
This absolutely sucks. And I got to listen to these British cunts talk about curry.
Potential dying wishes of his master, for whom he would have spilt blood and died, has decided no. Even if
Those
Ranjit
fuckers
Singh
burned
had
down the
given
White
this
House.
stone over, it wasn't his to do. So this minor, imagine the guts on this man. This minor court official has taken his duty of state so seriously. He is the son of the man who looked after the Pusha. His children are working in the Pusha. And this is the family business.
Dude, it's just fucking
But he says no, and he doesn't take it for himself. He hides it away.
His whole computer
Because he
is
says the man
frozen.
who takes it has the Maharaja. This is his gem, and I will have it.
Whoa, what up,
You know, this
Taekwondo?
is
Hey, sorry, this stream is so
the next
shitty.
one, who is entitled to wear
Before we finish, maybe get around, I was giving a lecture on this.
Microsoft Windows.
Reading.
This
I'm
will be-
very, and it's not stuff everyone do anymore.
Can you just tell me about this?
End process. The application is not
Anything else you want to mention? So what did you get them into being known how
They
brave,
knew this
and they were very proud of his bravery.
Because they mentioned them
Yeah.
in the book. So they came out after the week. And they were refugees from partition. They come over the border in 1927, and now they leave.
So they've been living in Lahore all that time.
Thank you for
Isn't
doing
that?
that shit.
So it's hidden. No diamond, no king,
Finally.
no diamond, no king. That's what Belly Ram's decided. But the next man who is entitled to wear that diamond, in the view of most of the people in the court of Lahore, is not fit to wear it. His name is Karak Singh, the oldest son
It's
from the
worst
first
stream.
of Maharaja.
History.
And this man is,
Life is ended.
well, you know how we've sort of described
Why did it
the
end?
leader, who I liked, who's Party Central. He's a little bit like that. The Sikhs really don't like it. Emily Eden is a great
Why did
adventuress
it end?
and a historian and a travel writer. She's quite magnificent. She does sketches around India and writes to Scotland.
Travel writer
She's-
skewers everybody
She's
with
just
their.
very lost. She describes Karak Singh as an opium-eating blockhead.
That's quite judgment in her lexicon.
She must have liked him.
This shit is
But you know, not wrong, because this was a man who preferred his own pleasure to matters of state. As soon as he becomes Maharaja,
Wow.
woohoo! Weeks of
Not
being
overly
saying,
with intellect.
Pete Heavens blockhead. It was that face. So
Let's see how this
he is
fucking fantasy football thing
barely
is.
on the golden buddy because he decides he will sit on the throne. His father doesn't sit on it. His father,
He
remember,
lost
Ranjit Singh leaves it empty for Guru Nanak, the founder of the Sikh faith. But Karak Singh parks his fairly wide bottom on it and is comfortable. But almost immediately, his nobles decide he's got to go,
-2,
and they start to poison
38
him
points allowed.
gradually, slowly, over months, by a mixture of
I
white
mean, I
lead
bet the guy who doesn't
and
even try this.
It's a very nice way to go.
No, just, I mean, you know what it does to you.
Very
Not that
good.
you poison
Very
anyone,
good.
not that you've done it, but it slowly, it's just a neurotoxin, so it slowly robs the person of their faculties. Now, Karak Singh doesn't help his own situation because he drinks a lot. He's decried as a notorious drunk. So, you know, when he starts to wobble a bit on his feet, nobody really notices of him because he's always
Wobbling quite a lot.
wobbling for months. He starts to slur not unknown for him to be a bit slurry. But it's when he starts having terrible shooting pains, which then spreads to his body, then he loses the ability to walk, then he cannot, he's screaming pain all the time. He's just taken off, put to bed. He stopped the game until he dies, and he's out of the way. And the nobles are basically the ones who are responsible for this poison plot, are waiting for his son, who is a much more.
And this character wearing the koh-i-noor as
he wears it when there are stage occasions, so when he's sick, and it would have been taken away again, very rapidly, again, looking after it, because one supposes they don't sleep with it all. Comfortable. So it's safely away from him, but it's waiting for a better recipient. And the better recipient is a 19-year-old boy called Monica, who's Coaxing's father, who, unlike Coaxing, is very responsible.
Also rather beautiful, isn't it?
Very beautiful.
Very good.
He's got this sort of, the very traditional North Indian features, very aquiline nose, fair skin, angular, lean, and fit. Whereas Coaxing is this gnarly, bearded, wide-nosed old uncle. Yes, exactly. So Coaxing finally does it. And Nourneha is about to be, they don't crown him as king, but anointed as Nourneha. Doesn't make it past his father's funeral. Not even past his father's funeral.
Because the koh-i-noor strikes again.
Well, this is why this starts gaining this particular momentum, really starts to stick the reputation. So Nourneha has just cremated his father. He's covered in ash and dust of the cremation. He goes to wash his hands in the river, and he comes back to the house. And he's going to walk in through the royal gardens through a major gateway called the Hazuni Garden.
Around its things, celebrated.
Absolutely. So everything goes back to the So Nourneha, with two of his retainers, is walking through the Hazuni Garden, and suddenly, and completely inexplicably, a large block from the Hazuri gate falls and it hits him and his companion. Kills his companion outright, who's also a blood relative, a cousin of his. But according to the court records at the time, and an eyewitness, do you remember we talked about Alexander Gardner? The Tartan turbaned, mercenary who was working for Ranjit Singh. He is an eyewitness to this. He's walking just a few paces behind Nourneha Singh, the crown prince, the Maharaja to be. And he says, actually, Nourneha gets up. He's really grumpy because it's probably not lovely to watch your cousin bludgeoned to death by this great block. But he's okay, and he's offered an palanquin to take it away. And he says, no, I'm walking. And he walks back, which makes what happens next so suspicious. Very suspicious. Because later that night, a physician, another Western physician, who's actually a homeopath, goes to see adventurers, actually, yeah.
And this is generals, men, and living those most some turn actually and from that age family. And one of them is Honeyberg has spent a lot of time in the north of frontier to do early Buddhist roots. And he's very interesting archaeologists in that million you see a lot of Honeyberg early rooted through these beautiful very this he's doing his job.
Yes, he's going to go visit Nourneha to see if he's all right. When he goes, he's not all right. He's not all right because he's lying dead in his bedchamber and his head has been caved in. And there's grey matter, despite the grey matter being spilt on the pillow. Now, how is that possible that a man who walked away from a glancing blow from a mysteriously falling piece of masonry is now has his brain spotted all over the bed? So this has clearly been yet another murder. Two kings in one household. So this idea of the wreaking havoc already, you know, Ranjit Singh was strong enough. The Lion of Punjab was strong enough to wear it. But let's see about his cuts.
This is also the period that you give some people like
Rabbi, this is the worst stream ever.
But clearly the show was brutal.
Oh, fuck.
Everything, whatever the empire.
Let's forget, and Lion, there is a Lion. A guy that has got soul.
This is all the Bhagavad Gita. That's 10th century AD. That's the story.
Anyway, go back to episode 1 if you want to hear that. It's a fun story. So, look, this is now a Lahore in absolute crisis. Because what are they going to do? Who is going to lead now? There are many queens of Ranjit Singh with many heirs. And if they decide that they're all going to fight for this, there's going to be a bloodbath. So, Karak Singh, the dead Maharaja, who was poisoned with white lead in this country. His wife is a child. Her son has just died. One also has just died. And she decided, we have to keep this in the family. My God, we've got to keep this in the family because there are other sons who are going to convert him. So she orders the gates of the Lahore court to be closed because she has Nournahal's wife, this young woman, and she's pregnant. And child course can be everything, but the child will grow and her daughter will belly within her life. These are the avoided. And you know, Lahore just accelerates the tension, but they're waiting. If it's a boy, there's a clear line of succession. Absolutely. Right, because the British, and just remind people, while Ranjit Singh's been on the throne,
So Ranjit Singh controls what is arguably the richest agricultural land. And while he's been so clear about the ocean, Himalayas, Afghanistan, to the north of Clover Pass, with such a dream.
No, dog, you want to watch Joe Rogan?
Well, this is amazing. A commercial company, big company.
Is this thing, all they're doing is talking about curry. Yo, laughing about taking over country, you fucks.
One man, forgotten now, never appeared in European.
JRE, dog.
Lord Wellesley, who's the elder brother.
Give me something good.
Which is more of England than
Yo, that fat sucks.
In series of wars from 1798 to 18.
Oh, shit.
Wellesley destroys the large component destroys.
I'm fucked up.
All this is done with incredible speed. So that by the time.
Oh, man, I cannot stand these
all
things.
the rest of it is controlled by these simple companies directly, through direct wall or through a network of alliances.
Are you fucking serious?
but this
Playlist. I'm going to sneeze in. It's going to be divine.
Just
Perhaps.
won't budge, and they won't go near it
Something
because
like the Joe Rogan experience, yeah, but not like that kind of stuff a lot. I feel like Joe had to have that motherfucker. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
the Joe Rogan experience.
Stream by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Watch this one. This one's dope. I think they talk about something cool. This is the worst stream ever. If you're watching this and you're like, hey, what up, Jeng Fong? Oh, guys, check it out. Joe Rogan
experience.
Stream by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Gentlemen, Mr. Corsetti, how are you, sir? Very nice to meet you, by the way. Nice to meet you, too. Thank you very much for that video. We talked about it before, but I was saying publicly. The debunking of the debunking by Flint Dibble. And he really nailed him on so many of those things that he was dishonest about. And just, I wish we knew in real time, but unfortunately, you know, it takes a lot of research to be able to figure out what he was telling the truth about and what he wasn't.
Yeah.
You know.
Thank you. That was
Tell everybody your site, too.
debunking. Debunking the past. That's my email. Debunking on YouTube or on Twitter. The two D's like my ex. Not debunking. Sorry.
Keep this.
Sorry.
It's okay. Sorry.
Debunking, not debunking. Yes, Dan Rich. Debunking. Dan Rich. Thank you. The thing with it was actually funny. The the moment that I knew that he was lying about the science was when you asked him about the fertilization of plants. That's when they roll back into being no longer domesticated. He was like, "Oh, it just take thousands of years." Like, no. I've researched this and I know better. And he was just knee-jerking straight in. Oh, it's thousands of years. So pressed him. He's like, "Well, I don't know."
Well, that's a bummer because that's his field of study, which is really kind of crazy. It's a really fascinating thing that seeds do adapt to agriculture. They adapt to the fact that it's better for the survival of the plant if when you develop agriculture, if they're robust to understand the plant, it's better for the wild if they break off easy, they can scatter better and they can, proliferate.
Yeah, it's really basic if you think about it. I mean, if it stays on the plant after it's ripe, it's just sitting there waiting for the first thing to come along and eat it.
But that whole natural selection thing when it comes to plants is so fascinating. But the question is so simple. If you stopped having agriculture and these plants just grew wild, would they go back to the same characteristics of wild plants? And he was like, no, there's no evidence of that. But then I saw your video and then I looked at some other stuff and there's quite a bit of evidence of it, particularly with wild rice, right?
Yeah, particularly with wild rice. Yes, there's that one. It looks like out of any of them, if there's a possibility that one was domesticated and then went back to the wild and then was domesticated again, it would be rice. So that shows multiple types. There's different ways the seeds can break off, right? They can break in different points of the plant where they can just fall straight out. And rice shows numerous paths there, where wheat only has one genetic pathway to that seed shatter where the seed falls off. Mm-hmm. So it gets pretty complicated. But rice does have a lot of genetic possibilities for that. I'm not a geneticist, so I'm sure that someone's going to come and it's a credo fact. But ultimately, at the end of the day, Flint was treating it as a debate. Whereas you and Graham were both trying to stick to the truth. And that's why he was not going to give Graham one little corner, one little shred of possibility of being right anywhere, when in reality, it's a lot of, just like everything else in life, it's a lot of gray.
Well, it's also, this whole subject of the past it's so obviously confusing. Because when you look at, I watched your video today, the Baalbek video, just looking at the enormous size of those stones, there's no reasonable explanation how people, like, what is that dated to? Like, what year do they believe it was made?
This is where it gets fun, is because they credit it to the Romans and the Phoenicians. However, it goes beyond the sophistication and the capabilities what the Romans were known to have, whether it's the existence of the screwjack for lifting the stones. But Baalbek, which is located in Lebanon, and I had the great privilege of going there in September of last year, exactly 1 month before things kicked off in Israel with the whole Hamas thing. And if I hadn't got there then, I wouldn't have no chance. Like right now, Israel's bombing Lebanon. And so it's a dangerous place. But Baalbek, if there was one example, one ancient site on Earth that is evidence of a lost, ancient, advanced civilization, and by advanced, I'm not talking about space lasers here. I'm talking about more sophisticated than what we were taught in school for the known capabilities. And Baalbek has the largest stones that were ever quarried in human history, the largest stones that were lifted, stacked, and transported in human history, and the largest stone columns in all of classical history. And we're talking, so the trilithon stones, 3 stones, 900 tons a piece, or 800 metric tons. And they were moved a half mile from the quarry. They were lifted and stacked approximately 30 feet off the ground. And when I say stacked, they were perfectly lined up. And Jamie, it's in my folder of Baalbek. Do you want to show some of these? And they're absolutely massive. So let me tell you right here, and I of course have the gentleman there who I'll tell you about later highlighted just to kind of show you for perspective. Like that's someone right there, it's 5'11". Those stones that are highlighted in red are the trilithon stones. But these pictures do not do it justice because it's taken through an ultra-wide camera lens. From the top to bottom of the red highlighted stones is 14 feet. And they're 62 feet long. Or 62 feet, excuse me. Like, there's me. And
so it's hard to tell because of the perspective. And people need to kind of understand how a wide angle lens sort of distorts things by showing you this enormous field of view. But when you're looking at something that's 14 feet long and 62 feet long and 14 feet high, like what is the weight of that? What's the overall weight?
900 imperial tons or 800 metric tons. And to anyone listening, a metric ton is 2,200 pounds, 1,000 kilograms, and an imperial ton is 2,000 pounds. So that's 1.7 million pounds. Each of them, there's 3 of them. And if you were to go to the quarry, there's ones that are 1,200 tons and even 1,500 tons that are 20 feet tall. This is mind-boggling. like, Jamie, if you want to just scroll through some of the other photos to kind of give Joe the perspective and the audience the perspective.
These are clearly cut stones that were moved into place and moved 23 feet above the ground.
Right. And technically 30 feet because there's stones that are actually below the ground there that you can't see because it's submerged under the earth. So technically it was 30 feet, but 23 feet off the ground today. And right there, this highlights, so not only is that 14 feet from top to bottom, which you would never realize when you're looking at this. And these are confirmed measurements, by the way. This is right out of encyclopedias. But notice how they're completely flush, nice and even with each other. And this exceeds the known capabilities of what the Romans had. And it's worth mentioning this site is some 2,400 miles from Rome, the capital. And if they're going to say that this was created by the Romans, one, people need to understand that the Romans were renowned for documenting everything, yet this site is not credited to anybody. They don't know exactly who did it or when, but the academics conclude that it had to have been the Romans or the Phoenicians because, of course, there was no one before them. And with this photo right here, let me say something else. There is evidence of at least 2, but arguably 3 different architectures that were done at this site. And I would conclude that this is evidence that this site existed in prehistoric times. There's also, I could show you encyclopedias that talk about Baalbek being prehistoric in nature, dating back 11,000 years of human history. And what I argue is that it was built up, it was found by the Romans, the Phoenicians, and built upon later. And right here is evidence for all that have eyes to see. And look how they obviously use broken stones and constructed on top of it. Why would you go from making the most advanced stones in history that far exceed anything you see in Rome? For example, if you were to go to the Colosseum, as magnificent as that is, it is architecture of mathematics and just brilliance. But this right here, why would they for all the feats of Roman history, why would they have the most impressive feats over 2,000 miles away from the capital? In fact, let me just say this. When I'm talking about 900-ton stones, the largest stone in all of Rome is 53 tons. It's the Trajan's capital block make up the Trajan's column. 53 tons. This is 15 times heavier.
There's a number of things too. I'm not a huge believer in ancient technology. Sorry.
I know you've heard me talk about AG1. It's an awesome way to improve your whole body health and just feel better in general. But today I have a new special offer for you. If you try AG1, you also get a free month supply of AG's omega-3 supplement. These once-a-day capsules have high-quality omega-3 fatty acids to take with your AG1. Just that easy. Over 80% of people are not consuming the right amount of omega-3s in their diet, and AG's capsules ensure that you'll get the essential fatty acids you need. These nutrients provide additional support for brain and cardiovascular health when taken together with AG1. And if you've ever taken fish oil before, you know that taste. Well, don't worry. AG's encapsulated fish oil actually has a nice lemon taste. Not bad at all. If you're looking for a simple and effective investment in your health, try AG1. And if you've been thinking about it, try it now. This November, you'll receive a 1-month supply of AG Omega-3 when you first subscribe, in addition to the welcome kit with 5 AG1 travel packs and a bottle of vitamin D3 plus K2. So make sure you check out drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan to claim this special offer. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan.
I'm not a big believer in ancient technology, as Jimmy's well aware, but
which is why it's important that you're here, because people are going to hear multiple perspectives.
Yeah, that's where I can tell you some things about Baalbek that are still interesting to me. One of them is you don't see the Roman foot in the stones, which is weird. You would expect to see some sort of breakdown of the Roman foot in these measurements, but they're not there at Baalbek. They are there on the stones that were quarried
by Roman foot. What you're saying is that there's a different measurement, what they considered a foot. It's not 12 inches.
Correct. There's a Roman unit of measurement that they would use in construction. And we don't see it in those stones in the Trilithon. But there's 3 stones that were quarried and left in the ground. All of those stones show signs of using the Roman foot.
Jamie, will you scroll over?
So that right off the bat shows to me that the ones that were installed were not built by the Romans, but the ones that were quarried were made by the Romans. They were trying to quarry out stones to match it. Right. Another thing is, that's crazy, Roman architecture always uses the most impressive things right in the front. You walk in the front of the thing, and that's where you're going to see the biggest stones, the most impressive, for obvious reasons. These are in the back, completely on the opposite end of the entrance. So you have to, like, from what you told me, you have to look for them if you don't know where they're at, right? Like, you can't just show up on the side and they say, here's the Philip.
Well, let me tell you a quick story real quick. So I had the pleasure of going there with some people, and I'll tell you about it later. I won't do the name drop just yet. But Dory, who lives in Lebanon, he toured us around, and he had been to the site 3 times before. When we went, it was his 4th time. He did not know of the existence of the Trilithon stones. They're around back. You got to walk probably a third of a mile to get there. You don't even bring the tours around to the Trilithon stones. He had no idea what I was talking about. The night before dinner, I was trying to explain to him, like, the Trilithon stones, the 900-ton stones. And I had to show him a picture. He had never seen it before.
How do they not show the tourists this?
That's an excellent question. Now, you do have to walk. To be honest, it's like a 12, 15-minute walk to go around to get there. I mean, it's part of the platform, but you have to go all the way around. And some people just don't feel like making the walk. And when we were there, we were totally alone for a half hour with these stones. Not a single person. There was hundreds of people at the site. Not a single one of them came around back. Now, just to clarify what the audience is seeing right now, this is at the quarry, which is a half mile away. This is where all the stones originate from. And this one right here is what's called the Stone of the Pregnant Woman. It is 1,200 tons. As you can see, it's 14 feet tall, which is the same height. So those Trilithon stones I was showing you a moment ago, the only difference is that this one's 68 feet long. It's virtually the same size, except for just a few feet shorter, but it's the same height. So that gentleman right there, Pierre, who's a wonderful man, is 6 foot tall. And look at him just dwarfed by this stone.
1,200 tons.
Right.
And it's not from there.
Well, no, it is. This was quarry. So this is at the quarry.
So so this one's at the quarry, but the ones that were placed, where are they from?
This quarry, which is a half mile away. So this is
they moved 1,800,000 pounds a half mile.
3 of them, and that doesn't include the 2 dozen that are 350 tons apiece. That doesn't include the 9 that are 600 tons apiece. 9 stones that are 600 tons apiece are somehow a side note to the Trilithon stones. And let me just tell you this. This is something, Jamie, if you scroll over a few to the articles involving, because this is what the audience needs to understand. A lot of people hear these numbers and they don't wrap their head around exactly how important this is, which is that go to the article involving the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. It's in the same folder of Baalbek. And the largest stone moved in modern times is 340 tons. And we're going to come back to all these photos too, because it's extremely important. There's some details in here.
That's the one at that goofy museum in LA?
Yes.
Which is, by the way, a very goofy museum.
Yeah, I haven't been there.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. There's an acrylic box that's on the ground.
Yeah.
That you're supposed to interpret as well. It's just a box that's just sitting there. It's one of those places where you go there and you go, what is my backstory?
Jamie,
motherfuckers.
Go to the folder that's moving stones. So let me just, while he's looking for that, let me explain to you. So,
I saw the video on that. And so what this is there was a suspended stone. Yeah. It's an enormous stone that they placed there as part of their art piece.
Yeah.
And this thing was
not that Jamie.
This is just fails.
Yeah, we'll play that video in a little bit. It's pretty funny.
They had to move the stone. It was 4 miles an hour is the fastest they could do it. They had to build a structure around the stone to move it.
Yes.
And
so
this fucking insanely huge truck.
Let me tell you. So the details, it is a 200. So they had to custom build a trailer truck around the stone itself.
Tell Jamie what.
Jamie, it was under the moving stones folder. Go to, let's see here. Scroll down a little bit. Go to Ramesses statue. And you're using a Mac. It doesn't show you the preview of the pictures. So keep looking until you find a big red truck, but I'll tell the audience while you're looking for it exactly what we're talking about here. So, yeah, keep going. Back there. You're on it. Go back a little bit. Go back to the article 3. Go left like 3 times. Right there. Go back. Or right there. So this one stone, 340 tons, they call it the largest operation of its kind since the Egyptians built the pyramids. They had to custom build a 260-foot-long trailer truck that consists of 196 semi-truck wheels. It has 44 axles, 32 feet long. It took a year of planning. It cost $10 million. It took 9 days to move this 340-ton stone.
What a great use of taxpayers' money. $10 million. There's no way they needed that money for LA.
Yeah, who cares about potholes and homeless people?
No way. I mean, this is more important.
And so this is what's so important, is that the largest stone moved in human history is at the Ramesses. It's the Ramesses statue in Egypt. It's 1,000 metric tons, which is 2.2 million pounds. That was inexplicably moved 170 miles for the quarry in Aswan. And here's the significance of this. Brother, this stone at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art is 1/3 the weight. The stone at the Ramesseum is 3 times heavier.
And how far did they move that stone?
This one at the museum,
the Ramesseum,
170 miles, and the other one is moved 106 miles.
170 miles,
and
it's 2 million pounds.
And so this is where things get really fun. Is that they say, the academics, they say that the stones would have been moved on tree logs because that's their best guess, and it's not an unreasonable guess. But when you look into the nuanced details, so I really nerded out hard on this. There's a lot of people. Are you familiar with the Mohs scale of hardness? No. So it's the measurement of stone, and it's often used by alternative ancient history buffs to say that, hey, copper-based tooling could not have been utilized to cut granite stone like it's been claimed. And there's no evidence that the Egyptians never told us they used bronze tooling to cut the stones and make up the granite stones within the pyramid. And so I started asking them, like, wait a second, if they're going to say that they moved a 2.2 million pound stone on tree logs, well, they say that it was the cedar, the Lebanon cedar trees. Well, I narrowed out on this, and there's something called the Jenkins scale of hardness, which measures the hardness of wood, and it's often used for if you're going to pick wood flooring in your house. It's one of the softest on earth, not the softest, but it's so soft that it would never even be considered for flooring in your house because your furniture and your heels would dent it immediately. And if you were to put significant weight on it, whatever that weight is, it would either crush it, crumble it, or at least dent it out of a circle, or it would be a circular nature to roll on. And so when you look into the nuanced details involving the mysterious accomplishments of the ancients, it becomes abundantly clear. Like if I had one thesis, is that the true history of mankind was more advanced than what we were taught in school. Now, how advanced? That's the fun topic. We'll dive into that here in the next couple hours. But the reality is that there's evidence for all who have eyes to see that there, I mean, again, brother, 1,000 metric ton statue, and this is right out of encyclopedias.
Show the statue. So this is the statue. It somehow or another fell.
Yeah, so it was a seated statue. That's me in front of it, and it's broken into multiple pieces.
There's some images, Jamie, of what it originally looked like.
Look, so that foot, it's up to my belly button. Like the top of the foot. That's just the foot. There's another picture that would an illustration that would show you what it would have looked like when it was full. There, go back one. So that's what it looks like from an aerial shot now. It's completely toppled over. God knows what would have taken to knock this thing over. They say probably an earthquake. It was a seated statue. If it was a standing statue,
that's what it looked like originally.
That's what yes. And again, 1,000 metric tons is 2.2 million pounds. How it got knocked over in itself, to me, might be indicators of some sort of cataclysm, but that's a side point. But the point is this: it was moved 170 miles. The Egyptians did not articulate, illustrate, or describe how they would have done so. And
isn't that part of the problem with like the burning of the Library of Alexandria? Is all that information was lost forever?
Yes. Here's the thing. Let me say this real quick, brother. The Library of Alexandria was like thousands of years before the Great Pyramid. Like the Library of Alexandria was just after 47 AD or BC that it got destroyed, is believed, something around there. So 2,000 years ago. This statue is 3,000 years old, according to the academics. So this is 1,000 years before the Library of Alexandria. So yeah, it's not unreasonable to suggest that they would have had information about how they constructed these things. In fact, I want to believe that they did. But it's gone. Yeah, they might not have. What were you going to say?
When you're talking about, we look at the way that they moved the stone. We're talking about the cedar. They moved one stone in human history that was really big. The biggest stone ever moved was the Thunderstone. It was moved by Catherine the Great's people.
Late 1700s.
Late 1700s. They used a big team of people, and they moved this thing up 10 miles, 8 miles,
9 miles, and it took 9 months.
And when they were putting this thing on the ground, they had to consistently try metallurgy different types of ball bearings to roll on, because the ones they were using were being crushed. And they had to use screw jacks. It was just like you jack on a house floor with, like a seven. They would use these screw jacks to lift the statue back up and put it on bearings. So the Romans didn't have a screw jack. With metallurgy, you were trying different kinds of ball bearings and shit. That's something way outside. I mean, the 1700s. The 1700s, we're talking to move this stone. And that stone is basically the same size as the ones above that. They're tiny bit bigger. But the same kind of issues where they would have had to have jacked that thing up, they would have had to, which would have took steel or hard metal. They had to have some highly advanced metallurgy for the time. Not as good as we have now, but with the 1700s level of metallurgy, that's what it would have taken.
And the Romans did not have that level of sophistication. So that's the thing. So there's something that you informed me of, Dan, and this is, let me just give you a shout out. Hey, everybody, go subscribe to Dunking on YouTube. Your channel is a gold mine that is you are bridging together the facts that the alternative theorists are presenting, as well as the academics, and you're differentiating the truth. And your channel is so valuable. And what you taught me is that the invention of the screw jack was utilized in order to lift that thunderstone, the bronze horseman, on top of those metal rails. So with the Romans didn't have that. That wasn't invented until thousands of years later. So without that screw jack, they would have never been able to lift it in the first place.
That stone would have just sat there. Yeah.
You said something that you don't believe in ancient technology.
I don't believe in ancient high technology in the regards that, generally speaking, when you start getting put this, I'm so sorry. It's okay. I'm so sorry about that. I'm not a believer in ancient high technology in the regards that I don't believe even ancient steam engines would be like push. When you start talking like really advanced stuff, I tend to look for other explanations. I tend to look for, stone was the premier building material for hominids for like millions of years, literally millions of years. So father passed to his son how to do this sort of thing, and eventually you get to a point where you start working with metal, and that kind of just dies off. We quit doing that for a while, and then 1,000 years goes by, and we look at what our ancestors used to do, and we're like, holy shit. But I honestly think a lot of the stuff, if we just saw how they did it, we would just be like, well, fuck, why didn't I think of that?
But wait a minute, when you're talking about moving things that are 1,000 tons, and you're moving them through the mountains, like how? Why wouldn't you believe in some sort of...
Well, let's put it this way. I'm not opposed to the idea, but we need to get there first. Like if we're going, like we're talking about the Thunderstone or the Baalbek stones, going from, like, I feel like we need to exhaust every other possibility before we can start hanging our head on something.
Okay, what other possibilities could you conceive of?
I've never opened the conversation.
But it is technology.
Really? It would be
the norm of very sophisticated technology.
It would be definitely something better than we know, or different than we know. But I give an example that I've used it with Jim before was, when this World War II ended, America ended all the sniper schools overseas to tighten the budget. And when Vietnam started, we didn't have any sniper schools. And the NCOs on the ground say, hey, we need trained snipers. They had to actually recruit snipers, start shooters for the American Olympic team because we didn't have trained snipers anymore. So in 20 years, we had better tools, but worse results because of the lack of skills. So I'm of the opinion that there's some...
You're right, but the sniper is something that we're all very well aware of. It's conceivable. It's obvious how you would do it. You could explain it to the layperson.
Yeah, you can. But it was something that still there was a skill set that was lost in 20 years. And that's all. I think that like a lot of things, you see a lot of the ideas for moving the big rocks. So some guys will use like you think that like water pressure vacuums were used to pull rocks up. You see all kinds of interesting hypotheses that use lower tech means. I tend to think most of them don't work, but I tend to think that those would be the direction we should be looking before we go to ancient high technology. And again, the reason that I think that is because if we do get to ancient high technology, we really need to have eliminated everything else before we get there in order to be taken seriously. I guess that's kind of how I look at it. I'm a more skeptical person.
Real quick. So let's back up to this. Let's see if we agree on this. Would you agree that what we were taught in school, that the ancients were more sophisticated than we described them?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Then there you go. So we're on the same page because it's like, what's technology? Like, do they have space lasers and hydraulics? I'm not suggesting that. Right. A horse saddle technology, right? So they had something else.
Oh yeah, they definitely. When I guess like when I get to when most people think high technology, like you say, space lasers and stuff, powered things, like something where they were no longer using human power or water power, something they were harnessing energy or doing sophisticated chemistry, things like that's where I start to be like, well, I need more evidence to go that far with it. However, the moving of the big rocks is something that I'm quick to say. But in order to do it, if we were to do it, we would need technology well outside of what they had available to them at the time. And in my opinion, if you look at those, like this at Baalbek, to go back to that, you've got the three big stones that were put in a wall that don't have the Roman unit of measuring. And we got three big rocks in the ground that do have the Roman unit of measurement. I think that they gave up. They realized we weren't able to do it. They had one group carving them. The guys tasked to move them. What the fuck are you guys on? You know, whatever moving these things.
And the fact that it's undocumented, like the foundation of Baalbek is completely undocumented. Go ahead.
You were saying something about dating it to 11,000 years.
Jamie, if you go to the Baalbek folder, you'll find an encyclopedia article that describes the evidence of human habitation at Baalbek dating back 9,000 BC, which is 11,000 years ago. And I'm not suggesting these stones were created back then. I'm open to it.
What is the evidence? Like what kind of evidence? Pottery?
Sure. I'd have to go read through the scientific article, but it's humans were there 11,000 years ago.
Yes.
And the fact that they don't document when the Romans were, see right there. And there's another
history that dates back at least 11,000 years in significant periods such as prehistoric, Canaanite, Hellenistic, and Roman eras. After Alexander the Great conquered the city in 334 BCE, he renamed it Heliopolis, Greek for Sun City. The city flourished under Roman rule.
Now, let me say this real quick, Jamie. When you go to the picture of the mountains in this folder, this is something that's unbelievable. All right, so just scroll through all these photos of the mountains because here's something that people need to understand is unbelievably significant, which is that all there are approximately 200 rose granite columns that were transported from the Aswan Quarry in Egypt, which is 700 miles as the bird flies. And what's wild is that the only way to get them to Baalbek, because the Baalbek is located in the middle of the Lebanon mountains, and it has an average elevation of about 8,000 feet, with peaks reaching over 10,000 feet. As you can see, there's a freaking ski resort there, which I couldn't believe when I was driving there. There was literally the ski lifts. I went there in September. So they had to bring all of those multi-ton stone columns from Egypt, and the only way to get there was over these mountains, which is mind-blowing.
And what you're saying by how the crow flies, as the crow flies, what people need to understand is that doesn't take into account elevation change.
Right.
So if you have a flat line like a bird, and you're flying from one point to another, that's 700 miles. But if you have to go up and down and up and down and up and down, it's significantly larger.
And
measurement, it's not 700 miles, it's probably double that.
Right. And that's an excellent point. And it's like, then the question is, why would they do this? Like, why would they go out of the how and why?
Why is like it's cool, but how is the real question? Like, obviously we built things because it's cool,
right?
You know, if you go to the Acropolis and the Parthenon, you go, why did you? Well, that's fucking cool, you know. Like people like to leave cool shit behind,
right?
But you look at Baalbek, so there's a lot of interesting things about it. Like it has the largest temple of Jupiter out of anywhere on the Roman Empire. Generally speaking, it's got some of the biggest temples in the Roman Empire, period. But it's a far-flung corner of their empire, and it's not an important city, really. I mean, it's semi-important in the region, but it's certainly no Cairo or anything.
Right.
But it has all these huge temples. My thinking is that they showed up and there was this massive stonework there. And these are the Romans. They can't have the locals thinking their ancestors were better than the Romans, so they fucking hijacked it. We just built big shit on top of it. This is now ours. We put our stamp on it. This is a Roman building. This is all Roman now. This was never your ancestors. This was always ours. And then the locals can't look to their forefathers or whatever legends they had in a couple of generations. Just the power of Rome.
Well, even the Parthenon built on the Acropolis. Acropolis is older than the Parthenon.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, who made that? Everybody just shrugs their shoulders. Other folks?
Stay away from this.
Put up here.
What's interesting about Baalbek as well is that it's in the Bible. The Lebanon Mountains are mentioned 103 times in the Bible. I am not a Bible thumper. I am a believer in a divine creation. I'm proud to say it because I've seen the proof in my own life. However, what's interesting about Baalbek is that they said that it was created by Baal, which is like this demon entity in the Bible, and they declare it as the world's first civilization after the flood, and it was created by giants as punishment for their iniquities of the flood.
Oh, wow.
And I have an article about it. If you scroll through, you'll find it.
Now we're in the Anunnaki.
Yeah, well, there you go. So, go back to those cranes. Let me tell you this. So what you're looking at here is the Romans' most sophisticated crane in their history. It had a max lifting capacity of 6.6 tons. In other words, to lift just one of those trilithon stones, you would need 133 of these, which is obviously completely not feasible whatsoever. You wouldn't have the space to do it, and it's just ridiculous to suggest you would coordinate 133 cranes around it. So what I'm trying to say is that it's further suggestive evidence that the Romans didn't build it because they didn't have the capability to lift stones of that mass.
Yeah, that's still pretty fascinating. The Romans were able to build a crane that could lift 6 tons.
That's amazing.
But not enough to even lift the stones that were inside the king's chamber.
Right? So let me put this into perspective. So the largest stones inside the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid are approximately 80 tons imperial. So actually 78 tons imperial or 70 tons metric. They moved some 500 miles from the Aswan quarry and lifted and stacked hundreds of feet above the ground. But here's what's wild is that those stones, the largest stones in the Great Pyramid, compared to the Trilithon stones, the Trilithon stones are 15 times heavier. Not twice as heavy, not 3 times as heavy, not 10 times as heavy.
As a guy who's skeptical of that, of high technology, there's a couple of things that make me words like a nice crane and flame. All that is one of them. You can use those cranes and lay them on their side and drag that stuff across the ground. That's exactly what they did with the Thunderstone, after the Great Stone. But then you have tasked with lifting that son of a bitch, and all of a sudden you're right back to where you started. You can drag it across however you want, but when you get to picking it up 14 feet off,
and they dragged it on those rails, though.
Yeah, and then the rails,
20 feet up.
oh yeah, it was 30 feet, right?
Yeah, it was 30 feet. It's documented. I have 23 feet illustrated because it's where the ground is now.
Right.
But it's the foundation of it goes subsurface. So it's like, with these details, like there's a reason why there's a growing interest in the mysteries of lost ancient civilizations, because smart people of all kinds of walks of life are looking into the nuanced details and realizing, like, oh, wait a second. Like when Graham Hancock says that there's a missing chapter of human history, like this is reality. We don't know how they built the Great Pyramid. It is a fact that the Egyptians left us with no explanation of any kind. Out of the tens of thousands of hieroglyphs all over Egypt, not a single one of them describes how they constructed the pyramid or how they cut granite stones. Not one.
Yeah, there's big gaps in knowledge is where we end up having these kinds of discussions. And I think to go back to where we first started, we mentioned Flint at the beginning. We have a problem, in my opinion, that most people that see things kind of like I do, as opposed to like Jimmy or yourself does, where they're looking for where I kind of need to take my steps to get to that ancient life technology. Right. They end up going that just straight debunker route. And then they get skeptical. They're not skeptical, but cynical. They turn to assholes. They're looking for ways to shoot this down. I just fuck your idea, right? Your idea is wrong. So I know what the implications are. Instead of saying, well, maybe there's other implications. Let's have a discussion about it. They just go straight to, no, this is impossible. This is stupid. Make fun of the person. Compare it to flat eartherism. Compare it to aliens. And
Nazism is even worse. Yeah, Flint's case is even worse. He somehow or another connects it to white supremacy.
It's not just Flint. It's that fucking John Lewis. He's the one that started that shit. He's that guy at Wikipedia. We could talk about that for a quick second. John Hoops is a professor for Kansas University, and he is been one of the earliest editors of Wikipedia consistently. Graham Hancock's page, Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis page, all kinds of pseudo-archaeology and all that, pyramids and Atlantis, all that shit. He's got a lot. He's not just he edits it. Him and his buddies edit it, and you can't go in and edit it. There's a scientist from the Comet Research Group that tried to edit the Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis page and was told he can't because it's a conflict of interest. A fucking scientist that works on this shit's a conflict of interest, but a scientist from outside the field isn't.
John studied at Harvard and Yale. He got his undergrad, I believe, from Harvard and his PhD from Yale, or vice versa. This is significant. He's controlling the information.
He hides this stuff too. He'll tell you that. He'll tell. I watched him tell Forbes, "Hey, you guys need to cite Wikipedia instead of just because they said the Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis, and they just made a real quick article about it with no skepticism." He says you need to cite Wikipedia as well. He edits the Wikipedia page and doesn't mention that he edits it when he tells people to go look at the
What's his motivation for? He hates on human stuff.
He doesn't like Graham Hancock. He doesn't. He same kind of thing. You think pseudo-archaeology is all that is. If you believe in ancient high technology or you believe in Atlantis, you must be white supremacist or racist and misogynist.
Let's forget about Atlantis for a minute, but I definitely want to talk about it. But what you're seeing is impossible. It's essentially impossible with today's technology. When you're talking about those stones that were moved 700 miles through the mountains, if you tried to bring some engineers together in the United States in 2024, the best and the brightest, and said, here's your project, they would say, fuck you.
You need more levels.
Yeah, right. You would need super billionaire money, and even then, I don't know how you would do it. I just don't. I can't conceivably think of a way. And that's what's so interesting about this stuff is that whatever they did was not just complicated for the time. It was so beyond our imagination of what was possible at the time that it's beyond our imagination of what's possible today. Right. So it throws these facts, the physical facts about the size and the location they were brought from, that fly in the face of logic and credibility and our understanding of what's possible. Not just then, but today. So for anybody to say, oh, we figured this out, hey man, fuck you. You definitely haven't, and the problem is that you have these fucking names attached to you, Harvard and Yale. And you've decided because there's a group of people that have been studying this stuff and they fucking wrote some shit down and you studied what they wrote down and you did your own studying, you got a degree, you're the guy, you're the only one. And it's these same fucking weirdo weasels that put their pronouns in their Twitter bio and they're just crackpots. They're crackpots masquerading as intellectuals. Yes. Because the things that they're saying are completely bizarre. They're all, 100% of them are captured by this woke ideology. 100%. They're weird people, man, because they exist in this structure that's been completely compromised. And that's our education. Our higher education system have been completely compromised. And this is not to say that they don't teach you amazing stuff about medicine and science. Of course they do. But they are also in a cult.
It is a total cult behavior. And honestly, it's their religion. That it is like the motive.
They're mostly atheists.
Yes. They are. Let me just share this. So with the biggest critics and the naysayers of alternative theories, there's a common denominator. Like when you mention the pronouns in their profile, almost all of them have it and they're not trans. And if you look at their political ideologies, it is extremely left. And these people are visceral, they're toxic. And let me just make a side point that I almost forgot, is when we're talking about Wikipedia, a lot of people say, well, that's why you don't look at Wikipedia, you don't trust it, who cares about Wikipedia? I'm like, excuse me, it shows up at the top of Google on anything that you search. So it cannot be ignored. And when you're talking a moment ago about the impossibility of the movement of these stones, I want to just emphasize this point one more time, which is that the movement of that 340-ton stone at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art is 1/3 the weight of the largest stones in ancient history. And when you look at what it took to do it, so it's like when people, when you're using the word impossible, it's like, listen, what it took for us to do that, it was 1/3 of the weight, and we had to custom build this 260-foot-long truck with 196 wheels.
Hydraulics have roads that are flat, far better level, far better roads.
Yeah, the roads. One reason why they had to go 106 miles is because they had to go around different roads because most roads can support the weight. This is what people that look into this. Like, don't listen to Jimmy the YouTuber. Like, look into the details on yourself, and you realize like this is completely inexplicable. And it's so important now because we're living in a time where people are starting to realize that not everything we were taught was true. In fact, a lot of things we see in the mainstream media nowadays have been utterly debunked. It's all propaganda. And
about history, about recent history, it's easily proven, and the mainstream media won't tell false narratives. Absolutely. And so we know that people lie. So we know that people lie. We know that people love to be in a position of authority, to be the only people that are allowed to distribute the truth. We know that.
Do you want to get provocative real quick? Sure. So nowadays, there's a lot of conjecture about the historical accuracy of different things involving World War II. And Jamie, if you were to go to the Baalbek folder, or in fact, go to the folder called swastika. So this is something that I got tremendous heat for. Whereas that when I went to Baalbek, I noticed that there were swastikas all over the place. And I'm like, well, that's interesting. That's interesting. What a lot of people are not aware of is that the swastika is prehistoric. It's found on 5 continents around the world and dates back approximately 10,000 years. It is found in Europe, Africa, Asia, North and South America, all before transoceanic sea travel was thought to be possible. If you scroll through the images, Jamie, you'll kind of give the audience an understanding. Now, let me preface this whole conversation with this. Watch Hitler. Of course, he Nazi sky. Right? He stole the symbol, which was a symbol of peace, and he bastardized it. So this right here, I took this photo. You'd almost think it's photoshopped in. This is literal. This is a photo. This is real. And I'm like, well, this is fascinating. I put this up on Twitter, and I said, did Hitler know something about ancient history that we don't? And the reason why, and this was a sincere question, everyone started calling me a Nazi. I was spreading dangerous Nazism for it. No, this is a grown-up conversation. Right. Hitler was he was evil, but he was intelligent, and the Nazis were arguably the most technologically advanced country at that time in World War II. The jet engine, rockets, and for some reason, for reasons that I cannot find a definitive answer on, is why was Hitler so into archaeology? They call it Nazi archaeology. And the mainstream people will say, oh, well, he weaponized, he was trying to get this Aryan thing going to unite people and just create an enemy.
They'll pick up the Himmler a lot more, so Himmler was the one who was really in that shit.
Yeah. And so that's, by the way, that's Peru, like 800 years ago. You'll find the Native Americans, the Pima Indians, the Navajo, the Apache, the
There's
Yavapai.
actually a Hindu temple in Los Angeles that was near my old house, and we went to visit it. You could actually have weddings there. And they had to have a sign up explaining why there's so many swastikas in the building. Swastikas all over it.
I went to Japan, it's the same thing there. They had swastikas on different tribes.
Okinawan karate, when I was a kid, Okinawan karate, one of their patches was a swastika. And this was when I was a kid. So this is in the 80s when I was studying when I first started studying martial arts. You could get these Okinawan karate patches that have swastika on it. Nothing to do with Hitler, it had to do with Japan.
Right.
Well,
sorry, go ahead. All right, so real quick, while Jamie's on this slide, this is from the Hopewell Mound people, which is in modern-day Ohio, and that dates back 2,200 years ago.
Jesus Christ, this is from modern-day Ohio 2,000 years ago?
2,200 years ago, and so here's the point that I'm making about the swastika, is that people debate on whether it was the Milky Way galaxy, the Big Dipper, whatever you want to say its origins were. I do not think that it's a coincidence that a symbol is so specific as it is found on 5 continents around the world, before transoceanic sea travel was said to be possible. Because just to remind the audience, it wasn't until 1492 when Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue. And it's like, no, I believe this is strong suggestive evidence that humans were traversing the continents and the oceans thousands of years before we were taught in school, which is evidence of being more advanced than we were taught in school.
Right. Now, what did they think this thing was?
Well, I have an idea about that. I mean, it's not, it's just Dan's idea, but the four directions across, it's the root of the swastika, and that's pretty commonly used even in Native American culture as like cardinal points, right? This is north, south, east, west. So this could be a symbol for the passage of time. This sky is turning, the cardinal points turn.
Rotation of the Earth along with the points of the compass.
Exactly. Now, that's what but that's just an idea. I mean, that doesn't it doesn't really add a whole lot of context to it as far as
why not just have a cross then? Up, down, left, right.
Isn't it crazy that the geometric pattern is evil? Yeah, not just a geometric pattern, but a mustache.
It's funny. It is.
Your beard is fine. But imagine, like, if oh, you have a lizard beard. You believe in child sacrifice. It's crazy. It's very strange what we've done, and obviously that's how horrific it was.
So here's something people need to understand. I want to emphasize this point. Hitler, people need to look into the details. He was looking for giants in Africa. They set a mission to
He was also on meth.
Yeah.
I'm looking at giants in Africa too. No, we're gonna go find dinosaurs. Fucking go.
I love it. The thing is, though, it's like I have not found an answer on why he was looking for the Ark of the Covenant. He was looking for Thor's hammer and the Holy Grail. Yeah. And the thing is, to me, I'm like, I feel like there's something that they knew about ancient history that we don't. I don't know if this is true or not, but I feel like I can't find a straight answer. And let me tell you this. If you go Googling for answers on Hitler's interest in archaeology, you're going to find the same article. So this is actually kind of explosive. About 2 few years ago, I made a video about Google sabotaging the search results. Because remember how I was showing you if you Google some topic, it'll say there's like a billion results.
Yeah.
So I made a video on this, and it would max out at. It didn't used to be this way. I remember watching a video years ago of people doing thousands of pages to find some blog spot on some topic. It then became limited. I did experiment myself many times on benign topics such as pancakes was one of them. I typed in pancakes. It had like a billion results, like 700 million results. And then it would only go back to page 41. And then it would recycle, and all those pages before it, the dozens of pages, would recycle some of the same exact mainstream articles. And so I did this on all kinds of topics. And now Google has since removed the page numbers. And so you can only just go see more, see more, see more. And so if you Google any type of topic, and if you're looking for answers on this, they're going to keep sending you the same regurgitated mainstream articles. So if I can't find a reliable answer on why Hitler was so invested in ancient history, and again, I don't give a shit about his Aryan stuff. Like,
Right. Why was he into the cult? Why was
Right.
he? Yeah.
I want to know why he was in for the Ark of the Covenant.
Well, obviously, their engineering was insane. I mean, to this, like, look, so many of our best vehicles that we buy today, the most coveted vehicles, came out of Nazi Germany.
Yeah.
And original Audi, right? Volkswagen was Porsche. You know, BMW, Bavarian Motorworks. I mean, all that shit came from the fucking Nazis. I mean, have you ever seen Hitler's race car?
No.
Hitler had an Audi race car.
Really?
Yeah, man, it's worth like a shit ton of money. See if you can find Hitler's race car. But this was, I mean, their engineering was superior. This is the reason why we had Operation Paperclip. So Operation Paperclip, we brought over all of the best Nazi rocket scientists.
The ones that the
Von Braun.
Yeah, that's how we got NASA. We got NASA essentially from Nazis.
That's so
used the
lousy.
V2 to put people on the moon. I mean,
Oh man,
basically,
that's his original race car. It's not fucking crazy.
that was basically a V2
That's
rocket.
an Audi, right? Is that what was the Mercedes Benz? Did he have more than one? I believe he had a later one, but that's the one.
Wow.
So that one had the Audi symbol on the front of it.
Can you just clarify your pronouns so I know not to be offended that you're interested in this?
I'm him. I'm an American man. We're coming to your So look at that photograph. Click on that. Auto Union. I guess that was what Audi's original name was. Isn't that crazy? Look at that car.
It's pretty sharp.
Pretty fucking dope. I mean,
Where is it
imagine in 1939. Oh my God, it's probably worth. It's worth 5.5 million pounds.
They're illegal to sell on so many markets.
Is that pounds? That is
Yeah.
a little sign.
There's so many things that would be like, oh, that's Hitler's car now.
Yeah.
So we can't have your list on that here, buddy.
So, Tom Segura bought Bert Kreischer a cup that apparently was one of Hitler's cups.
Like one that he handled?
Yeah,
Really?
allegedly, but you know, how the fuck.
Let's get him in the studio and see this thing.
Yeah, but if you have that, you're a monster. But if you had Genghis Khan's sword, you're fucking cool.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting, that's a good comparison.
You killed a lot more people. You killed 10% of the population of Earth.
But
Right?
even long enough ago that you know, talking about it.
He raped so many people that his DNA is like a giant percentage of people today.
It's like 20%.
Yeah,
It's something
It's so crazy. We've done it before. I forget what the numbers are, but they're really nutty. But the point is there's something particularly disgusting to us about that one genocide, and it's really interesting. And you know, you wonder like how long it's going to take. I mean, Dan Carlin's talked about this in depth because he talks about the Mongols and that it's so far in the past. We were talking about like 1200 AD. It's so far in the past that we look at it with almost like an objective perspective instead of a moral perspective. So we say, you know, one thing that Genghis Khan did, it was great. He opened up trade to the east, and he was a believer of all religions. You could practice anything. He didn't impose anything on people. He fucking killed everybody. If you were alive back then, he's way worse than Hitler. He killed 10% of the population of Earth. But the Nazis were so recent. You know, we have grandfathers that are alive today. They fought in World War II, and they can tell you, you know, like, hey man, I fucking remember this shit. And then we have Jews like Ari Shafir's dad, who was in the concentration camps. Ari Shafir's dad has a tattoo on his arm.
That's wild.
Yeah, his dad's in his 80s, I believe.
Wow. That recent memory is a big part. I can see the Hunter S. Thompson stuff on your wall. You read his book of Hell's Angels.
Yeah.
You remember him talking about that aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
That the Vipers, the Hell's Angels rocked Nazi memorabilia. He asked the guy why. why don't you? He's like, because my dad fought the Nazis, and he fucking hates this. So I wear this because I wear this just to piss off my dad.
A lot of that is contrarian.
But that's my point is that he wouldn't. Yeah, Genghis Khan symbol wouldn't be doing any good, right?
Right.
This has an emotional attachment. Genghis Khan's mustache would be fine on me, right? People might laugh at me a little bit, but I don't even know what it looks like.
Yeah, I'll see it. I can see a picture. Yeah, we don't know what it looks like. Yeah,
But then it's the Nazi thing, the fact that it's so horrific. It's just like, anyone who has anything to say that's calling outside the lines, you get labeled a Holocaust denier, an anti-Semite, the worst labels that they can put on you. And a good example of that is that podcast. Oh God, I forget his name. But it was the Tucker Carlson controversy where you had this guy on his podcast and he was talking about what William Churchill's role in the Holocaust was, because they had put these embargoes on Germany and basically starving everybody to death. And they just started calling him a Holocaust denier. It's like not what he was talking about at all. That's not what he was saying at all. He was just saying, no, there's a multifaceted explanation for why they decided to exterminate all these Jews, and part of it was because of the embargo, where they were starving people out. What is Daryl Cooper? What is this podcast called? It's excellent. I listen to it all the time, but my brain's not working right now. I just got out of the gym. Come on, meet him.
I know what you're talking about. I'm drawing a blank on it as well.
Martyrmade, that's right. Martyrmade. He's Martyrmade on Twitter and Instagram. And, to call that guy an anti-Semite or a Holocaust denier is so stupid. He's a brilliant guy, and his podcast is excellent, and he's really sensitive and well-balanced. And he gives a very comprehensive view of things. It's not in any way prejudiced. It's a great podcast.
You're not allowed to call it outside the lines.
Well, yeah, that's always. He was just saying that Churchill was one of the villains.
Yeah, and that's realistic. Like the multiple different reasons for that. If you tighten up their belt, that's not going to be passed to the top. That's going to go straight to the people in the camps.
Exactly.
That's no brainer shit.
Right. And that's not
justifying
the murder of all those Jews. That's not what he's doing. That's what's so crazy about stifling discourse.
Yeah.
Because that was a fascinating conversation, and we should be considering that. Like, wow, that's crazy. There's so many factors, so many horrible things going on all together.
Well, they say you're supposed to learn from history, but how the fuck are you going to learn from history if you actually take the lessons out of it? Right. I mean, this is an important thing. You think about this right now with the stuff in the Middle East in the last 20 years. Every time we put an embargo on, we're not starving Saddam Hussein. We're starving people in his freaking prisons. Remember that.
Dave Smith was talking about on the podcast recently that during the Clinton administration, embargoes starved to death 500,000 children.
Yeah. See, that's fucked. Yeah, and that's worth remembering. And it doesn't. If having that conversation makes somebody call you a Holocaust denier, that person should be out of the conversation, in my opinion.
Right.
And like you were saying, academia is chock full of this.
And they should be shamed. They should be shamed by people who want to know the whole picture,
the opposite of knowledge.
Right. It's certainly not condoning Holocaust. It's so stupid. It cannot be looking at everything.
The good news is that people are waking up to this. A lot of people think just like us, where they're objective enough to understand that, like, well, that's silly.
Yeah.
And so they're putting themselves in a corner in this echo chamber where people just aren't listening to them anymore. Like, when it comes to, like, mainstream archaeology, we call it big archaeology, establishment archaeology, they're putting themselves into a corner where people, like, if I'm going to ask questions about the swastika and you're saying spreading dangerous Nazism, some people will buy into it, but I've noticed that most people are like, no, he's asking the question.
Well, we have the internet now. There are shows like yours and yours and mine where you can have conversations about things, and people get to see, oh, these people that are in control, they're all loons, and they're all telling us that you have to think this one way or you're the worst person on earth. And I don't buy it. No, it's a dumb way to look at the world.
It's an American. Sorry,
it's a lie for a second.
Yeah, it really is. Proud to be. I live in a country where I can have somebody with the pronouns in their fucking bio and somebody not with the pronouns. We can both yell at each other and not have us end up in jail over it.
It's also this position that people have when they're teachers, when they're educators, and they have this position, and I can speak to it a little bit from martial arts, because in martial arts, when I first started doing martial arts, it was in the 1980s. In the 1980s, every discipline believed they had the very best discipline.
All the judo people thought judo was the only martial art you needed to know. All the karate people thought karate was it. Taekwondo people, where I came from, they all believed in Taekwondo. And it took the UFC to slam everything together and go, oh, Jesus, this stuff is fucking useless. And, some of it's not useless, right? There's some things from, like, John Jones won the UFC heavyweight title this past weekend with a Taekwondo kid.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
And I was so happy because that was my thing. So me watching him do that, it's like, yes, why are more people doing this? Like, you guys should have been doing this from the beginning. It's the most powerful kick in the sport. But you were in trouble if you trained in other disciplines. Like Bruce Lee was a heretic. Mm-hmm. And he's probably one of the most important figures in martial arts, not just because he introduced people to it like myself who became martial artists because I was a Bruce Lee fan. He also combined all kinds of different martial arts, and that was Jeet Kune Do. He developed a style that was essentially, he took Western boxing, he took some judo that he learned, and karate, and all these different techniques, and just tried to find what is the absolute best thing for just fighting. And that was, he was a heretic. Like, his life was threatened for that. And it's because the educators want to be the only people that can distribute information, and they don't want to be challenged. When I was in high school, I had a teacher. His name was Mr. Holmes. He was a very nice guy, but he was a smart guy that wanted to be the only smart guy. And he was great talking to me because I was a stupid kid. But unfortunately, one day I had watched a documentary, and I've always had a very good ability to recall things. And we were in class, and he was talking about the pollution in Lake Erie. And I had just watched a documentary about the extensive work that they had done to clean up Lake Erie, and that they'd made these huge strides in removing pollution and crap and all these different things from Lake Erie. And he was talking about stuff that he had learned in school 20 years prior. And so when I said, well, there's a PBS documentary, and I brought this up in class, where there's been this extensive work, and they talked about the amazing accomplishments of cleaning up Lake Erie. And he got so mad. I'm like, you're not mad at me, man. You're mad at PBS. Like, I don't fucking do any research. I watched a documentary. But back then, you could say you don't know what you're talking about, and I couldn't pull my phone out and go, oh, but what? Look at that.
Right.
You can watch it, dude. Like, these people have done an amazing work cleaning up Lake Erie. But he didn't want anyone else to have any information. What he should have said is, that's fascinating. I haven't seen that documentary. Can you recall the name of it? Let's see if we can get it, maybe show it to the class.
Right.
I'm going to try to do that because that's great. That's a good sign. What I'm talking about is what Lake Erie had become because of industrial engineering and because of pollution and waste that was coming from all these plants. So he was true. He was correct. But time had changed, and he did not like that I knew that, and he didn't know that. And I remember being that class going, this is so crazy. This is my fucking science teacher. My science teacher doesn't want detail. He doesn't relax.
This happened to me. So I was in the military years ago, and it wasn't long after I got home from Iraq, and I was going to Warrior Leadership Course, which is to become an E5 sergeant. And back then, they were teaching ABC, which is airway bleeding, circulation, whatever, for emergency medical response if someone's dying. And they had since updated where bleeding is the most important thing to focus on because soldiers were bleeding out. And during this Warrior Leadership Course, they're teaching the class 30 people, wrong information has since outdated. And I try to interject to say, oh, this is what they're teaching now. It was the same exact thing that happened. He didn't stop. No, this is what's written down right here. I'm like, no, but that's not even what they're teaching in theater right now. Like, I'm trying to. This is medical emergency stuff that could save someone's life. And he didn't want to hear it one bit, and I couldn't believe it. I was astonished.
He should have said, that's interesting. I did not know that. We need to update what we're showing you. These three factors are the same, but now we know. Thank you, Jimmy. Now we know that bleeding is more primary. That shouldn't be that's the response of a real leader, right? And a real leader, like this, you're always going to have blowhards in your class. They're going to want to hear their own voice. They want to talk about stuff and chime in and correct people. But you got to let a certain amount of that. And that's the internet. And people don't like that. And that's why they wanted to ban people from Twitter. They don't like these people coming along that have ideas that, like the Great Barrington Declaration, where the government actually conspired to get these people removed from Twitter. And we know that because Elon, thank God, bought Twitter and changed discourse. But hey, this was a concerted effort to take these people who were brilliant had degrees were experts in this field that they were discussing, and they decided they were going to remove them because they didn't go along with the narrative and they were confusing people at a time where they were trying to force vaccinations on everyone.
Right. The emotional side of it, from the individual levels of what you guys described, you have a teacher with emotional reaction. That's a huge part of it. But that's a huge part of it, especially with archaeology, because a lot of it's not really hard science. A lot of it's like, I've got this arrowhead here and I conjured up this story, and so now it's my story, and you're not attacking the science, you're attacking me. But it gets even worse when you look at what you get like this hate for Graham Hancock, in particular Graham Hancock. That makes it where it's like you can't trust a damn word that comes out of their mouth when they're discussing. Like if we were talking about back to the martial arts, one of the things that came out was that keto was just ass. It's no good at all for like man-to-man combat. What was it for, like samurais that have been knocked off a horse or some shit?
Well, it was designed to redistribute the energy of your attacker. Okay. So if someone's coming at you with a sword, if you don't have a sword and a guy swings a sword and you're fast enough to get away from the path of the sword and grab the guy's arm or body and manipulate him to the ground to remove the sword, it's essentially disarming.
Okay.
It's not the best. It just doesn't work against wrestling. Okay. Wrestling is way better. Wrestling is you want to find out the best way to take a person to the ground control. We 100% know it's wrestling. Yeah,
the most ancient sport in the world, I think, that Sumerians.
And by the way, wrestling I include judo. I include different forms of jujitsu that were ancient, because these allowed people to manipulate limbs and to control joints, which allowed them also to take people down and submit them. But the point is, it had a bunch of people believing that this one goofy ass martial art was the end all be all because of a good Steven Seagal movie.
Exactly. No. And what my point was there is, it's like you're considered pretty much an expert in martial arts. Not like you're a professional announcer for UFC. So you know your shit. So if I watched you say Steven Seagal, his martial arts, it's fucking a keto, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, but I would not do that. I would tell you Steven Seagal was really good.
Yeah.
Really good at Aikido.
But if you hated Steven Seagal, if you were one of his many haters, you could just attack Aikido without ever saying his name and just be digging him a ditch, right? You could just be burying him without ever mentioning Steven Seagal's name. You could just attack Aikido. Aikido is this shit martial art. It's not effective. It's not very good. And then by extension, you're making Steven Seagal look bad. And this is one of their favorite tactics to do to Hancock. They will attack it. This idea is racist. It's inherently bullshit. You don't have to mention Hancock's names. Now it's just they just ruin it too. They are so insidious.
Yeah, and the connecting Hancock to white supremacy and aliens is the dumbest one. Because first of all, he never said nothing about aliens. Not only that, not only does he not think of it as white people built this stuff, he thinks it's the people that live there. But they lived there a long ass time ago. It's the same fucking people. It's Africans.
Yeah.
Whoever built the pyramids, they were Africans. Like I'm an American.
Yeah. Let me just remind the audience: Egypt is in Africa.
That is northern Africa, and it's the most sophisticated construction we have ever witnessed on the face of the earth. Yeah. Anybody that disagrees, you need to really study what they accomplished in the Great Pyramid. It's mind-boggling precision. It's not just the incredible feat of moving massive stones hundreds of miles through the mountains. It's the mind-boggling precision of the construction of these buildings that it's so crazy. It's almost like they made it so nutty that even if everything dissolved, it would give us at least some clue that maybe something happened. Maybe people had achieved a level of sophistication. And my thought is, and this is just a guess, is that as we move towards metal and we move towards using different kinds of combustion engines and electronics, we moved in a very specific area of technology. And we were allowed to do this because things have been relatively peaceful for a couple hundred years. Okay? Right. Relatively peaceful. And also, there's war in other places, so it allowed us to spend our time here devising ways to fuck up people over there. That's the Manhattan Project, right? But if you have a completely different avenue that thinking goes in and innovation goes And instead of combustion engines and electronics, you have something that we haven't even considered. And that, to me, seems like what Egypt is. It seems to me that they have this incredibly fertile area. So for people to look at Egypt now, you're looking at all the sand and the shit. That is not what it looked like. In the thousands of years before the construction of the pyramid, it was a rainforest, and it was fertile. And so my thought is these people probably had plenty of food, and so they didn't have to go anywhere. And so they were attacked that off, and the Nubians conquered them, and that's when the statues started changing, looking more Southern African. But you have these people that live in this incredibly resource-rich place, and they were able to spend thousands of years there. And I think in those thousands of years, they devised methods that we still haven't even considered because we went in a different path. And we can't consider any other paths. We consider our path, and we say, well, we're the furthest. We live today. Okay, so those fuckers in the past, they're basically cave people, right? That's how we look at it.
They look at them like dumb people playing with stones. No, they were silly. They use stones because they weren't smart enough to use metal. It's like when you look at the details of stone, it's like, you could say it's more impressive.
Well, we wanted to talk about Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe is not just fascinating in its construction, but also in the timeline. The timeline left everything. I remember when Graham Hancock and Sally Hawass were having that big debate with that other guy who's an archaeologist, the American guy's very smart. He was like, what evidence do you have of a civilization that 10,000 years ago? Well, you have one now. Yeah. So you have to shut the fuck up because you were wrong. So in the 1990s, the sheep herder finds the stone. He starts kicking it, moving it around, and he realizes, wow, this is a big-ass stone. I probably bring in some smart dudes to figure this out. They start digging, and they go, oh, Jesus, this is these huge circles of giant stone columns with 3D carved animals on them at a time that we thought people were living in teepees. Right? We thought people had stone tools. We didn't think there was any metal. We thought it had to be done the opposite way around.
We thought you needed to be a hunter-gatherer or a farmer, and then you could do it. Now they had to flip that entire shit on its ear. Well, actually, maybe.
I think they only flipped that shit on its ear to try to make it look like they were right about the timeline of hunter-gatherers, to ignore the possibility of the ancient civilization before Mesopotamia. Because it's the only thing that makes sense. There's no way when you're just struggling to find food. Okay? And if you ever gone on a fishing trip or a hunting trip, it's fucking hard to get food. That's when we have modern stuff. It's hard to get food with a rifle. Right? So these people were getting food, and they somehow or another in between them, while like running around trying to shoot rabbits with a bow and arrow, they figured out how to make these massive stone columns and put them in position and move them in circles and
hundreds of them. Pretty great artists too, doing some relief carvings. And that's not the same as just carving
animals that are local to the area. It's just like, how do you even fucking know this is a thing? What is this?
So Göbekli Tepe, brother, if there is such a thing as an ancient conspiracy theory, it's this. So I remember hearing Graham Hancock come on your show back in like 2015 or 2017, and he was talking about Göbekli Tepe. And at that time, he had shared that the site was only approximately 5% excavated. It's the first video on my channel, like on August 2017, and I shared the details of it. These pillars, these about 11,600 years, appears to be purposely buried at the same time of the driest climate catastrophe. This is fascinating. And excavations were continuing. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to backburn this topic of Göbekli Tepe for a little while, let them further their excavations, and I'll revisit this later when there's something new to share. So earlier this summer, I'm like, all right, let me revisit Göbekli Tepe and see what's new there. And I was astonished to learn that 5% figure was still the same. Have you heard this?
Yeah, I've watched your videos on it.
YouTube channel, Bright Insight.
It's undeniably strange. Your videos are undeniably strange. So here's some images where you can see what it kind of looks like along with this globalheritagefund.org story on it. So it shows 5%.
Right. And that figure is still the same as of 2023. Yeah. I had partnered one. There's a lady who does tours there and incorporated the 5% figure. And there's a gentleman named Hugh Newman, who's an author and also leads tours. And he communicated with me that what they were going to do, and I couldn't believe this, they're going to defer a full-scale excavation for, quote, future generations with a 150-year estimated time frame for a full excavation of Göbekli Tepe. And I'm like, wait a second. Are you serious? Like, this makes no sense. We're talking about arguably not just the world's oldest ancient site, but arguably the most mysterious, because it's, like you were saying, it's not supposed to exist. Based on everything we're taught in school, it's and then you have the site of Göbekli Tepe, made of sophisticated pillars and concentric circles.
At least 5,000 years older.
Yeah, older than almost 7,000 years older than Stonehenge. And Stonehenge is a mystery of itself. So I start Googling and looking into the details. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. How could there possibly be, how could they defer excavations for future generations when this may be the most important ancient site on Earth involving our mysterious lost ancient past? And so I started digging into this, and I couldn't believe what I found. So they were doing large-scale excavations, but that has since ceased. Just to clarify, they are still excavating Göbekli Tepe, but they have rolled and dialed back the large-scale excavations of the years prior, and they're focusing on conservation and tourism management of the site. And like I said, with a 150-year time frame, I'm like, wait a second, I can't. And I have all the screenshots in that folder because of funding. Absolutely not. So not only have they never claimed that it's related to funding, but this is where things get bizarre, is that there's a Turkish conglomerate called the Rothschild Group, which consists of 250 companies within Turkey. It's $1 billion industry. And they're the ones that took over management and funding of the site back in 2017. And they announced this at all places. The World Economic Forum meeting in Davos in 2016 is when they announced this partnership. Initial funding of $15 million. At the time, they set up infrastructure for tourism. Roads, sidewalks, walkways, roofing platforms. And since then is when they dialed back the excavations. And I'm like, this makes absolutely no sense. So it has, let me just be crystal clear here. It has nothing to do with funding, and they've never claimed it has anything to do with funding. But their excuses, they have said, one of which is that, well, we want to wait for future technologies to develop so we can more safely excavate the site. And I'm like, wait a second, hold on a second. We're talking about pillars buried in dirt. It's 2024. Do not tell me that we do not have the technological capability to dig rocks up.
What would be an alternative explanation?
So, okay, this is where things get fun. So, let me say a couple of things before I get into it. One of which is that them saying that they're waiting for a future technology to develop to safely excavate the site. I'm like, what type of magical shovel or pressure water hose are we talking about here? Right. And since they're saying that they're continuing to excavate the site today, I'm like, well, which is it? Are you saying that you're doing so in unsafe methods? And I already know that's not the answer, because there's been no issue with destructing the site from digging it up. It's not like they broke a pillar and like, oh dang, wait a second, we need to walk this back. We're not doing things safely. That's not the case here. So there are a few explanations here. So one of which is that the most logical explanation, this is the less conspiratorial one, which is that it has to do with money. You have this Turkish conglomerate of people that are saturated with members of the World Economic Forum. For example, the CEO of the Rothschild Group is a longtime member of the World Economic Forum. Let me backburn the World Economic Forum for a half a second. They're business people. They took over the site, and it's all about money now. Back in 2019, Göbekli Tepe had approximately 19,000 visitors yearly. Now it's at half. They're focused, if nothing else, they're just trying to bring revenue in. It's all about money. Yeah, they don't care about the rest of the site.
15 more million. It's not going to bring 15 more million to do.
Right, and they just want their money. Okay,
Right.
But
Okay.
I'm like, well,
That makes sense.
it does make sense.
By the way, real quick, and also the mystery plays, because that site is probably the second most popular place on the planet with people like ourselves. And the more mystery is there, the more money, it's the more likely, we deal in mystery. So if we excavate everything, and we know everything there is about that site, and it's all super mundane, and there's nothing cool about it anymore, that tip dries up.
But how could it ever stop being?
I agree.
It doesn't make any sense.
I agree with that. But
That one doesn't make any sense.
that's a Zahi Hawass kind of thing. He's of the same opinion where I think a lot of the same things, happen in Egypt for the same reason. Zahi Hawass is quoted as saying that those New Age people, it doesn't matter what happens in Egypt, the New Age people, they come. It's about tourism. Ever since Arab Spring tourism, and you just go lower. So I think a lot of the same, like we're going to talk in a minute about the hidden chamber in the pyramid that they've located and still haven't excavated for whatever reason. I think that might be part of it. If you want to get super mundane and not spiritual, it's just a simple. The tourists keep coming while there's a mystery there. As soon as you open that up, it's just an empty chamber. I mean,
yeah,
so
I don't buy that.
Me either.
The mystery of the structures themselves that we have completely excavated is just so fascinating.
So let me be clear on Göbekli Tepe. It's somewhere between 5 and 10% excavated. Which means that,
so here's it says some archaeological sites that are where only 10% or less have been uncovered.
none of which date back anywhere near remotely as old as Göbekli Tepe. And so just to put this into perspective, Göbekli Tepe, according to ground penetrating radar, consists of approximately 200 T-shaped pillars. Only 72 of them have been unearthed. And as of just a few years ago, they're dialing that back to fully excavate them, which again, the 150-year time frame. And I'm like, this is entirely unacceptable. There could be hidden answers about our lost ancient past waiting to be discovered on these pillars, because all the pillars are trying to tell us some sort of story. They all have depictions, animals, all kinds of things on there.
There's the shaman with the bag.
Right, which is
very interesting.
Right, we've seen that from the Sumerians, we've seen that in South America.
The bag thing is very fascinating.
It is hotly debated.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, you could say maybe it's a tool bag. You could say maybe it's psychedelics he's got in that bag.
You know, academics say it's a
water.
It's a water bucket.
You guys familiar with
there you go.
You guys familiar with the work of Martin Sweat?
Yep.
No, I'm not.
He's the one that he was on Ancient Apocalypse season 1 for a minute. He was a guy who made basically a star map of that Goal 43, and in his opinion, those 3 handbags at the top were 3 sunrises. And if that's the case, that would almost make sense, because then like a picture of an Assyrian holding that would be like holding of astronomical knowledge. Like this symbol could have been a symbol of knowledge of astronomy. Which is one thing, honestly, about Rebecca.
Could have been a book bag.
Yeah, it could have been a book, right?
I mean, it kind of makes sense. They probably had to travel around with their books.
So here's the thing. That pillar, that's just one pillar of 200. And here we are debating. We don't even know what it is. It's all conjecture.
Look it up, James. See what that pillar looks like.
So this Göbekli Tepe situation is far more bizarre than we've described so far.
I think the logical explanation, though, is that you have massive tourist revenue coming to see it as is. Why spend more money and excavate these things?
I think that's I think that's the most logical explanation, but it could be more insidious than that, because that's pillar 43, the most debated one of them all, and there's approximately 128 more pillars that are still buried in the earth.
What's that bird doing holding the earth?
Dr. Martin Sweatman, his first paper on Göbekli Tepe's pillar 43, he's got Scorpio in the bottom. He believes that's Sagittarius, that's the sun, and if that's one. Basically, it's a star map denoting the time that the comet smacked the Earth. Is what he believes. Each one of those V's, his latest paper on it, each one of those V symbols is a day. Each one of his opinion, each one of those boxes is a month, and there is basically a full year denoting the whole thing. The way he does very interesting stuff. And it's wild to me when we talk about like the lack of further excavations. Is almost every pillar we bring up has new symbology, new symbols, new iconography. If we're trying to find some sort of ancient proto-language or something, we need more symbols. We need more things on Earth, sure.
Yeah.
And that's completely opposed by the mainstream archaeology. The idea that these guys have any sort of written language is fucking ridiculous.
And what are the theories involved in? I know it's been theorized that it was purposely covered.
It really looks like it. If you look at pictures of the excavation, it looks like it was all piled in with stones and dirt, because if it was some sort of natural event, it would have destroyed the pillars. The pillars are preserved. So it wasn't just blown in with dust. If you look at it, it's gravel, and like as Graham Hancock has explained, that Klaus Schmidt, the original excavator of the site before his untimely passing in 2014, the people that worked the site believe it was intentionally buried. That is debated in academia today.
But isn't there also carbon isotope dating of the ground soil that shows it's the same age throughout the entire whatever feet it is of the dirt that's covering it?
And so it's very apparent that it was purposely buried. And what's interesting about that is that it coincides exactly with the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe. So if you want an alternative idea
We
can talk mudslides. No, because it would destroy those pillars.
knock them over.
Yeah, I've seen that in Iraq with the statues. So let's talk about this in a second. This is where things get wild. So
that's before the excavation. This is an aerial photo from what year is this?
That should be 2004. Or actually, no, excuse me. That would be before 1994. Okay. They started excavations in 1994, 1995.
So that is when it was just dirt. Everybody thought it was just a regular hillside, which makes you wonder how many more.
Well, they're finding dozens of other sites around Turkey that are even older. And
even older.
Yes. So let me tell you a few different things about Göbekli Tepe. When you bring up pictures of the pillars, notice how they all annotate animals on them.
Yeah.
Now, this is a fun topic, and I have a few other things to share. One of which is that if you want to talk about reasons not to excavate it, I'll give you two possibilities. And this is just conjecture. I don't know what the answer is. Let me say this up front. But part of it could have a religious implication as well as a climate change implication. Let me start with that. So we know it is an established fact that the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe happened between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. We know that there was vast changes in weather patterns throughout the Northern Hemisphere. The only part of it that's debated, and as well as near extinction events, or extinction events of many different mammals in North America. What we know is that something happened, whatever it is what's debated, whether it's a cosmic impact, whether it's a pole shift, whether it's sun cycles, all kinds of conjecture all the way around. But when I mentioned the WEF, they are the biggest proponents of the man-made climate change narrative. They're the ones that want to get rid of gas-powered stoves. They want us to get rid of vehicles. They are pushing their initiatives around the world, and they believe that we're destroying the planet. I'm not saying they're entirely wrong, but I don't agree with their ways of going about it, but that's a side point. But here's the thing. When you look at the legend of Noah's flood and Noah's Ark and the flood. So I'm not suggesting that there was a flood that covered every mountain on Earth, and nor am I suggesting that there was a boat that housed every species of animal on Earth. However, if Noah's Ark existed, many believe that it was crashed onto Mount Ararat, which is also in Turkey. And something fascinating is that in the Bible, in Genesis 8:20, some of the first verses after Noah emerged from the flood, is that he was said to have constructed an altar to the Lord where he sacrificed some of every clean animal and some of every clean bird. Göbekli Tepe is in Turkey, and every single one of those pillars annotates animals. And some have suggested that it could be Noah's altar. Now, that could be one reason why they wouldn't want to excavate it, is because Turkey is an Islamic country, and if there was some Christian religious belief that was corroborated, they might not want that to happen. Another possibility is that the site itself might corroborate the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe. And when we're in a time frame where they don't like talking, academics, they don't like talking about cataclysms. They want to pretend they didn't happen. They want everything to be man-made climate change. They don't ever talk about the Sahara being green 5,000 years ago, like when you're talking about Egypt being a rainforest. They're trying to do it. No, Joe, those are 30 million years old, so stop talking about it. And so, as far as the climate change narrative, there could be a possibility that they don't want the evidence of a prehistoric civilization that was more advanced than what we ever thought to believe, that might corroborate some Christian narratives. And if nothing else, they don't want it to be brought into the discussion of modern day climate change, because notice on the topic of climate change, they never mention natural stuff. They don't discuss the Milankovitch cycles, which consists of three variables, one of which is the Earth's precession, the other is the Earth's tilt, and the other is the distance from the Earth from the sun. All three of those variables are constantly changing every single day, although immeasurable day by day. They happen over tens of thousands of years. But each individual of those variables impact climate on Earth. For example, when I talk about the Green Sahara, they believe the most likely reason has to do with the Earth's precessional cycle. I'm like, well, wait a second. Where's this in the conversation of modern day climate change? If we're talking about us destroying the planet, I would just like an answer as far as where these three variables are in the conversation.
Did you see the Washington Post's very inconvenient data that they published about the temperature of Earth?
No.
If you find the Washington Post climate study, they found that we're in a massive cooling period. If you go back, X amount of 100,000 years, and look at like what's happening to it goes in cycles, but that's what it looks like now.
right? So
Captures Earth's climate over the last 485 million years. Look at the dip we're in.
Yeah.
And look how it's never static. It's down and up and down and up and down and up all throughout the history of the Earth, which is measurable. It's not to say that we don't have an impact on it. We definitely do. Pretty sharp increase there. But here's the thing: even if we didn't, but the sharp increases in the past. Look at those back. Look at 390 million years ago. Look at that giant peak. That's fucking crazy. That's straight up and down. Yeah. It's always happened. It's not like it's static and then industrial engineering comes along and then you see this big increase. Oh boy, what are we doing to the Earth? No, it's like even if we didn't do anything, we have no control over the temperature of the Earth. And what's really terrifying, Randall Carlson talks about this all the time, is global cooling. That's what's really terrifying. When global warming happens, oh no, you got to move out of Malibu. You're going to be okay. You got to move to the places where it used to be cold, and now it's warm because humans have always been nomadic. That's the whole reason why we're not navigating and kill us all. Right. So global cooling will kill everything. And we came. Randall talks about this. We came very close at one point in human history. We came very close to losing the oxygen that's required to literally keep life.
Jamie, will you bring up my ice age or ice folder? So I have an update from you from the last time I was on your podcast. Go over to the graph, should be one of the first slides, and that one. Go right, hang out right there for a second. So when I was on your show last time, Joe, I said something very specific where I said, I think that this would be my exact words. I think the data might indicate that cold is more often than it's hot. And do you know what happened after that? I was going to send this to you, but I held off because you've seen enough hit pieces. So there was a hit piece done on me by Media Matters, which was funded by George Soros, and their networking of Vox and other. They did this hit piece on me to say that Jimmy Corsetti was on Joe Rogan spreading climate change denial and inaccurate information. The only thing, if you could bring that back up, Jimmy, please. The only thing that I said wrong is that I said the data might indicate that the Earth is cold more often than hot. Excuse me, no. The data absolutely definitively shows that Earth is cold more often than it's hot. And what you're looking at here is straight out of the Utah Geological Survey. It's prestigious. It's found at the top of Google. And what you're looking at here is data from the last 450,000 years, corroborated from data taken from ice core samples from Antarctica as well as Greenland. And what it shows is that not only are we in the middle of a 3 million year old ice age, there's something called glacials and interglacials. Glacials are where it's cold and the glaciers grow. Interglacials are where things warm and glaciers recede. What you're seeing here is 4, arguably 5 interglacial periods over just the last 450,000 years. So never mind hundreds of millions of years ago. What it shows is that the periods of cooling last 7 to 9 times longer than interglacials, which are periods of warming. And here's the fun part. Interglacials last anywhere from 10 to 30,000 years. And our warming started 11,600 years ago, which means that we're already in the window for potential catastrophe for things to start cooling again. So when I was on your show last time and I was mentioning Elon Musk talking about ice ages being a deep, deep rabbit hole, do you remember that? He was talking about it? Well, I know what he's talking about. It's this. It means that we're already in the window where things could start cooling again. And when it does, we're in a lot of trouble. I think, and I can't speak on his behalf, I got to tell you, next time, can you just text him and ask him if he thinks it's related to pole shifts? I need to tighten up my study on this because because let me tell you something. Let me share something right now that we've never heard on this show before. You hear everyone talking about cosmic impact hypothesis. You hear people talking about sun cycles. Not a lot of people have been on here talking about pole shifts. Let me give a quick shout out to Ben Davidson of Suspicious Observers. I recommend maybe you link up with him. Nobody has researched the topic of pole shifts and sun cycles as much as him. And he brought something to my attention I had never heard before. Jamie, the very first slide that you showed was of the Gothenburg excursion. So there was a partial pole flip right in the middle. See how it dates between 13,007 and 12,003? So the Younger Dryas started 12,800 years ago. And it's right in the middle of that ballpark range. We already know it is established science that when geomagnetic pole excursions happen, it changes weather patterns on Earth as well as the ocean current. Jamie, if you want to Google, there's a space.com article titled that in 2025, some scientists are suggesting that the Earth's ocean currents may stop. Have you heard this? Okay. And nowhere in the articles did they mention anything about pole excursions. So people need to understand that we're already in the middle of a pole excursion, which is a partial pole flip, which means that things are shifting inside the Earth. It's also known that that can cause changes in ocean current. Now, most mainstream articles, let me just be fair and tell you what they'll say. They'll say that, oh, no, it's related to man-made climate change. We're changing the currents of the ocean. I don't believe that. But don't allow the one particular product. Look at this. Nowhere in this article do they explain why. But here's the thing. People need to understand that the number one thing that affects weather on Earth is, of course, the sun. The second thing is ocean currents. It's the reason why England is relatively temperate.
Go back to that chain.
It's the reason why England is relatively temperate is because the Gulf Stream flows up there and it keeps it relatively warm in comparison.
The way it says in here, the Atlantic current could collapse soon, impacting the entire world for centuries to come. Leading climate scientists warn. So just by saying climate scientists, you're already implying at least this is the result of climate change.
Right. That's what
which further fuels this agenda that man-made climate change is the cause of all of our woes.
Right.
Which is a narrative that you're consistently hearing. And again, to be real clear to someone who say something about this is not to dismiss pollution. This is not to dismiss our impact on the atmosphere of the Earth and what we're doing with coal plants and all the bullshit that we're doing. For sure, we're doing bad things. Also, if we weren't, we have no control of this thing. Right. This thing is constantly moving, and both of those things need to be looked at the same time. The problem is this whole narrative of climate science has been adopted by these same fucking people that want Twitter pronouns. It's the same people. It's the same sort of thing. And if you have anything to say about it, if you want to talk about a swastika being an ancient symbol, now you're a Nazi. If now you're a climate denier, you're a vaccine denier, you're this, you're that, you're a Holocaust denier. It's like the same kind of stupid shit. And unfortunately with this one is uniquely tied to money. This one is uniquely tied to green agendas and the enormous amount of funding that is going towards these green agendas and people that are profiting off of spreading this narrative. These philanthro-capitalists that are making hundreds of millions of dollars promoting this idea of climate change being our primary problem. And if you deny it, you're a science denier.
And the reason why you shouldn't listen to these people is because they're leaving out the key data involving Earth's historical climate data. Yes. They're not including all these other details.
Right.
And so I think people need to look at pole shifts because it's very interesting in this alternative realm that you have people that are proponents of the cosmic impact hypothesis. You have Dr. Rabbi with the sun cycles. You have other people talking about pole shifts. I think people should consider that all the above are correct, and let me explain why. When pole shifts happen, Earth's shields are diminished. We're in the middle of a pole shift right now. The Earth's shields are diminishing, and it's been happening since the 1800s. It's been accelerating over the last few decades. This is scientific data. The North Pole is shifting at like almost 40 miles a year, when it was half that just a decade ago. And when the Earth shields diminish, we are more susceptible to cosmic impacts because less of Google it. This is real. It's happening.
I had no idea. I thought it was feeding.
Now, the mainstream will say, "Don't worry, it's still another 1,000 years away." I'm like, they actually can't prove that because we haven't been alive to document a pole shift. But what I'm trying to say is that we should consider the pole shifting. Brother, ask Elon Musk his thoughts on this sometime.
Well, he actually just tweeted something about it recently.
What did he say?
He tweeted something about the magnetic poles.
Oh my God!
Yeah. He tweeted something about.
I think he actually retweeted the core of the Earth. What's his face? I forget his name, but you were just showing
Ben Davison.
Ben Davison. Pretty sure he retweeted Ben Davison.
Oh, we need to find that out if that's the case. Because here's the thing:
he tweets so much though. It takes so long to go through his tweets. I don't know.
He does it too much. It's less effective because I'm like I miss stuff, and I follow him closely. Actually, there you go.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Oh, it's a thin crust of solid rock, which a vast ball of molten rock. Earth's core, which generates most of our magnetic field, is 85% iron and moves independently from the surface plates, which is why the magnetic pole changes position.
I love Brian Romelli. If I'm saying his name right, we follow each other. He's a great guy. I think Elon Musk is giving a hint here because you remember how the northern lights were visible as far south as Mexico in the last few months?
That was from solar activity, right?
Right, but the reason why it's more visible now is because the Earth shields are diminishing. This is I'm not making this isn't like from Bob's website. This is mainstream science. Again, Ben Davison has taught me a lot on this, and he was actually on with Alex Jones not long ago, and he really blew Alex Jones's mind. He vetted him, and so what I'm trying to say here is that like this is not being brought into the equation of man-made climate change at all.
Well, because of all the things we were talking about, the educators want to be the only ones that distribute the information, and they don't want to look at the full picture. They only want to look at this one thing for the greater good of all of us. It's better if you just get people to only focus on getting an electric car. Right? Just like I've always, ever since I started doing this stuff, I've had people that are like, "Hey man, you fact check scientists. We want you in the climate change debate." And I've always had the opinion of like, look, I'm talking about big old rocks and there's zero skin in the game. If I'm wrong about that, nothing changes. But if I'm wrong about climate change, and I get a bunch of people, I feel a little like it's not your area of expertise. It's not my area of expertise, and there's too much skin in the game. But when I did the debunking of Flint Dibble's debunking of Graham, the part about the metallurgy, I spoke with an ice core specialist. And now there ain't but a handful of these dudes on the planet. Literally just a handful. That was a very important part of the debunking. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
You're the guy that blew the roof on that. Yeah. You're the guy who contacted firsthand.
Well, let's explain what you did.
Well, I spent an hour on a Zoom call with you because what Flint had said was that there was no proof of metallurgy in the ice age. And of course, there's no proof of it, but he said that we can prove definitively there was no metallurgy. And that's where it's like, well, no, because they looked for levels of lead, and levels of lead, that graph you just showed with the interglacial periods, lead follows that. Because when there's more dust on the ground, the reason they believe is there's more dust on the ground, more gets kicked up, more ends up in the glaciers. But that's the same dirt that would be kicked up if they were digging for iron, right? So either way, you're going to end up with more lead in the glaciers. So I talked to this ice core specialist for an hour on Zoom, and I'm like, man, so flesh this out for me, explain to me. So he explains to me how they determine whether or not lead's from an anthropogenic origin or if it's natural, and that's based on if there's an archaeological site that they can match the other isotopes to. He went through all the troubles with it, even lamented having, he's got other people in his field that are hardcore anti-pseudoscience because they're climate change deniers are dealing with it. So he's like, some of these guys are just too zealous, overzealous with it. I get where you're coming from. Then I put the video out, and Flint contacts the dude, and next thing you know, well, I didn't exactly say it, though. He doesn't change what he says. He just kind of implies that I wasn't quite being elected. He doesn't give a full anything. He makes it vague all of a sudden, and it's quite clear. He was pressured. Well, fucking archaeologists, he promised, like, why do you care? Because they're all part of the same little keyboard warrior. Yeah, Twitter cult members. Yeah, and that right there changed my attitude on it changed my attitude on the whole global warming thing. I was like, that's probably accurate. I don't fucking know. I went to dig into this stuff, and I don't trust these sons of bitches anymore. I know that if somebody pressured him from upstairs, he would have crumpled like a pepper, because he surely would Flint put it.
So the issue is that it's not like there's one explanation that could conceivably have caused this massive cataclysm. There's probably a lot of variables. Just like there's always been. I mean, we always like to compete and we know super volcanoes. When one of those blows, the whole world's fucked. The country's dead. Everyone's fucked.
You should consider the possibility that that's related to pole shifts as well. And I can give you a point. There was one that happened. I've heard you talk about before the Toba super eruption. Yeah. Did you know that happened at the same time of a geomagnetic pole excursion? Oh, it's true.
There's movement.
There's movement inside the Earth. A full pole shift is when they believe that the innermost portion of the molten within the Earth core shifts. A geomagnetic pole excursion is a partial pole for which they theorize is related to the outer portion of the mantle. The Earth's crust sits on top of molten everything. And when that shifts, it shifts our compasses, and it's not unreasonable to suggest that when something shifts inside the Earth, it would affect things on the surface. I touched on this in the last time I was on, but when it comes to earthquakes, as an example, some originate in the crust, which is like 28 miles at its thickest, I believe, or on average, and others originate in the molten outer portion of the mantle. Well, if something shifts inside the Earth, why wouldn't it cause issues on the surface, whether it be earthquakes or volcanic activity? In some volcanic activity involving supervolcanoes coincides with geomagnetic pole excursions. And so when I was on your show last time talking about pole shifts along with the ice ages, I was part of the same topic. Why is it that Media Matters, funded by George Soros, decided to do a hit piece on Jimmy Corsetti, the YouTuber? Brother, they came after me hard on this, which to be honest, I relished over. I was like, this is hilarious. I'm like,
Well, they don't understand it's actually good publicity.
it is, and it makes me feel like
credible.
right. It makes me feel like I'm over the target because what's that saying about you get the most flack when you're over it? So I'm like, it makes me think that I'm onto something because nowhere in any of these climate change topics, as far as like the narratives on it, do they mention anything natural involving whether it be pole shifts. They sure as hell don't bring up the Green Sahara. They don't bring anywhere into the equation. They don't bring up the scientific fact that the Earth was warmer 4,000 years ago. There's Nobel Prize laureates that have been speaking out about this. There's 2 of them. Dr. Clauser and there's another gentleman who can draw a blank on the top of my head. But like they've shared this data. This is scientific fact, and they get shunned and ridiculed for it.
Yeah, the problem is there's a consensus that's been politically accepted, and it's been talked about so much. It's a political talking point. If they lose that political talking point, they lose a large percentage of their platform. Oh yeah, right. There's so many parts of the leftist platform that they need to have these narratives, and one of them is climate change, and that Donald Trump is the climate change denier. The right-wing people are climate change deniers.
Ergo science deniers, ergo racists.
It's very, 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 very stupid, and it's bad for all of us because I think we all need to have an understanding of how delicate our environment is and how delicate life on Earth is. It is this constantly changing thing that has never been static. We know that. We know about the dinosaurs. We know about all these different things. We know about the Ice Age. But we don't truly have a comprehensive narrative that everyone accepts. It's become politicized. Yeah. And it's become politicized by the worst people because they're the cultists.
Yeah. They're the ones that made it. Not the only ones, but I'm a lot less political than a lot of people in this community. And I said it when COVID first started getting bad and you could see it on the internet. I was real quick to say, we're going to be fucking locked out for years, guys. And everybody's laughing at me, but it's like it's a political football. So neither side is going to drop a square. We don't live in a society of political compromise anymore. We live in a society of giving an inch to take a mile. Yeah. Neither side is going to concede 1 fucking inch on this, and we're going to be dealing with the same argument 3 years from now. And lo and behold, we were dealing. And
that's what's crazy about this, is that data has become politicized. Science and data and knowledge is even politicized.
Over 80,000 papers were retracted last year. 80,000 scientific papers. The fact, like 60% of them were medical. The top 10 most still cited papers that have been retracted are all medical. The medical community is fucked right now from COVID. It turned in on itself and just started. And if you look at their papers and stuff, it's insane. They are all at each other's throats in all kinds of different ways. Still citing retracted papers and all kinds of goofy little shit because it became a political football. We can see it on TikTok. You watch a nurse come out there. She's going to be doing a TikTok, and you can just look. Is it a donkey next to her name or an elephant? If it's an elephant, she's going to tell you there's nobody in this hospital. It's empty. If it's a donkey, she's going to tell you about the body outside, the machine outside making cornstarch out of the fucking dead people that they can't bury them as fast as they're dying. It was so openly, easily, from the average Joe could look right through it. Could just see if this is just an argument between the two parties, isn't it? And they're just transferred this to the medical problem.
Well, you remember in the beginning days of the pandemic when they were really fear-mongering, when they gave a preposterous number of people that were going to die from COVID. And what was the percentage at the high point? Was it like 3.5% or something? Or was it 30%? It was something nice. There's a compilation video, Jamie, see if you can find it, where they're dunking on Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump said it's less than 1%. He was right.
He was totally right.
Quite a bit less than 1%.
He was right about the UV stuff too.
I think they were trying to say that it was 34%. I think that's what they were saying. It's 3.4 or 34. I can't remember which. But they were repeating it ad nauseum on television that this was going to be the death rate of people that got COVID. It's one of the things that justified the lockdown. If it really was less than 1%, people go, so it's like, what's the flu? When you get into the flu, you go, well, what's the percentage difference? It's like 50% difference. Okay, what are we doing? Is it a bad flu? Because this is like a bad flu. But you can't say that, or you're some kind of anti-science heretic. You're a terrible person, killing grandmas.
You know, if you want to mix it up, Jamie, there's a video. So last time I was on, I mentioned a clip of Donald Trump talking about it's going to get cold again. And we couldn't find the clip at the time, but I have it in my folder, Jamie. It's just Donald Trump. It's in the front with all the other folders.
One step at a time. Let's try to find that video of them all repeating the same thing over and over again. It's Brian Stelter at Louisa on CNN constantly repeating the fact that Donald Trump doesn't know what he's talking about. He was right. He was absolutely correct.
Donald Trump doesn't just say things out of his butt like people make him out to. I'm not saying he doesn't talk that way.
If you're a ranter, it's like you're a podcast. You run the risk of talking up your ass.
He wasn't talking out of his butt with the UV killing off bacteria and viruses.
No, he just said it in a way that wasn't logical. He said, like, you get the light into your body. Yeah, so what is he talking about? But no, they figured out how to get LED lights into lungs to kill viruses. Yeah, and
the big thing to look is prepping in Donald Trump COVID compilation video gives me a bunch of
COVID death rate. Death rate is what's important. Death rate compilation versus the media. And because the media was the one that were dunking on him for saying, and they were coming up with this ridiculously high rate that turned out to not be accurate at all.
Well, I think we have those people, the leftists or whatever you want to call them, the flat liberals in the fucking world. These guys are, they like we were talking about with climate change and everything else. They don't want to leave anything in there that could lead to the other side have anything. They assume that the average rank and file Joe public is dumb as hell.
Right.
I mean, one of the things they'll always say about ancient apocalypse and things like that, they'll be like, well, he goes on there and he talks shit about archaeologists, and everybody's going to believe everything he says because it's so well made. It's like, no.
He didn't do that at all.
And in the first season, he did talk a little shit about archaeologists, but the bottom, to me, if I'm watching anything, I don't care what it is, if the person says, mainstream scientists disagree with you here, but here's what I have to say. All my alarm bells go off, and that tells me I cannot hang my hat on what this motherfucker saying. I got to go do it. That's what Graham does over and over again. Mainstream archaeologists disagree with you. So for them to say everybody in the country is everybody will just believe this, it's nuts.
It's 3.4%. So this is it. So give me some volume.
There's a lot of conversations with a lot of people that do this. I think the number is way under 1%.
The fact check, the World Health Organization says the coronavirus death rate is 2.4%. President Trump lies. The World Health Organization is wrong. The number is 3.4%.
3.4% is what it's being reported.
What boy sound, Jenny?
3.4%. And no hunch from the president concludes that. The most recent World Health Organization estimate that the global death rate of coronavirus is 3.4%.
Jesus.
The 3.4% death rate was wrong, and WHO data later updated it to a fraction of 1%. Oscar back in the history. Trump has a hunch that the death rate is lower than 1%.
Way under 1%.
The little mozzarella stick in this, just lying to viewers about the mortality rate.
Way under 1%.
Information, spreading disinformation, disinformation. And the president also here's the world's greatest scientists that you just mentioned. It is the leading scientists, including Dr. Fauci, wrote in the New England Journal of Medicine that the death rate could be considerably less than 1%.
Way under 1%.
Why? See, listen, we've seen enough. These people are fucking puppets, man. They're puppets, and they willfully, gleefully repeat these narratives.
Yep.
And instead of saying, well, where did you get that information? Who are you talking to? Let's find out if that's correct. Why does the World Health Organization think it's 3.4%? Is there any nefarious intent behind this whole idea of it killing everybody that's forcing some enormously profitable venture, like forcing everybody to take these fucking new vaccines you just developed? Like, could that be factored in? Maybe. Well, no, you only hear that it's factored in once everybody's profited and got out, including Bill Gates.
Yeah.
Bill Gates was on television telling everybody to get the vaccine, you won't get COVID, and then afterwards that didn't work. After he had unloaded all the stock, he said it wasn't effective, and it turns out COVID wasn't as bad as we thought it was. Well, you guys are really responsible for a bunch of people taking the medication that was unproven. You're responsible for all the side effects. You're responsible for all these, and you're responsible for fear-mongering, lying, closing down businesses, ruining economies, changing the political structure of the country.
They need to be held to account. I'm not going to forget this, and a lot of other people weren't. People's lives were destroyed, and it is. I mean, there needs to be a reckoning.
Elon recently said that his pronouns are still Grosky Fauci.
I love it. I love it.
He has a real possibility of making new
Oh yes, he does.
if you listen to him.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the economic side of it, I honestly think that out of everything, the job notwithstanding, just strictly from the top down perspective, those guys, I mean,
Most immense transfer of wealth in the modern history.
Amazon, Walmart, eBay, all these motherfuckers cleaned house. And you know what shut down Spokane? We lost White Elephant. This guy got started in the 40s after World War II. He would buy surplus and put it in this store. He had fishing lures for 30 cents, fucking Transformers from the 80s that I was buying in 2000, sold them on eBay. Had all kinds of shit there. And he went out of business because he had to close his doors. Everything. You
Restaurants in California.
You can't even go to fucking Walmart at 2 in the morning like we did. Like, everything's closed now at a certain time compared to where it was. Everything's closed.
Because the coronavirus doesn't stay up.
It's a
Yeah.
stay up. It's right.
Sleep. And it doesn't exist when you walk to your table and sit down.
All the homeless people need a place to hang out instead of Walmart parking lot to wait at when they show up.
I meant that actually the opposite. Coronavirus comes out at night. But it doesn't even. Like, the whole thing was so dumb because then they allowed Black Lives Matter protests. Like, what about 6 foot distancing? Everybody's breathing it. They're screaming. And they're all yelling down the street. And you guys think that's not going to spread it?
Right.
And the brain dead stuff behind the symbolism, I talked about this a long time ago on the channel, that the person that thought of, we're going to have a band play. Let's get the masks that have a big hole in it so from solidarity with everybody on it. It's like everybody's just going to look at that and be like,
How about people swimming?
so we don't need that.
My
People that
God.
swim with masks on.
It hurts me to see those clips. Now, COVID was one of the biggest IQ tests in modern times.
Well, it was really a compliance test.
Yeah,
That's what it was.
It was a lot of people.
And check to see how many cowards there are out there that even though they know something to be true, are terrified of the blowback, so they don't speak about it. And when you do speak about it, you do get attacked. You know, I obviously experienced that, and I was fascinated by it. I mean, it was kind of horrifying to watch, but also fascinating. Like, oh, this is real. Like, you guys are just completely all lock in step and all full of shit. And you don't even care that I got better quick.
Brought to you by Pfizer.
Yeah, and you can watch how the world. You can see this from a world perspective too. Different communities all around the world react differently. I remember lots of people. Oh, why can't we do like Korea and Japan? And almost everybody's wearing a mask over there, and they do all this reporting and all this stuff. It's like, you ever been there, man? You ever talked to any Koreans and Japanese? Their fucking culture is lockstep compared to ours. They are very much. There's no counterculture in those communities. If counterculture people are all in jail. You have one community, so yeah, they're told to do this. They fucking do it.
Well,
We don't do that.
Our media is so compromised, so obviously compromised. And, you know, Callie Means has a really good point about this. He was saying that the reason why they spend so much money advertising on cable news is not because it's effective. It's because once they do that, now cable news cannot criticize that. It's so much smarter. Because it's like, listen, we're spending all this money just to make sure that you guys toe the line. That's what they're doing. So the news is not the news. It's only the news if an advertiser agrees that it's the news. Yeah. And that's not good.
No, it's
that's
really
not
bad.
good for anybody. Left wing, right wing. If you think that somehow or another money gives a fuck about your political persuasion, it's so stupid that it got attached to a political ideology. And from the most compliant of people, those are the ones who are the most willing to go along with the narrative. Because the consequences on the left of coloring outside the lines, they attack you so hard, they crush you so hard with this order made situation, or anything where you're stepping outside the line, talking about it. Like what you experienced just discussing something that turns out to be absolutely correct. They fund a big hit piece of it, which essentially acts as an advertisement for you.
Right.
It just builds your
It's the Streisand effect.
And then people will just go to your channel and go, this guy's great. This fucking show's awesome. This is interesting information. And just undeniable facts. Like that no one can discuss. No one can debate in any way, shape, or form the actual size of these stones, where they came from. This is not under debate. So just the undeniable stuff is unbelievably fascinating. And then when they go to your channel, they go, where's all the Nazi shit? I don't know if this guy's a Nazi. I'm looking for some Nazi shit. I'm just getting the facts.
You know, we should go back to Tepe, Gunung Padang, and the Great Pyramid, because there's some more stuff involving archaeology and lack of excavations that are actually pretty significant. So going back to Göbekli Tepe, One of the photos of Jamie that you showed earlier was before excavations began, and you noticed that there was no trees there. Right. So one of the controversies is that there's some 800 trees that were planted on the site a full decade after excavations began, and the trees are buried on, or were planted on top of ancient ruins, which stands to not only destroy the ruins, but also highlights that they can't excavate what's underneath them, but the trees were there. And so here's the before and after.
So what's the conventional explanation for why they planted all these trees over a site that they know is filled with ruins underneath it?
So when this was a property owned by farmers, and the Turkish government wanted to purchase the land for them, and the owners felt that they were being lowballed. So what they did was they planted olive trees on top of the site in order to increase the value of the land, which for me, when I first heard this, I'm like, I don't understand, this doesn't make sense to me. Göbekli Tepe is already priceless. It's the world's oldest and most mysterious ancient site on Earth. It's priceless. Now, to be fair, and Dan, you've harped on this, and I agree with you.
It's government stuff. But if the feds are going to buy your land for a highway, they don't care what's underneath it, or it's an Indian burial ground or what. It's what's this land worth in this city? It's this kind of property. So they made it an orchard instead of a desert.
Now, here's the thing, though. Of all things, they planted olive trees, and there's something that was enacted. It's called the Olive Law in Turkey in the 1930s, where it's illegal to cut down olive trees in Turkey. So I'm like, well, that's interesting.
And let me ask you this real quick. Imagine being the owner of that property, and you've got this, you found these ruins here, you've got all these people coming out, they're paying you money to check shit out, you're selling all kinds of stuff, and now the government's going to take it from you. You've had it for 10 fucking years, now the government's saying it's there. So you go out and you start planting trees. So when you dig a hole to plant that tree, you find an artifact. Do you put that in the pile of artifacts to hand to Klaus Schmidt, or do you put that in the pile to sell to the antique collector that's not going to tell anybody? Obviously, you put it in. He's pissed off. My opinion is I got sold a ton of fucking artifacts while that was going. He just, why would you?
Now, are there artifacts to go back to?
Yeah, they find stuff.
What kind of stuff?
No pottery or anything, but they have found like one of the biggest things is a bunch of chunks of stone, like to archaeologists, they call it microchip, which would be like a tiny little piece you get from that's still technically an artifact. So there's a lot of that kind of stuff. There are a lot of bones that have been charred and things like that, but there's nothing too terribly amazing. Well, nothing too crazy. But again, that's the kind of stuff that would possibly do. This is where my skepticism can get a little cynical. I'm in the opinion if the anti-Kithera mechanism would have been identified as what it is, and we pulled it out of the ocean, it would have never made it to a museum. But there was somebody. I was telling Jim last night we were having. If the reports of giant homes that you see in the 1930s from guys that were over in New Mexico and they're bringing them back to the Smithsonian and they just never made it there, if they really did find giant bones, which I'm skeptical of, but if they did, this was probably an advertisement to sell them while they're traveling these things across the country. Just happened to lose them along the way. This dude came over and bought them. This has been a problem since day one, and
especially when you think about those kind of crazy old school Rockefeller type billionaires.
Yeah.
Who really love to control information and everything. If you have access to something that's just undeniably throws the whole timeline into a question, or throws a narrative of human beings into a question.
Now you got some power with that. So I'm of the opinion that that's been a problem. Like, I don't believe in the Dendera light. I assume you know what the Dendera light is.
What's right? You glossed over the Antarctica.
Oh, I say the Anti-Kithera mechanism.
That one is fast.
It's crazy, ain't it?
That is, how old is it?
It's like 2,000 years old.
2,000 years old. It's a hand-carved brass machine that you use to, it tracks the cycles of the moon, the Earth, and different planets in our solar system.
Brilliant.
And they didn't know what it was they found. It was like some corroded up gears. And then they start doing some sort of I don't even know how they did it, how they understand all the different pieces of it, because it's all corroded together. But they used some sort of scanning mechanism, right? And see if you can find what it actually looks like.
You can buy replicas of it nowadays. They make little boxes of it.
It looks like when they found it. Yeah. But now, show what it looks like when they've done a scan of it.
I found it. Yeah. Heap of dead naked people.
Whoa. Converged from the sea, shaking in fear, and mumbling about a heap of dead naked people. It was among a group of Greek divers from the eastern Mediterranean island of Simi who were searching for natural sponges. They had sheltered from the violent storm near the tiny island of do you say again? Antikythera, between Crete and mainland Greece, when the storm subsided, the dive for sponges chanced upon a shipwreck full of Greek treasures. The most significant wreck of the ancient world to have been found up to that point. The dead naked people and marble sculptures scattered on the seafloor, along with many other artifacts. Soon after, the discovery prompted the first major underwater archaeological dig in history. So see if we can find what this mechanism looks like, what it actually looks like.
There's a replica.
Yeah, so this is the replica of this thing, this incredible piece of engineering from 2,000 years ago, where all these gears and all these planets, and you could figure out where everything was. How'd they do this? How'd they do this? And this is beyond what we ever thought was available back then.
No, there is a YouTube channel that a guy goes through. I forget his name, but he does go through and he makes one of these old school tools. But he's making each gear by hand. He's making the wire by hand.
Oh, that's a dork.
He's a dork. Yes.
Bring him on the show.
Greatest possible version of the dork. I'm using a good one. So it's fun to watch, but it's incredible. But at the end of the day, that's interesting to be able to recreate it. But the planning of it, that's really where the engineering matters.
And then you have to take into consideration, what is this based on? What knowledge was available back then that we did not think was? So we're talking about 2,000 years ago. This is the time of Christ. We did not think that they had any kind of machines that were in any way similar to that thing. What else don't we know?
Right?
What else is lost? How much of that stuff is gone? Like, if this is 2,000 years ago, it's that corroded, what does 10,000 years do to it? Right?
Oh, the dust at the bottom.
Right.
And the fact that you found it at the bottom of the ocean is a miracle in itself.
And this is what's important to understand. And this is another lie that Flint Dibble told about the number of shipwrecks that have been found. And not only that, but what would be left over after just a few thousand years. And that when they find these 1,000-year-old shipwrecks, they don't find any wood anymore. You just find the pottery. So you just know where the shipwreck is because there's a bunch of gold on the ground and some pots. But if you go back 10,000 years before that, how much is the surface of the floor of the ocean shifted? How much of that stuff has been covered up? How much is it? 10,000 years is so long. Now, what if it's 20,000? What if it's 30,000? You say we don't know is the correct thing. It's the correct thing to do, and that's what nobody wants to do.
There's a hypothesis. It's more of a mental. I forget the name of what you call it, like a mind teaser, like a way to make your brain think. It's called the Silurian hypothesis. The Silurians are a Doctor Who monster that supposedly lived on Earth like millions of years before humans. Wake up one day and they find all these monkeys running around and they decide they don't like us. But the hypothesis is, how would you determine if there was a species or an advanced civilization that lived on the Earth a million years, 5 million years? As soon as we have fossil fuels, as long as we have the first bit of oil had been created on the planet, you could have a civilization like ours. So what would you look for? The only conclusion is maybe nuclear stuff if they tested, like maybe nuclear power plant. We might still be able to find some radioactive material, but beyond that, not a goddamn thing. After 10 million years, you're going to find a fucking bit of it. That's what their conclusion is. And this is a scientific thing. This is something that's a thought tool. That's what it's called. It's something that they use in science, in archaeology and history and stuff, presumably, to look at that problem. But these guys, like Flint, obviously didn't do that. Like I said, he thinks people are stupid. He said right here sitting in this room that, oh, well, it doesn't matter how long something's underwater. You might think that it matters how long something's underwater, but it really doesn't. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Of course, anybody knows that. This is basic, just in terms of whether or not you're going to find it. Right? They haven't done like a comprehensive LiDAR scan at the bottom of the ocean floor. They just have not done that. It's not possible right now. But if they did do it, who fucking knows what they find out there?
Well, here's where things get nuts, is that here we are talking about things as far as tens of thousands of years. So we do have a site that Graham Hancock highlighted in season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse called Gunung Padang in Indonesia, and you have a folder on this. So this pyramidal structure could potentially be 27,000 years old. It's hotly debated. But as Graham Hancock highlighted, there is a subterranean tunnel and chamber which may have those dates, and it's not being excavated. And a geologist, Danny Nanajawa, I never pronounce it correctly, forgive me, Danny. But he is a geologist that analyzed the ground penetrating radar, and he said there's strong likelihood that it's man-made. Now, the skeptics, the academics, will say, well, it's probably just a lava tube because the structure is volcanic in nature. But something interesting has happened. That back in 2014, the Indonesian government said that they were willing to allocate unlimited resources and funding to excavate the site. Something shifted a handful of years ago where they're not excavating it now. And as of today, there's no plan in place to find out what that subterranean chamber is. So if it was indeed man-made, we don't know. It could be natural, it could be man-made, but we're never going to know what it is until we go digging. And
Well,
right
what
now,
you know for sure is that people occupied the land above it after that.
100%. Yeah, 100%. That was a man-made structure. It was volcanic in nature, but they terraced it. It's a pyramidal-like structure. It's not a pyramid.
And we do have examples over and over again of truly ancient things, unexplainable things, where people built more crude versions above it.
All over the world.
The lava tubes. There's all kinds of places in South America where they have a big pyramid built on top of a spring. The lava tube could have been a cave that was sacred that they just kept embellishing, saying it's just a lava tube, not a man-made tunnel down there is a non sequitur. Anybody who knows anything about ancient history could understand how a sacred site can have a pyramid built on top.
Let's take a bathroom break.
Yes.
We'll come back. Awesome. Okay, so where were we? We were
Well, we're about the
Phnom
lack
Penh.
of excavations at Phnom Penh,
Yeah.
and this should segue into something that's very, very interesting, which is the Great Pyramid of Giza. I've already said that Göbekli Tepe is arguably not just the oldest, but the most mysterious ancient site on Earth because it's not supposed to exist. However, the Great Pyramid of Giza, I would say probably trumps it from the standpoint that it's just so mysterious, its sophistication, as well as the fact that we have no idea how it was constructed. And it's arguably the most debated structure in all of human history for two standpoints. One of which is that so many people debate on whether it was built to be a tomb for the pharaohs or whether it was some sort of lost technology and had some other purpose, whether it's energy or whatever it may be, which is a fascinating topic and a story involving me visiting it there with a certain person that really is, it's a story in itself. But let me say this. So there, back in 8 years ago, back in 2016, through Muon technology, they discovered that there's a hidden chamber in the Great Pyramid, which is massive. Jamie, I have a folder on this Great Pyramid being void. And it was established in 2017 through a scientific study. So we're talking discovered 8 years ago, corroborated, or 8 years ago, corroborated 7 years ago study.
Is that a rough interpretation of the shape?
Yes, they don't know the exact shape of it. They have an approximate size and an approximate shape.
So now, many theorize that it is a second so-called Grand Gallery. It was originally thought to be 30 meters long. Now they have it over 40 meters long, so almost 150 feet. And it is above the so-called Grand Gallery. And so when they first discovered it, Zahi Hawass came out of the woodwork and denounced it and said, this is nothing, and he said they're going to spend a few years debating with the international community on how to go about it. Brother, that was 7-8 years ago, almost rounding up to a decade. And as of today, there is no plan of any kind to go and find out what's in there.
So they would have to go through the walls to get to it?
No, actually, they could just drill a half-inch diameter hole and set a little tube camera through it, and they could figure out what's in there by the end of the week.
Get an endoscope right there, just like you go to the doctor.
And here's what's so important about this. We're talking about the most debated and arguably the most important structure in all of human history. Was it a tomb? Was it a lost technology? We have no idea how they even built it. That's the only thing that's more debated than that is how did the Egyptians construct the pyramid? So many theories have already been debunked on it. We just don't know how they did it.
2,300,000 stones that were supposedly all put in place within 20 years.
Right.
Right.
The 20 years part, I referred to that as like the gateway drug to becoming a pyramid. That's 20 years. That's the stupidest fucking thing. Any guy who's ever stacked bricks for 5 minutes knows that is absurd. And they just roll with that because you can't. That's one of the weird things. The written record is more robust than the actual science. Like the carbon dating for the pyramid and the written record are a couple hundred years off. All in the entire Fourth Dynasty, the carbon dating is a couple hundred years off. They just come up with some explanation for it and stick to that written record.
One of my favorite is when they look at the hieroglyphs that depict pharaohs from 30,000 years ago. You're like, oh, that's not bullshit.
Yeah, but the one that a little further down, this is important shit here. But up there,
why do you think that the 30,000 year mark is bullshit, but the
5,000 year mark is legit. Like, that is really weird, guys.
It is.
Like, why are you conveniently ignoring all this other stuff while validating the more recent stuff?
Because it contradicts the textbooks they already read.
That's the educator.
That dynamic, sorry, I really put that dynamic. You mentioned Christopher Dunn. When he saw one of my recent videos about 2 months ago, he's going to come on my channel, and each artifact that he's covered, we're going to discuss one at a time. He knows I don't believe in ancient high technology, and he told me, basically, to summarize what he said, is that he is tired of having either yes men or cynics. He wants somebody that doesn't agree with him to sit down and have a conversation about these things, and they'll be honest, and we can actually get somewhere. And it was like the guy's been waiting 40 years for a fucking GED, and I work as an electrician. I should not be the one sitting in the chair next to the man, but all of a sudden, all the people qualified to do it want to treat him like he's an idiot.
Right. And his theory is very fascinating. There was some sort of a power plant generating hydrogen. And it's feasible.
It's wild, and I gotta tell you, when you walk through the Great Pyramid, there's nothing about it that resembles anything like a tomb. It seems like it was some sort of industrial function that had a function of some kind. So here's the story, and I have his permission to share it. So I had to, the only thing more wild than the topic of the mysteries of lost ancient civilizations is the diverse nature of people that are into this topic. So I had the pleasure of connecting with George St. Pierre, the GOAT, the great legendary UFC fighter. And because of him is how I went with him to Baalbek. We had unique connections, and I was able to go with him, and we were connected, and I went with him from there to Egypt. And we went inside the Great Pyramid. It was his first time in there. And we basically tipped the guard, I'll just say it. And we had the King's Chamber alone to ourselves for a few minutes. And we were with Yusuf Aliyan, who is the son of late Hakim Abdullah Aliyan, who is the mentor of John Anthony West. And he was in the Pyramid Code. And so George laid in the so-called sarcophagus. And Yusuf did the I can't do it, but do it with your throat. And he does inside the box and makes the whole granite box vibrate. I've experienced it. It's wild. It feels the reverberation off the stone. So he did that to George laid in it, and he did it for about a minute. And so George comes out of the box. His eyes were wide open. And he said, yeah, there he is. He said, I'm coming out of retirement. I'm going to win the title. And he just started pacing around the room. So fast forward 3-4 hours later, I'm in the hotel pool with him. What year was this? Just last year, September of 2023. And just to clarify, at that time he was considering doing a grappling match. That's not what he was talking about. He was talking about winning the UFC world title again. So fast forward 3 hours later, I'm at the hotel, the Mina House, Marriott Hotel pool with the pyramids overlooking us. And I'm like, hey, George, you said you were coming out of retirement. And he's like, I love his accent. No, Jimmy, I'm not coming out of retirement. And I said, well, what made you say that? He's like, he thought about it. It's just how I felt. So just to clarify, arguably the GOAT, although him and John Jones, they're comparable, just different, but the GOAT. And his first inclination of coming out of the box with his eyes wide open was like, I'm coming out of retirement, I'm going to win the title. And I asked him, he's like, no, I'm not going to do it. It's just how I felt in the moment. And I'm like, when people talk about it in the context of it being some sort of energy device, some people have speculated that with all these legends of humans living for hundreds, even thousands of years, some people have proposed that maybe it was DNA restoration. I have no idea what it was. I just don't think it was a tomb. I think it was something else. I think it was a functional structure of some kind. But the fact that someone like him, with his history, his accomplishments, the fact that that was the first thing that he felt coming out of that box after doing the reverberation thing is a story. Like, I don't know what to make of it.
I think that's normal.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think a guy like that has always got it in the back of his head.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, that's the highlights of his life. When he was conquering everyone in the welterweight division, he was the greatest fighter on planet Earth. It's the highlight of his life. So anytime he gets an elevated feeling, I'm sure that's one of the reasons why, like a lot of old fighters, they drink a lot or they do drugs.
Right.
And they're trying to, they experience highs that most people could never imagine.
Right.
And I think whenever they experience a new high, some new thing, they get in their head. And they want to taste that dragon.
Right.
That's right with Jake Paul.
Sorry. That probably had more to do with money.
Yeah.
But it's just this thing that just is in every one of those people.
Yeah, that makes sense. Although the fact that he's laying inside the Great Pyramid, and you would almost think that'd be the furthest thing from his mind
No,
all the
it's
time.
an elevated experience. So, right? So it's an elevated experience. It makes him very excited. And when a guy like that is very excited, he thinks about the most exciting thing he's ever done. He's like, I'm going to fucking do it again.
We got to get you in the box. We got to get you in the Great
I'd like
Pyramid.
to go to the box. I'd like to go there. I really would. It's just a matter of carving out the time.
Right.
And I really have to do it, especially let's see what happens with the world.
Right.
The world just keeps getting sketchier and sketchier in certain parts of the world.
Right.
You know, sadly. Yeah, sadly.
But going back to the point of this hidden chamber,
yeah.
like what is so?
Why would you not want to explore that?
It makes no feasible sense. Like, let's just say that, well, first of all, whether it was a tomb or something else, we could find out by going in there. Maybe there's maybe there's a pharaoh in there. Maybe you would instantly know that, okay, all this conjecture and debate is now been put aside. We know that there could be treasure there.
For real.
And here's something else.
Right.
A lot of conjecture as far as lost technology. Could there be some sort of evidence of a tooling and how they constructed it? Could there be evidence of how it was constructed itself? Even if it's a completely empty room and nothing else, we still would have learned something new.
Right.
In fact, I've joked to other people, like, hey, we could turn this into a pay-per-view event. I bet you 100 million people around the world.
Just making it.
But even if there's nothing in it, it's still a win because we will learn something new.
Yeah.
And it is, look, the academics will say, well, we don't want to damage the pyramid anymore. I'm like, okay, I respect that. But the thing is already a wreck. They use tons of dynamite to blast their way in it. The casing stones are all blown off.
They drill
The thing-
holes in it on the rig.
Right.
Things.
I don't so between Göbekli Tepe not being fully excavated, Gunung Penang, as well as the Great Pyramid, arguably the three oldest, most mysterious ancient sites on Earth, for some reason are not being appropriately excavated.
Isn't there a chamber underneath the Sphinx as well?
Well, there's tunnel.
Yeah, there's something there, but they're not. It's smaller. It's smaller, and Zahi Hawass is not what's made in the chamber and stuff. They say that there's supposed to be something more there, but like that's dicey as far as what they know for sure.
They have never released any photos or video of any kind underneath the Sphinx. So it's like, okay, just stick a camera in there with a flashlight and show us that there's nothing in there. Like,
show us what is in there. It shows the walls.
They say there's nothing in there. And I'm like, okay, well, show me what nothing looks like.
Right.
So, like, I'm just, look, I'm an outsider in this, and I have an
Well,
inquisitive mindset.
You're not. You're a human being on planet Earth, and you're a part of history.
And you know what? Every single person alive has an inherent right to know the true history of our origins. And I don't care what country you're born in, because people have come after me like, it is none of your business what's happening at Göbekli Tepe. You're not a Turkish citizen. And I say, excuse me, they elected for it to become a World Heritage Site. So they have thrown that out the window. It's everyone's business. It surely is.
Sicilian. Doesn't make any sense.
You don't have any place to weigh it on Nazi Germany because you live in Germany.
It's the people of Earth. It's like we have a very fractured understanding of the history of people on Earth. Göbekli Tepe is an excellent piece of evidence that points to that. We don't really understand why they did it or who did it. And there's probably more of those things out there that we missed. The Sahara Desert's the greatest example. Right? If they did some sort of very comprehensive examination of the Sahara Desert, let's say if technology advances to the point where they can do like some really comprehensive like underground scanning of that entire part of the continent, who's fucking doing it?
Only 5% of the Sahara has been studied as far as like say with the use of LiDAR technology.
Right.
They're using it from space, and they keep finding new structures that are prehistoric. They don't know who made them or when. And throughout the Sahara,
from space.
Yeah, it's called archaeology from space, and they use satellites. So this is what's interesting is that they can use satellites with LiDAR that can penetrate, like, I might be butchering this, but I want to say 10 meters. I could be off on that, but it's a substantial amount of depth from a satellite penetrating through dirt. I'm like, who would have thought that could even exist?
Right.
Pretty amazing.
It is.
We have good evidence that they didn't have that.
No, it's not.
I mean, I guess they orbit with decay.
Yeah, fly back into
Yeah, because ours do.
You know, a couple things about Gunung Penang worth mentioning. When they were excavating like that, the president was of the same opinion that Dr. Dani Nadiwajawa is, that So it's like not even Jawa wrote a book even like Plato was right, and like Atlantis is in Indonesia. So the president of Java back then believed that was the case, and so he was throwing money at him. When he lost his bid to be reelected and somebody else took over, he was the one that shot everything down. He's in more of lockstep with the archaeologists and stuff, the mainstream guys. So that's one of the reasons it was a changing of the guard is why all of it just stopped. So one guy was into it, the next guy.
Well, let me. Okay, here we go. You just open up the window.
Yep, here it is.
Here we go, Jimmy. So the WF conspiracy, it is nothing more than a conspiracy theory. I am not at all convinced that there's something here with them trying to suppress ancient history. Let me be clear. But there is a correlation between what's going on in Göbekli Tepe and Gunung Penang that the minister, so this is a government position, the Minister of Technology, Education, Research, and Technology, something along those lines in Indonesia, this gentleman came into power, I believe, in 2018. His name's Hakim, or something Nakaram. I have a slide of him in my Gunung Penang thing. He's a global shaper within the World Economic Forum, and he is the head decision maker of excavations that would or would not happen, this gentleman, at Gunung Penang. Now, be clear, I'm not saying he's suppressing it. And I'm not saying that the WF is trying to suppress our ancient history. All I'm sharing here is that it just so happens that the gentleman that's in charge of decision making, let me be clear, I said it earlier, they went from saying that there would be unlimited resources and funding to excavate Gunung Penang. It stopped. And as of right now, there's no plan in place to do it. And I'm just sharing that the person who would make that decision or has the power to do so happens to be a global shaper. And Klaus Schwab, the former head of the World Economic Forum, I have a video of him gloating about how they've infiltrated government cabinets, media all over the world, and are enacting their initiatives.
Young global leaders.
Yes, they infiltrated the cabinets. Very good. You can see bugs.
Did you see the photo of him in the bathroom?
No, I would love to. No,
We
please
have
show
a
us.
photo of him in our bathroom here with the fucking crazy Darth Vader outfit on.
Oh, yeah. That was
It's
bizarre.
just the wackiest fucking outfit ever. If you're, so on the nose. You're an evil supervillain.
He looks like a Bond villain, James Bond villain.
More crazy than that. Like more crazy than a Bond. See if you find that photo.
Yeah.
More crazy than a Bond villain. Like the Star Wars villain.
Yeah. He's a Sith Lord or
You have to
something.
be a crazy person to put that fucking thing on and go out in public, unless it's just a Halloween costume.
Yeah.
Like it's a bizarre outfit for you to wear. And if everyone's worried about these secret societies and people that are in control and pulling the strings of the world, what are they worried about? They're worried about fucking crackpots that dress like this. That's what they're worried about. Eyes wide shut parties. Like that kind of shit. You know, it's fucking crazy.
And he wore
That photo right there. That's the one we have in the house. Nice. Yeah. In front of the podium with the World Economic Forum. Wow. What is that fucking photo? What is that outfit you're wearing, sir?
That looks like something from like 1970s dystopian film.
Yeah. That's 100%. Like Metropolis or something.
Yeah. Death Race 2000, the original.
What the fuck is that? That's so. That outfit's so crazy. Imagine someone.
Oh, they're all.
honorary doctorate. This is at a university somewhere.
It's fucking crazy that that's what you wear there anyway. Like, what are you doing? You're dressed like a druid.
They even got a magic card of it.
It's so weird.
So again,
Look at that other outfit. Look at that one.
Yeah. That's how I did. Okay. So when I look at Göbekli Tepe involved in my little WF conspiracy idea, it is a bit bizarre that partnership with the Doges group was literally announced at the annual World Economic Forum meeting in Davos. And I also should share this, that I may have been banned from Turkey. So this is where. So after my video came out, what's his name, Kurul, what's his name, Dr. Kurul, so the head of archaeology in Turkey, took great issue with my conspiracy theories on it, and was quoted in an article saying that I should be sanctioned, and then he followed up with like, I will be sanctioned. And I'm like, well, how are you going to keep me out of Göbekli Tepe? Have I been banned from Turkey? Because American citizens don't need a visa to go into Turkey unless they're going to be there more than 90 days. So if I could apply ahead of time, like in Egypt, you could apply for your tourism visa ahead of time, and I don't know if I was rejected. That's what he said, is that I'll be sanctioned. He was referring to me, and I'm like, okay. Well, it means travel bans.
You're not going to let him in the country.
It means I go to the airport and get rejected at customs potentially.
And that is possibly what would happen.
He said it will happen. I don't know that it's happened. flights to Turkey are actually a little bit pricey, and I'm like, well, damn it! I'm like, if I'm gonna land there and get turned around, that would suck.
Oh, you might be able to make a nice video about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that would be. Yeah. Right. That's a video. Sure.
What helps them.
Right. I'm over the target with perfectly Pepe.
Or at least you're making them uncomfortable, right? You're forcing them to consider why they've chosen this. If it's just for economic reasons, it does make sense. If so many people are already going there, why should we spend more money? I get it.
Well, and it makes sense, and it's the most likely explanation. It's probably true, but that means that then this is an issue of either mismanagement or competence, because it is inexcusable that, because as of right now, their plan is that it will not be fully excavated. It will not be fully excavated in any of our lifetimes, and there could potentially be answers involving our ancient past at Göbekli Tepe, and it is entirely inexcusable that we wouldn't dig it up. And I don't actually think it will take away from tourism by removing the mystery.
No.
People are 500,000 people a year are visiting it just because. And if they dig up more of it, in my opinion, that's more reason to go there.
Well, what did you show, Jamie?
What's the article about the funding at
Yes.
It does say a thing about unlimited funding, but things it might have been also misinterpreted by translation. It's coming from the Jakarta Post. Talks about how soldiers were using hose to excavate. They didn't like that. It mentions the first disbursement of 250 grand just for that.
Is this from 2014?
It's the same article. It's just the thing. It says unlimited amount of research funding, but it says it was taken from other funding, and then it says that there's a lack of funding right below it.
Archaeologists and other science people in the lack of funding.
Let me just say this. My ass. All we got to do is drill a hole and stick the camera through it into the tube to figure out if it's a lava tube or something man-made. This is not expensive. It can be done for thousands of dollars, not millions of dollars. And if it is a 27,000-year-old pyramidal structure, as Graham Hancock has proposed, the data is not proven. It's hotly debated. But let me just make this crystal clear. We don't know what it is. It could potentially be the oldest ancient ruin on Earth. And we're never going to know the answer until we go looking. And it is entirely unacceptable that we're not doing it.
Well,
What is happening?
there's a thing to get like less conspiratorial but supported from a very real position. There's a thing with science with their paradigms. They've looked at it for a very long time. With the origins of Earth sciences and history, they were expected to bear out the Bible. Prove the Bible right.
Mm-hmm.
Then evolution, and then Darwin, and then it was gradualism. Prove the Bible wrong. There is no major global flood. And gradualism, they assume that everything happens slowly. There's nothing catastrophic in the record, and that lasted from the late 1700s or 1800s, all the fucking way up until 1980, when the KT dinosaur killing meteor was accepted. Before that, there was no such thing as punctuated equilibrium, which is what they call it now, or which any kid could figure out is the way the fucking world works. The slow erosion happens on the side of the bank, but sometimes there's a big flood that carves a big chunk of the. I mean, this is no-brainer shit. The life moves at a steady pace normally, and then every now and again something catastrophic happens. So my point is that if they think that digging something up is going to change a paradigm that they're expected to maintain, they're not going to fucking dig it up. There's the kind of opposition that they face to overturning paradigms. Like before this first, when Flint was on here and he tried to play that one down. Not only were True's ruins with that, but one thing I almost never mentioned was Clovis first was version 2 of this. Before that, it was the Folsom Point and Folsom first, and many careers were ruined by people that possibly the Americans or people before the Folsom Point. Then they found the Clovis. This isn't that's not some novel time of, the scientific debate in the future. No. This is standard operating procedure where it's always fucking been done. So it's not a surprising thing that they're going to try to hide stuff. It's not a surprising
It's just human ego and control. Humans always want to be the experts, and they always want to be the one who controls the information. The information that's new that's coming out counters their control and their expertise. They reject it. It's just ego. It's just ego. It's just kind of messed up because I know scientists are people, but let's show what we know now. This is what we know now. And when new information comes along, okay, now we're thinking about it in a different way. But the problem is they publish books. And these books, they've definitively given dates. We now know, we are sure that this What are your thoughts on the dating of the pyramids, and how do they date the pyramids? They date the pyramids based on whatever carbon that they could find in between the stones. Obviously, can't carbon date stones themselves, so you have to use some sort of organic material that's around that.
The best dating is that the Great Pyramid is somewhere around 4,500 years ago. That was from organic material taken between casing stones. You could argue that the casing stones were restored because even the Romans restored parts of the Sphinx.
Right.
I don't know how old the Great Pyramid is, but if it was constructed 4,500 years ago, then our understanding of what was happening in the Giza Plateau at that time is vastly different than the people that were. If you look at any academic textbook, they showed people wearing loincloths and barefoot constructing the pyramid. And that's.
Well, even hieroglyphs that depict moving statues. It's a bunch of guys with sandals pulling a sled.
So that depiction, which would be in my Ramesseum folder, Jamie, that one statue was only 58 metric tons. Only?
Well, compared to the other people,
it's so crazy. This is what they say. They say, well, they pulled it on a sledge, which is like a wooden sled. And I'm like, the Ramesseum statue is 15 times heavier than that other one. Yeah, this is what they always show. They always show these naked dudes. Look at their ass. So just to be clear, because they want to show them that they're dumb and primitive, and then like
with the whip. He's got some clothes on.
Right.
But that's kind of right, because one of the things they found is that when they studied the remains that were in the enclosures, where the people that worked in the pyramid lived, they're not slaves.
No, they're fed well.
Yeah, they're fed well, and it seems like they're highly skilled.
The hand clearly. I mean, I tried to assess. To me, what's the most impressive thing about it is the accuracy of the pyramid to itself. It's like a perfect square with like 2 inches of deviation. That's 756 feet per side. That's like a tiny fraction of a percentage off. Like machine age standards on a fucking gigantic fucking scale.
Right.
The only thing I could come up with was, I have to test it. Like if you had a concave mirror, it creates a little circle of light like a magnifying glass does and will start a fire. At a certain distance, it's going to be the same size no matter what. So you could calibrate that, and you'd have to have everything exactly set up. But if you shot at the target and filled up a perfect circle, you could know it was exact range. That kind of thing would work because you can't measure this with ropes. You can't measure the ropes sag and they're affected by humidity and stuff. And it gives 2 inches at 756 feet. That's not good enough.
This is taking into account the casings that were removed.
Oh no, it's not. This is the base perimeter.
Right.
Yes. There's an outline around the pyramid where it was kind of scratched into the ground. Where they think that they use water and stuff to do leveling. And they generally measure around that, to my understanding.
In any deviation, even in millimeters, with each rock, as you get up to 2,300,000 stones to build the peak of the pyramid, any deviation on either side will fuck the whole thing up. Oh,
it is virtually perfect. Not perfect, but it is virtually.
Well, it's made by humans, allegedly. Or Anunnaki. The Anunnaki was the most fun because I love those stories. I love such stuff. Just because it's the funnest possibility is that human beings were genetically engineered by a superior race that came here to find gold. I was telling Jim actually last night, archaeologists frequently refer to the Clovis hypothesis as elegant, and I often tell them that this is actually, crystal history stuff is even more elegant. It explains why we want gold and silver. That's all around the entire the gold ones, the weird ones. You can't make any tools out of it, you can't make weapons out of it, yet it was the most prized metal. And it works pretty good for when you get to a higher level of tech all of a sudden. Really useful, isn't it? It's very useful. And then there's also the idea of suspending particles in the atmosphere. Right, which is what Bill Gates wants to do today. That fucking fuckface. There's a lot of people living here. You don't get to choose when the shades get put on the earth because you have this goofy climate change narrative. I don't believe you. Right. I don't like that you're even talking about doing this. How about a global thing? That's whether or not this one asshole created Windows 95 gets to do this.
He didn't create anything. He bought the that IBM guy. I love putting it on blast because it's like I think he suffers from an inferiority complex. I think that he's jealous of Elon Musk and others. I think his time in the light is short of Tesla. Yeah, and it makes him look like a massive douche. I think that he is, look, he was once the king, the richest man on earth, and now he's not. And I think that that's all he wants. I think
Again, power, human power and ego, and especially people that have enormous resources and control over things. They don't want to relinquish that grip.
Yep. It's like, bro, he should be living in an all-inclusive riding jet skis. You made it, brother. You're
You should be living like Jeff Bezos.
right.
Hot girl.
Yeah.
Left girl. Yeah, that's all these. I was just reading something about CNN's ratings and MSNBC's ratings post-election. They've crashed. All these left-wing kooks on YouTube are hemorrhaging subscribers. But people go, you guys are out of touch. You're not accurate. You're delusional. And people are speaking with their subscriptions, and they're speaking with their purchasing of the Washington Post, and they're purchasing the New York Times. The New York Times just debunked, in the most insane way, debunked RFK Jr.'s assertion that the ingredients in Fruit Loops are different in Canada than they are in the United States. They fact-checked it while saying he was accurate. So their fact-check, it's so dumb when you see the fact. I tweeted it. The fact-check is so dumb because the fact-check says it's not correct. They have the same ingredients except for these harmful chemicals. What the fuck? Look at this. Mr. Kennedy has singled out Fruit Loops as an example of a product with too many artificial ingredients. Question why the Canadian version has fewer than the U.S. version. But he was wrong. The ingredient list is roughly the same, although Canada has natural colorings made from blueberries and carrots, while the U.S. product contains red dye 40, yellow 5, and blue 1, as well as butylated hydroxytoluene, or BHT, a lab-made chemical that is used for freshness, according to the ingredient label. That is the fucking dangerous chemicals that are banned in Canada that we're trying to get rid of in America, and that are kicked back. So they're literally saying he was wrong, but he was right.
Yeah, that made my brain hurt just reading that.
That's the New York fucking Times.
Well, the Sweetie Pie hadn't dressed like a Nazi for a while, so didn't have anything to talk about, right?
I don't know what that's about.
Oh, sorry.
But this is what the New York Times is doing. So, of course, you're going to hemorrhage subscribers. Of course. You're crazy. You're saying something that's nuts. And also, what is your motivation? Like, what's your motivation for removing potentially harmful and toxic chemicals? If someone is trying to do that for the greater health of the population, if we're saying that these things have been eliminated in other countries because they've been proven to be dangerous, what is your motivation for saying he was wrong?
Well,
what else could it be? Ideology, left-wing injection of RFK Jr. is now he's connected to Trump, which is connected to Nazis. It's like you go down this fucking weird rabbit hole with these people. And like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to remove all leftover credibility? Are you trying to eliminate because you've lost so much credibility? Are you trying to kill it all? Are you secretly working for the Chinese? Like, what are you doing?
They're all
What
in.
are you doing?
It's probably backed by Monsanto or something, because if you look at like these cereals,
Crazy.
Is that what it's to think that the media was once called the fourth estate in this country? Honestly, to think that we used to consider them the fourth estate of government, that it was like this. Our father's generation, that's what they considered Ted Koppel, and but fucking.
Well, what I'm hoping is that what Jeff Bezos has said about the Washington Post, and I know what CNN is considering doing, and they've made some sort of a trend towards a more objective form of journalism, but they're still compromised by the sponsors. They're still compromised by the advertisers. I mean, they're so compromised that I don't know if they can ever get to where they really need to be to compete with actual, objective, real journalists that are independent.
because I don't think they can. So it's kind of crazy. It's like they're digging their own grave.
Yep.
Every day, and then they're lashing out at all the other people that aren't digging their own grave. So you guys are so crazy.
They're doing it to themselves, and now it's like, what is it, citizen journalist? How did Elon Musk put it? It's like, you are now the journalist, or how? I'm misquoting him, but
X is mainstream media. That is the mainstream media. That's where most people are getting their news now.
the views speak for itself. You know,
like it's not just the views; it's the community notes. The fact that you can actually fact check these things, and then you have all these brilliant people that are participating in this live debate in real time online about what's real and what's not. And you're finding specifically when they found the Twitter files. I'm like, Jesus Christ, the FBI is involved in this? Like, what the fuck is going on? This is so crazy. The FBI is involved in deciding what's real and what's not on Twitter.
Unreal.
And you're banning journalists. You're banning scientists. Like, this is really crazy.
Yeah, and it's bad for society. But it's caused irreparable harm with misinformation.
It's not. So it's bad initially, but then ultimately it's good, because ultimately we learn who you can and can't trust. And so, well, who's just honest and accurate? Because there's a lot of money in being honest and accurate. You know, this is what's crazy. Like, all these independent journalists are doing really well. Well, because they don't have a fucking giant building in Atlanta that's filled with 1,000 workers, right? So they don't have the overhead for terrible ratings. Yeah. Terrible ratings and a massive overhead. Like, you're kind of fucked. Yeah. So it's great for us that it leads to the rise of these guys like Matt Taibbi, who used to be part of the system, and now are independent. Glenn Greenwald, all these type of people. Michael Schellenberger, people that you can actually trust. They're going to tell you the truth, because there's actually money in telling the truth.
Yep.
It's a great business model.
It's corrected, and you're proof of it, and all these other people, you know, whether it's Tucker Carlson and many, many others. Like, you know.
There is a course correction, and the problem is they've dug their heels in so much, and they'll write articles like that New York Times article. They're so crazy. Oh, congratulations.
It changed the word a little bit. Here's what it looked like.
They changed it. They got busted. Because it got like 10 million views on X in a day. It got blasted. It got blasted everywhere. So this is what they said here. Why do we have fruit loops in this country that have 18 or 19 ingredients? Go to Canada as 2 or 3, Mr. Kirby asked. He was wrong on the ingredient count. They are roughly the same. But they're still missing the whole fucking point. So the ingredient count is roughly the same. So there's still 19 ingredients in the Canadian version, but it's all just like sugar and wheat and like carrot dye and blueberry dye and whatever the fuck else.
We found a factual error that they could pull out instead of addressing the rate of what he was saying.
What he's saying is that all these things, these dyes, are all illegal in Canada and also illegal in other countries.
It's poison. Cereal is one of the worst things you can consume.
It's delicious. But I wonder if it's just as delicious in Canada, which is crazy. Like, I don't need it to be flavored or colored by fucking dye when you can get it from beets or whatever.
Yeah, the dye thing's crazy. The red dye 40 is actually kind of a big problem. There's a lot of kids that have ADD kind of symptoms from red dye 40.
Well, I mean, if you're left alone to your own devices, you're a child like I was, you would just fucking pour a bowl after bowl of that cereal. You know, I would eat fucking Captain Crunch until I had a fucking heart attack.
Like Lucky Charms. Lucky Charms, and gets the marshmallows.
Oh, yeah. This is bullshit. Where's the marshmallows?
Saturday morning cartoon.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, get cracked out to Bullwinkle.
Oh, yeah.
And you're just eating bowls
that sugar high.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even know that sugar was bad for you because, again, another fucking conspiracy that turned out to be true. The scientists got bribed by the sugar industry to push all the blame on saturated fat. That's why everybody started using margarine and all this stupid shit.
It's so plastic.
I love those.
So you know, didn't eat margarine out. Rats don't even eat it.
I was about to say that. You'll see ants will be eating natural butter, but they won't touch margarine.
Yeah, they eat each other. They don't fuck with margarine. Like,
something to be said for that.
It's glue.
It's chemical.
It's industrial oil.
Yeah.
It's like really weird. It used to be used for engine lubricant. I'm like, whoa, this is great on toast. We're so stupid. We're so fucking stupid.
It's wild when you think about it. The things that we will do, like the milligram experiment I mentioned before, the experiment they did back after everybody was wondering here in the States why the Nazis were able to convince rank and file normal people to do fucked up stuff. So they got guys in the lab coat, and they had an actor pretend he was getting shocked as a test subject, but the real test subject was the guy they had, quote unquote, shocking that guy. Right. And the guy in the lab coat would keep telling him to do it more, and they found about 30% of the people, if they were told, would shock them all the way up to killing the guy.
Yep.
And that kind of appeal to authority, that kind of worship of authority is really, they're gutted right now in their family practice.
Well, it's just dangerous because authority has a massive responsibility to be accurate. And with that comes humility and the understanding that we don't know everything. It's not possible, which is why we're constantly studying things. And this need to be accurate and need to be correct and need to be the only one who has access to this information to educate people is preposterous. It's really crazy, especially when it comes to something like ancient history, which is why your channel is so popular and your channel and Graham Hancock's shows are so popular, and why these people that want to hold on to that throne are so adamant about labeling them with every possible horrible pejorative.
But yeah, that's a really easy way to beat them up. Like I said, they're losing authority. Right now, like we're talking about mainstream media or legacy media, I guess you could call it, falling apart and stuff. What I mentioned about PewDiePie earlier, if you remember about 10 years ago, the Adpocalypse, I think it was actually a Wall Street Journal article, but it was a legacy media that wrote about PewDiePie, and they fucking threw him under the bus. They misconstrued him and everything else, and the effects were very real. It slapped YouTube content creators across the board. If you look up Adpocalypse, you can read all about it.
Well, yeah, they've actually dropped some of the bans on X now, which is great.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, a sign of the culture shifting also after the election.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's actually a lot of money in advertising.
Right. Everybody's there. It's the number one platform on earth for people discussing things. It's the future. Why wouldn't you advertise there? Because you're trying to bleep that guy out. But you fuck with the wrong dude. It's crazy. He's got more money than anybody. And he's like, okay, I'm buying it for twice what it's worth. They're like, Twitter has lost $20 billion in value. He's a terrible businessman. No, he overpaid. He overpaid substantially to stay free speech.
Yeah, this was what you would call an activist investor.
Well, he's just a rare cat who's willing to do something like that. There's not a lot of people that are willing to lose billions on some. When you got 200 billion, you're like, let's fucking ship this apple cart.
I'm so glad he's on the right side of history. Like I said, Hero, just letting Hero, and X is the future. That is going to be the biggest platform on earth. That's his goal, right?
Well, it certainly already is, and probably will grow. And they keep saying people go to Blue Sky. If you go to Blue Sky and you type "there's only two genders," you're banned instantly.
Yes, I saw this recently.
Yeah. Blue Sky is just the newest echo chamber of the old Twitter. There's all kinds of kid dorks. Yep, they're going to go over there and let their brains rot out in an echo chamber.
I've been picking on all of my friends in the real world that were laughing at, I forget the name of the site that Rumble, when everybody was like, oh, the right wingers are going to Rumble, ha 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 ha. Now it's like, all you guys are running the Blue Sky, ha 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 ha. Isn't it fucking funny how that works?
Yeah, shout out to Rumble. Rumble's been so good to me. Let me give Chris Pavlovsky a shout out, the CEO of Rumble. I had the pleasure of meeting him, and they've been treating me real good.
Rumble's great.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
Yeah, full on free speech, whether you're on the left or the right, whatever it is.
Anything I want. Anything I want within, obviously it's not violence or something like that. Yeah, so I recommend people.
Everything is legal, which is what it's supposed to be. And that's what the First Amendment is supposed to apply to. And this is one of the great things about this administration that's coming in, is that Donald Trump wants to apply the First Amendment to all these sites. He wants to stop all of this big tech banning, which is, by the way, was terrible for him in 2020. I mean, it's election interference. It truly is, because you're eliminating one complete side of the argument. It's supposed to be one side thinks this, the other side thinks that. They get together and discuss it, and you, as the person outside of it, gets to see who makes the more compelling argument. And the wonderful thing about community notes is you get to see whether or not someone's bullshit. So let's find out what's right and what's wrong, what's true, what's not. That's what it's supposed to be. But the problem with that is then you don't really have control of the election. And that's what they found out in 2024. They don't have control of it anymore. You can get Beyonce and pay her $10 million. It doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work anymore. No one cares. No one believes them. They don't trust them. They make terrible life choices.
And you're like, well, clearly you're not a person I'm going to listen to when it comes to who's going to run the fucking world, Taylor Swift. Right? Shut the fuck up. This is crazy, Eminem. What are you talking about? How much have you lost? I mean, I want to sit Eminem down with like a political scholar and like tell me what you know about the invasion of Ukraine. What do you know about the coup in 2014? What do you know about NATO? Moving weapons closer and closer. What do you know about the violation of the treaty that we have? What the fuck are you doing, man? You shouldn't be doing this. This is not the thing for you to be doing here.
These people have no idea what they're talking about. They're all puppets. They're people that don't do any research on their own, and they're just told what to think, or they're compromised.
Well, I think they were getting paid. And I think that's what's even weirder, is that you're allowed to pay people to endorse you for president, which is crazy.
Yeah, Oprah, 2.5 million. Not $1 million. They thought it, now it's 2.5 million.
I said that to Jamie, but that seems to be like production costs would seem to be slightly elevated for an event. But the weird one is like the Beyonce one. If it's true, and you know, there's a lot of sites reporting it as it is true. We tried to look, Jamie. Look, it's hard to find what's true and what's not true, because there's a lot of money that was paid to staff, but it's like unclear what that means. And then it's unclear where they burned all the money. And then there's also the money that went to these activist groups. And we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars they paid to people to support this administration, which is kind of supposed to be the other way around. Aren't these groups supposed to be paying money to prop up the campaign because the campaign believes in them? No, you're paying these activist groups to support you, which is just crazy. Also, it didn't work.
It didn't work at all.
You went through $1 billion+ in 3 months. This is so crazy, and you're in debt.
I think a lot of people made some money in the process. That money went somewhere. Where's it
That's part of the problem with climate change. That's part of the problem with everything, is that it's profitable to spit out a narrative, and that there's a lot of money being moved around, and this is money in politics. And as much as we can get that out, we need to. And I think one of the most important things about getting that out is this whole thing about pharmaceutical drug companies being able to advertise, which changed in the 1990s. We have to recognize that before the 1990s, pharmaceutical drugs could not advertise on TV. And guess what? We were taking way less and we were way healthier. This is not good, folks. This is not good. You know, and other than Ozempic, which is like at least curbing obesity to a certain extent, what of these drugs are doing good? Like, if you look at the overall health of people, it's declining. Obesity is rising. Heart attacks are rising. Strokes are all this shit is bad. We're not moving in the right direction, and yet there's tremendous resistance for change.
But it's funny to me that they would spend so much money on this election when, I mean, it's kind of clear that when one person's platform is do this, and this, the other person's platform is not him. That's like that's like a riding somebody else's coattails deliberately. She came in with the platform. I'm not Trump. So, okay, well, that's great. But I mean, once people have pierced through the veil of Trump's going to make everything illegal, put everybody that's not white into camps and shit, once they've got past that, what do you have?
Well, it's also, if you're going to develop like a real platform, like you're going to run for president, I would think you would want to do that over a long period of time, be very careful about, treat it like a defense attorney. Like if you were prosecuting this as a case, you would want to have all of your facts that show that you're correct and have all of your arguments, and you would want to have mock arguments. If someone comes to you and says, well, what about this, and this? That's not the case, and this is why that's not the case. And you would want to have all your ducks in a row. To me, it's like a fighter that takes a last-minute fight, and they've been sitting around drinking beer, and they haven't gone through a 10-week camp. Like, don't do it. Don't do it. You're not ready for this. Right? And if your only strategy is just like a wild punch, which is basically, he's a liar. Like, meanwhile, you're lying about him every fucking day. The Russian collusion shit, the very fine people shit, the fucking, all the thing about, the thing about taking Liz Cheney and executing her, that's all lies. You guys just lying. And you're saying he's a liar, but yet you're lying all the time. And you're doing it like it's 1995 and there's no social media. But you can't do that anymore, especially when the people that are paying attention to the podcast, well, guess what? Podcasts are 100 times bigger than anything you guys have. And people are listening to that, and they know you're full of shit, and then your numbers decline even further.
Yep.
So I think
they were saying that CNN, how much is CNN down? So I was seeing this on Twitter, and it's hard to know whether or not they're, it's hyperbole or whether or not it's fact. But they were saying CNN's ratings are down like 80% of their peak, and MSNBC is some other preposterous number, and they're both on the chopping block. CNN has talked about mass layoffs of talent because nobody believes them anymore. So it's counterproductive. You use the same voices, which is why they got rid of Brian Stelter and then they brought him back,
which was so odd. I'm like, I'm looking for much
talent is missing. They don't have any talent.
They're all going out of business. They're going to have to rebrand. They're going to have to get entire new management. Like, I'll never watch those programs ever again. Those networks, literally never. Like, they're dead to me now.
It's propaganda. It's at least a percentage of it is propaganda. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable if you're the voice of the news in the world. It's unacceptable for you to have a large percentage of what you're saying to be completely full of shit.
It's funny, you can see the same pattern of attack that they throw at Trump being used against Tulsi Gabbard the last time around when she fucking nailed Kamala in the debate, and she was just like, you can stand here and say all cops are bad, but you got hundreds of thousands of people in jail and prison.
Leftist viewers deal NBC, CNN, a Trump slump ratings crash. Here's why. So what's the numbers? What does it say? Does it say? The Rachel Maddow Show, for example, easily MSNBC's top-rated program, though it only airs once a week, drew just 1.3 million viewers on November 10th. 5 days after the election, a drop of 1 million viewers from the month before. In the key 25 to 54 demographic, the advertisers most covet, Maddow's numbers mark the smallest audience since her show has seen since April of 2022. And she's the #1 show, which is like, if I'm about 1 million people watch her show, it's so close. Hannity nearly quadrupled her with 420,000 views to her meager 109,000. She got 109,000 people in the 25 to 54.
Yeah,
so that's a bunch of old cat ladies.
And airports.
Yeah, and airports, right. Outside of Maddow, MSNBC has seen an unprecedented plunge. This is a really bad news. And what is that? For example, on Tuesday, November 11th, a week after the elections, MSNBC attracted its lowest 25 to 54 demo ratings in 23 years. Over on CNN, the demo number was the lowest it has been since June 27th, 2000, when Bill Clinton was president. For the overall week of November 6th through 13th, Fox News averaged 2.23 billion views, while MSNBC attracted a paltry 550,000 and CNN just 399,000. Think about how much money is being pumped into CNN. So go scroll back up a little bit. In fact, Fox News saw its viewership jump by 38% overall since November 5th, after dominating election night by topping all networks, drawing more than 10 million viewers. It's so bad that MSNBC's Joe Scarborough and Mika, whatever her name, crawled to Mar-a-Lago on Friday to kiss Trump's ring, drawing scorn for their utter shamelessness after years of on-air attacks.
Real quick, let me just, what they're not including is that on Rumble, Dan Bongino and Steven Crowder had the #1 and number 2 ratings on all election nights. So they're just mentioning mainstream networks. They're leaving out the fact that
what did Dan Bongino?
He had over 500,000 real-time viewers live, and same with Steven Crowder. They were very comparable. They were the #1, #2 platforms in the world.
Really?
Yes.
So what did CNN have at that night?
I'm not entirely sure, but it was way less. It was way less. Yeah?
I can't.
Look it up.
I would agree that online they probably had the highest, but to compare the world watching CNN and Fox News and MSNBC that night was less than 500,000.
Maybe it's online streaming I'm referring to.
It must be, because didn't it just say Fox News had the highest ratings? They're 5.5
This doesn't
million.
have anything to do with online. That's even
Okay.
saying that the 54-year-olds, 70 people, they're like, why would I turn on TV? I was watching online.
So they dominated online. Okay. So either way, this is what happened after 2016 as well. Like or after 2020, right? Once he's out of office, you can't complain about Trump anymore. Your ratings crash. Like your entire business is operated on fear.
Yep.
Oh, the orange man.
And hatred. I mean, let's be real. There's a lot of people just tune in just to get angry.
Oh, I actually enjoy reading just to laugh. I always get blazed and watch that lady. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, if she's talking about, she spent an entire part of her program comparing Trump to Stalin, Hitler, and Mussolini. And MSNBC compared the rally in Madison Square Garden to the Nazi rally from the 1930s.
Oh, Lord.
Well, they're all the same. You know, I performed in Madison Square Garden, so that must make me a Nazi as well.
Yep.
You know, obviously, here we are. Yeah, we're telling jokes.
And you just had a guy on your show talking about the swastika on 5 continents around the world 10,000 years ago.
Fucking Nazi stuff. I know Brandon defended the mortar made.
Let me just say this. I encourage everyone to go watch. Everyone go watch Ancient Apocalypse. Rayman Cuts on Netflix. See, think for yourself. But one last thing to mention about that is that even John Hoots had compared Ancient Apocalypse. He associated it with Sandy Hook.
Yeah,
I'm not kidding. This was what, a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
He's talking about archaeology is the canary in the coal mine, and you can tell that because you see this horrible thing happened before 9/11, and therefore they're connected. And Sandy Hook happened before, right around the same time as the 2012 thing. It's just like, dude, Alex Jones could give you some advice here, buddy. You're going to get fucking sued. Shut your mouth about Sandy Hook, man. Come on.
It's all the same thing they do. It's the same thing Flint Dibble did. You know, connect to white supremacy, Atlantis, to whites. Oh, Atlantis. Okay.
It's really
we're at 3 hours plus, and I would feel like we cheated the world.
All right.
About the shot structure.
Let's do it.
I love your video, and I saw. I understand Randall's reluctance to accept this as a possibility. It's very fascinating because there's so many details in your video that details the Rothschild structure, which is an incredibly strange structure. If it's not man-made, and if it wasn't at one point in time, it's some sort of a structure that was made by human beings.
It doesn't need to be. So this is one of the things that Randall says, well, it's a natural feature, so it can't be Atlantis. I'm like, well, who built Atlantis? They said it was the god Poseidon. Well, was Poseidon an actual individual? Because if you look at the ancient Greek translation, Poseidon, it's Lord of the Earth, which I think is a modern-day translation for Mother Nature. And humans have built on natural geological features throughout history. If you're to bring up the Rothschild structure from space, it's like no other place on Earth. It is a mysterious site. The consensus is that it's volcanic in nature and it's a collapsed volcanic dome, but it doesn't match anything else anywhere else on Earth as far as volcanic domes go. It matches more than a dozen similarities of the most, let me say this, the most consequential similarities to what Plato had described as the lost ancient city of Atlantis. And it's made up of concentric circles. If it had water, it specifically matches 3 of water and 2 of land. It's made up of red, black, white color stones. There's an abundance of gold in Mauritania. Elephants, which were described being on Atlantis. You won't find gold or elephants in the Azores like Randall promotes. It also has an opening at the south, which matches the description of Atlantis. There's mountains to the north, which just so happen to be called the Atlas Mountains, which are in modern-day Morocco. Well, Atlas, which is a very unique name, was said to be the very first king of Atlantis, which also happens to be the name of the very first king in Mauritania, which is where the Rothschild structure is located. Covered in salt. Yes, the water was there. And and there's another similarity is that Atlantis was said on those mountains that were said to be to the north, which are, again, happen to be named the Atlas Mountains. Well, there was a river that was said to be flowing from those mountains. And there's a scientific study that said the Tamanrasset River flowed at the exact time of Atlantis, 11,600 years ago, either right through the Rothschild structure or directly north of it. And those are just a handful of similarities. It is by far the most likely location of the lost ancient city of Atlantis. Nothing can be concluded either way, but it is something that should not be ignored.
It's certainly really fascinating.
It is.
And just the fact that there's these concentric rings that match the description of Atlantis, and it's in the same spot, and the mountains are in the same spot. The opening is in the same spot. I mean, look at that. Whatever that is really weird. Yeah. And if you imagine a city like Atlantis, like the way it was described, that seems a very likely spot for it.
And let me tell you something else. A lot of people say, well, it's not an island, so it couldn't possibly be Atlantis. But what they leave out is the fact that the ancient Greek word for island was Nessos and Nesson, which had 5 meanings, one of which was island. The other was promontory, peninsula, as well as land within a continent surrounded by lakes, rivers, or springs, which matches the Rothschild structure. So it's like, a lot of people, and then let's just say this, because a lot of people, and I think all areas should be studied, I'm not debunking the Azores. However, the fact that it's in the Sahara Desert and that the Egyptians are the ones that came up with the tale of Atlantis. That's where it originates from, which surprises a lot of people. Well, Egypt's in the Sahara, and so is the Rothschild structure. And at the time of Atlantis, the Sahara was green, had one of the largest networks of rivers ever known to exist, as well as the largest freshwater lake. And so, if the Egyptians were colonists of a destroyed civilization, it's not unreasonable to say that it was in the Sahara. And let me say something else. If Atlantis was described as being busy all day and all night, and was a trading post, does it make sense to be in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, or is it far more feasible that it would be in the Sahara Desert, which wasn't a desert at the time? Because if it was said to be busy all day and all night with languages spoken from all over, well, where are all these people coming from in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean to go visit it? It makes far more sense that it would be in that portion, in that region of the world.
How much work has been done excavating?
None. Zero. It is, there's gold in the Mauritanian desert, and they don't want anyone touching it. It's also, it's very inhospitable. It's 250 miles inland, and it is, I know people who have gone out there, and it is a dangerous, inhospitable place. There's no water. It's hard to get to. You can have all the money in the world, and you can still die out there.
Yeah, it's not just hard to get to, but not just inhospitable. It's kind of war-torn, kind of fucked up, kind of the kind of place where you're not gonna have to worry about somebody playing a tourist trip on you. They're just gonna take your shit. Right. So it's a lot of reasons that people aren't going there, but it's really interesting, even to me, where I'm a lot more skeptical. So I do believe in a lost civilization, and I think it's really interesting to find so many of those same things in the same race. It's unclear. Like Jake says, it's just a stone's throw away from Egypt. Really, it would make sense that they would have that package, a big chunk of those things, so accurately recorded, and to find it right there, it definitely is one of the things I harp about my channel all the time. We need more honest skeptics. This is definitely the kind of thing we need. Real scientists to go out there and do. We don't need guys to knee-jerk and say, well, you cast it to Atlantis, so fuck that noise. It can't be. We don't need guys to say it's definitely Atlantis. There's nothing to see here. We need boots on the ground. Okay, how the fuck do the grounds if the river is in Africa be connected to White? Oh, fuck. Let me touch on this one really quick, Joe. If I can hit this really fast. It's so stupid. The Africans are black. Hello. I'm saying the Atlanteans are black.
This is what John Anthony West said on your show. He's like, not only did Atlanteans exist, but they were black.
African supremacy. The way that these guys attach the white supremacy thing is they go back to guys from the 1800s that wrote about Atlantis that had some old school views on this. Now, they believed in the biblical races. And the way that the biblical races came to be something you'll never find John Hoops or Front Dim will tell you because he guts their entire argument. Before the flood, there was one race of humans. After the flood, Noah gets drunk. Three of his sons are around. One of them picks on him, laughs at him. Two other ones don't. The one that picked on him was Ham. The African people were considered to be the Hamites. The Sam, the Semitic people, were in the middle, and then the other one, the Japhethites, which eventually became the Aryans, were considered to be the white people. That was the European view of race for up until about 150 years ago. So 200 years ago, a guy writing about Atlantis would not have thought it was an Aryan Atlantis because Aryans didn't exist until after Noah. It was one of Noah's sons. So before the flood, there was no Aryan. So anytime somebody says that all this old school people believes in everything, all you do is scratch the surface to find that's not the case at all. This guy didn't believe in a white Atlantis. Ignatius Dornley did not believe in a white Atlantis, despite Flint Devil making sure to name drop that fucker. He's trying to get the chance. But they're going to make sure you think that. They're going to eliminate, because the biblical races are such a new people that we
Listen, let me just say this one point. I don't care what their color their skin was, but the legend comes from Egypt and they're fucking brown. Okay? Go get fucked with your racist argument. I don't care. Like, anyway.
I don't give a fuck. Gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been a lot of fun. It's really been fun. Jimmy, always great to see you.
Good to see you again.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Thank you for your channel, both of you guys. Fantastic. Don King, Bright Insight, awesome channels.
Follow me on X, Rumble, and Instagram. Love you all.
I'm going to be at the Cosmic Summit speaking this summer. If you guys want to catch me there.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Thanks again, Joe.
Everybody, bye.
Bye now.
Today's guest is an entrepreneur. He's a renegade. He's a business model, and he is the head of NFC. He's from Massachusetts, and I couldn't be more excited to go around. Today's guest is Mr. Ben.
You guys got a deal with Celsius?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, awesome. So it's good, man. We've had a really great year. We've found some all types of just interesting people, rappers, Robert F. Kennedy. We had Wayne Gretzky. I don't know who else.
We gotta do Trump.
Yeah,
if we get closer, I'll get you Trump if you want to.
Yeah. Well, we had Sexy Red on, and she's from the hood, right? She has some pretty ratchet stuff. She sings about like her good time and stuff, but people love her, right?
That's her.
Yeah, Sexy Red is wild. She, and she is actually pregnant as well. The best part of it was at the end, I was like, hey, I'm going to invite you to UFC fight sometimes. She's like, you have to So the hood would really show up for that.
What did you think about Slap?
Well, that's a great question, brother. First of all, I didn't know what being there makes it. You're like, oh my god, this is amazing. I like how it's bite size in the way that if you want to like hang out with friends and chat and be talking to your buddy, and you know exactly when the action is going to happen. So whereas UFC, you don't want to miss any of the day.
That's a really good point.
So I loved how it's like very digestible. Like, okay, it's like, hold on, dude, chill. Let's focus. This is it. I like the people that were there. I thought was really interesting. I can't tell when I'm there. There's moments where I'm supporting, and then there's moments where I'm heckling almost. Right? There's respect for sure, but I don't know. It's weird. Like Cowboy Cerrone is there. He's like, knock him out, big fly. One guy's wearing sandals, So I think there's a little bit of a peanut gallery aspect.
There is.
But
there is UFC too, though. I mean, there's a lot of yelling and shit talking to UFC. I think UFC has become a lot more sophisticated over the last 10 years. Yeah. But before that, it was quite a slap crowd. Yeah.
Oh, well, dude, I remember when I first heard about UFC, it was like the kids who were not going to finish school were watching. Right? It was like they had a VHS. It was like part of the mail.
That dude.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that
talk about a guy that's become famous just off fucking one picture of sitting in the crowd.
He works with blood drives now, which is crazy.
Are you serious?
No, I'm not. But that would be actually, it's not a bad partnership. Dude, I'd pour 12 ounce negative for that guy if you ask me to.
Oh, that's funny. I'll tell you something fascinating about the slap content. So there's a woman named Amy Kaplan, and she's a media member, right? And I don't know who she writes for, but she comes to everything UFC slap. She supports whatever, right? So when she showed up to slap on Wednesday, she had 20 followers on TikTok. So she posted the video, the new one.
Oh yeah.
Knocking out. Right now it's at 1.6 million views, and she has 3,600 followers off one post. How crazy is that? This is the one right here. Yeah, you should have cut that up. That's all the influencers that come. They love it because the content's so powerful. Listen, if you take the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, the NHL, UFC, WWE, NASCAR, Formula One, PGA, and a couple other ones, you combine all their numbers together on social, multiply them by 4, they don't do a concept. Fucking crap. And when you post this content, it is unbelievably powerful.
Yeah, other things that I thought really about it, I liked how I wish I knew some of the fighters better. I know some of that takes time to get to know them, right?
100%. This is only our 5th ever event. It's been around for 8 months, and this thing's a fucking juggernaut.
But I dug it, dude. I'm sitting with my buddy Sheldon Story, and we're like, holy shit, dude, this is so much fun. Like I was excited to come back. It I'm not gonna say it surprised me, but it did when the guy like he's got a haircut off of his. He has that beard. He has a chin. You're like, what if that dude doesn't have a chin? And he's fucking out here.
That's one of the things we've been talking about. You know, some of these beards are so big. It's not what the hell they're facing. I agree. That's hilarious.
But I kind of love that aspect of it. It's a little bit of camouflage, dude. Where some guy rolls out there with a naked chin, some little fucking noodle. You know? Yeah, like this guy's got a phone on this pervert. Puts a grow a beard, man.
Did you make it up to Red Rock after?
No, I didn't.
It was fucking mayhem.
Really?
Yeah, we go to the high limit room after and big party up there at Red Rock after the thing. And then gambling and all the shit. And we had done this thing. We did a sweepstakes where somebody would get the opportunity to come in and gamble with me and Steve will do it, right? So we sit down at the table. You couldn't fucking write this. You couldn't write this. Sit down at the table. I give the guy $5,000. We start gambling.
And he just leaves with it?
We start gambling. And we were just talking about Hunter was his coach. Hunter was kind of coaching him over there on the side. And Hunter said the guy was so nervous. He's like, you know, at one point he got up to what, Hunter? $8 million? He was up to $8,000 he had won. He was in the fucking perfect seat at the table. Up to $8,000. He's up to $9,000 now. And I said, listen, you don't have to stay here. You can leave whenever you want, whatever. He's asking Hunter questions. Hunter's like, Daniel doesn't care. If you want to leave, you can quit when you want to. So he says, okay, this is my last bet. Win, lose, or draw. This is my last bet. He puts it up. Steve will do it, throws 1,000 up on it. Underneath, the guy put up like 400 or 500. He puts 1,000 under it. He hits a fucking black. I mean, you couldn't write a better fucking story than that. So the kid leaves there with almost 10 G's. And, you know, he won the sweepstakes to come gamble with us and actually got to experience slap, got to go to the party after, and actually won 10.
Wow. Yeah, that's incredible.
I love doing fun shit like that.
Yeah. You know, you do a great job of that, I'll say. Like, I've seen, like, and even now just being in the facility and seeing, like, the kitchen where you guys shoot the Fuck It Fridays and stuff. Like, man, that's pretty brave. Were you concerned about it at all at first? Like, just put yourself out there like that? Because I think there's always this wall between, like, is it, you know, when people step into, like, putting themselves out on the social media.
Yeah, no, I don't care. I've been doing it for so long. I mean, I was doing these video blogs before this whole influencing thing was a thing. You know what I mean? I used to do video blogs on YouTube and follow us around in the plane, going to events and all the behind the scenes type stuff. So I've been doing this for a long time. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah. What kind of tunes do you listen to? What kind of music do you listen to?
I'm into so many different types of music. I like, I mean, my all-time favorite bands are Rage Against the Machine, the Beastie Boys, and the Red Hot Chili Peppers. But I listen to 80s music, listen to 70s music, I listen to rap, I listen to, you remember your first concert you went to? First concert I went to that was Berlin. I went to Berlin.
It's a band?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No More Words. You know,
yeah. There's No More Words. Play a beat on it.
I'm actually going to the Cult tonight. I'm going to the Cult.
You're British, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know the Cult.
Yeah, kind of. You know who I know? Who'd you go with? I did a little bit of an interview coming on there. You stop it. Was Michael Bisping the DJ? You know, he used to be a DJ. Dude, he has a great story about somebody stole his records when I was right. Somebody stole his record, right? He's the fucking DJ, right? Like the last guy you want to steal from, right? Some one-eyed fucking, you know, music maniac running Skrillex, you know? So he finds out who the dude is, right? The guy denies it, he pops the trunk, and the records are in the fucking trunk, dude. And I think he put the dude in the trunk. Really? I think that's how it ended. But yeah. Anyway, he was a DJ. But no, I wasn't familiar with him. Not first. I did see Duran recently. It was great. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. It was great. I was very impressed with that. I love live music, so I go to lots of concerts. There's this kid. So funny you say the Cult. I'm going to the Cult tonight. I see the Cult all the time. Big Cult. Cult's one of my favorites. So
I go to the cult, and some band called Des Rocks is opening for my network. And so I said, let's just go walk around and come back later. I come back and they have a couple songs left. I was blown away by how good they were. I was so blown away, I jumped on a plane the next day and saw them again in San Diego. Yeah, and I saw them in Utah. Now, most of the music that you see for UFC and Power Slap is Des Rocks.
No way.
Yeah, when we do the commercials, and all the hype pieces, I use his music.
Oh, it's amazing, man.
He's incredible. He's playing the Troubadour in LA next Sunday.
Oh, sweet. I think I'll be out there.
Let's go.
You're going to go?
I'm going to fly in for it. What? Yeah, you want to go?
Yeah, I have to go now. Yeah, I'll go.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I'll go. And I'm going, I think you guys are going to the motocross on Sunday.
No,
John Shahidi, are you guys doing it?
I'm doing
Nitro Circus.
I'm doing Nitro Circus tomorrow.
I'm going to go. Oh,
it's tomorrow in Anaheim.
God,
I'm meeting Trump tomorrow morning for breakfast on his plane. His plane is landing here. We're going to have breakfast on his plane. Then I'm jumping on our plane and going to Nitro Circus.
Oh, that's going to be cool. Yeah, I wanted to be able to. Trump have for breakfast.
Yeah, breakfast. I'll tell you tomorrow. I'll tell you tomorrow.
What was your walkout song, do you think, if you were a fighter?
There's so many good ones to choose from. I sort of lived vicariously through the athletes of the last, however many years, because I picked a lot of the songs from a lot of these guys.
Do some of them just not want to pick it?
Some of them don't even give a fuck.
Well, I could care less. They're not even know what music's on the way there.
Nope. Oh, yeah, most of them didn't even care in their old days.
You can't dial with Hillary Duff when they go to the fucking war.
Yeah. No, most of the music that was picked back in the day was done by me. And but the walkout song is important. It's a big deal. It's one of the things that if you're not a big star already and the song comes on and people connect with the song and like it, who's this guy? It's a big deal.
Yeah, Bobby Green, I think, does it pretty well. I know it still kind of changes up, and he brings so much energy, but I think you can feel his energy when he's coming in. Poirier has that James Brown.
Some of these fighters come up with songs that I would never dream of. It could be a cool walk-in song.
Yeah.
And the walk-in song is a fun but very important part of the live event.
Yeah, I think so. And I want to say too, man, just your bravery and keeping things going during the pandemic, it changed everything. It gave us a lot of people a feeling like that there was still somebody that could do something different. It gave a lot of people a feeling that everybody wasn't subject to kind of like the privatized tyranny that's kind of going on, and man, it made me so much more of an involved.
I appreciate it. Listen, the pandemic never made sense to me. And because of my close relationship with Abu Dhabi, I knew over there they were doing testing and they were doing all the stuff they could do. Why couldn't we do it over here? Yeah. And why couldn't we create, the space, we ended up calling it bubble, the space where, everybody was testing, we knew everybody was green, and we couldn't put on the event. We did it in Jacksonville, we did it in Abu Dhabi, and, I'm one of these guys. I love this country. I love America. Countries obviously been very good to me and my family, and a lot of my friends and employees. We don't just fucking roll over and country, man. This whole pussification of America and everybody, fucking scared of everything. Whatever. I was like, if this is as bad as they think it is, or they're saying it is, put that in.
Yeah, we're gonna die. You're gonna die. Yeah, just wearing a mask. I can't even see your face.
Wearing a mask, hiding your hands. Yeah.
So, what do you think the walkout song would be? Could it just be the Cult?
Sure. I do the Cult. I do the Cult. She sells Sanctuary. Listen, where you can never go wrong with the walkout song? AC/DC. Never go wrong with AC/DC.
I think of an AC/DC song.
I'm going Back in Black. Yeah. For those about the rock.
Oh, that's the shit. My brother used to beat the shit out of all that music. Oh, dude,
it's a good ass looking music.
Oh, I have a floating rib that was originally not floated because of half of Alice in Chains' second album.
Big Alice in Chains fan too. Big Alice in Chains fan.
We would just, bro, one time I go over to Barry Farrell's house, right? I relapsed. First of all, I relapsed at a 1-year-old birthday party. So obviously I've had some tough times. But a friend of mine who's in jail now, I think, but at the time he had a child. A friend of mine had a party at Barry Farrell's house because he had a knife on him. And it was his 1-year-old birthday. And I go in, and I didn't know who Barry Farrell was. I listened to him. You know, I just couldn't recognize him. Right? And I'm just, there's this dude kind of just mumbling around by this big bookcase. And I go there, I'm fucking talking to the dude about these different books, and it ended up being anyway, the story's anticlimactic, but yeah, I met him at a 1-year-old birthday party, and neither one of us knew the child, which I think also made it weird. We talked about that already. It's weird to be at a really cute small kid's birthday, pretend that he's big or something. Right. You know. What is that, Nick? Sinead? Oh, that's Sinead.
Yeah, that's a good one. You know, it was fascinating too because big Sinead fan, and I actually didn't go to my high school 10-year reunion because Sinead O'Connor was playing at the Hard Rock. I went to see Sinead O'Connor instead, and then to meet her and go through this whole thing with Connor, and she was such an incredible performer and had such a great voice. And I think this kind of goes to what you were talking about, putting yourself out there. You know, she ripped up that picture of the Pope on Saturday Night Live that night. And she got fucking just attacked by everybody. Everybody just started coming after her. But she got beat on so long that she actually got to the point where she had terrible anxiety and she would go out and try to perform. So leading up to that Connor walkout, it was we didn't know if it was going to happen or not happen live, even though she was there and we had done the deal with her to come. But I adored her. She was a really good person. I liked her a lot, and so I'd see her go.
Did you like give her a pep talk before? Was there any kind of communication like that?
100%, absolutely did.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can totally relate to what you're saying. Is if you think the media, especially, or people, some people on your side, kind of so scary, especially with seeing people out there.
Yeah, it's listen. When you're out in the public and whatever. The thing is with me is I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit what anybody says or what anybody thinks. I have this mindset. I know exactly who the fuck I am. I have my circle of people that I hang around with who know me and know what I'm about and whatever. And anybody else who doesn't like it or doesn't want it,
yeah. Were you always like that?
Always like that. Wow. I was always like that.
Because that's the part that I think these days it gets a little bit harder to create. Like, I mean, I work for myself, right? And so it's nice to have your own space where you don't have to answer anybody. You have to answer advertisers sometimes. But at this point, you can also sell direct to consumers. You can say, fuck it, sayonara to advertisers if you want to.
I will never, ever answer to a fucking ever. I've been through it.
Yeah.
Believe me.
Yeah.
Listen, this is really easy fucking solution. Pay me what you owe me. You go your way and I'll go mine. Pretty easy fucking solution. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you can't ever let these fucking people hold you hostage or try to change who you are or what you stand for, or try to determine how you're going to run your business.
Yeah.
Do
you think that is becoming more the commonplace, or that it could be the commonplace and now we're getting out of that?
I think it needs to be. You cannot be held hostage by advertisers. I mean, Dave Chappelle has this great comedy thing that he was doing, and he says, everybody asks me why I don't have a tennis shoe. I've been offered a tennis shoe. I don't have a tennis shoe because as soon as you do something they don't like, take the tennis shoe away and it's gone. Shit. You know what I mean? Right.
That's why I don't fuck with Hollywood a lot. I don't do a lot of shit. They say, come do this, come be in the movie. Yep. The guy called me, fucking Ricky Furley or whatever called me, you want to be in, Dope Sick 11 or whatever the fucking movie is. Dude, no. I don't want them to be able to write an article to say, hey, we took this away from this guy because he said this. I don't fucking need any of that shit.
100%.
And they only came to ask me once I started doing my own thing anyway. So fuck them. I'm sorry, man. I'm obviously angry about that. But thanks for some of that.
Yeah. You're not wrong. You're right.
Yeah, there's a lot of that energy in the world. That
100%. It's the way it's got to be. 100%. You let these people come in, and these people are paying to be a partner with you, to put their logos with you and be with you until something goes. Find out who's with you and who's not when shit hits the fan. You know what I mean? I say this all the time. It happened with me and my employees during COVID, right? During COVID, they're laying people off and whatever. We didn't fucking lay anybody off.
Didn't you negate some of your salaries? What you guys do?
No, I said I would. Okay. I said, we're going to go through this. We're not laying anybody off. We're going through this. Yeah. And, every Christmas party, I get up on stage and tell my fucking team how much I love them and how important they are to me. And then the scariest time in our lifetime hits, and I'm like, hey, I love you guys so much. I fucking lay you off. Some of you have been with me 10, 15, 20 years. I'm one of these guys. The whole fucking ship goes down together, or not at all. We're all fucking sleeping, me included, or we don't at all. That doesn't exist in this world that we live in today. Everybody's so easy to pull the trigger and let go of some of their people. And
something good. I need to hear that too. I'm just, as my business grows up, become more of a boss. I never wanted to be a boss.
How do you do this? How do you do this without these? I don't. Right. Right. Yeah. And how do these two do this without you?
Right.
You're a fucking team.
I think we've realized that more this year. I think, but it's become a learning lesson for me as a boss. It's like you think like I need to just hold on, but you really need to let others help.
You're a team. What you do is, when you run a successful fucking business, you do it by building a really good team. And I have
you have a lot of great employees, man.
I got the best team in the world, man.
You really do, bro.
Unfucking believable people. When I said we're fucking storming the beach, we're going. Nobody fucking said no.
There is no experience, man. When I go to the UFC fights, it's like whether it's your assistants or your directors or the guys who are opening the cage door, you look over and there's like some hero. Here's David Spade, or there's Gibbs, or there's Joe Burrow. It's like you have all of just like, and it just feels like you're in this fun fucking family. That's a little bit mentally unhinged, right? I'm not going to say that, okay?
Well, no, you're not wrong.
You're not wrong. Yeah, this family's had some fucking domestic disputes, all right? But it just, dude, it feels so much fun. When I leave the event, I miss that. I miss the people that you work with just as much as I miss the action.
And thank you. And you're not the first one to tell me that. Everybody tells me that. Anybody who interacts with anyone on my team. And everybody here is smart, hardworking, best at what they do, and there's none of that bullshit. At the office where there's all this backstab and fucking all this bullshit. Those type of people we get rid of immediately. Yeah. You don't last here in that kind of person. This is a team, this is a family, and we throw parties here all the time for all of our employees. We throw different types of parties, like parties for the employees that they could bring their spouse or their wife or whatever. Then we throw parties where you can bring your kids, because we want their kids to come and see the place where their parents work, and we want them to feel, your parents are gone at work all the time. We want the kids to look at where they go to work as a fun place, as a place that's cool. Oh, mom and dad at work, we love going to their work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's sort of 37-pound weight class, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I want children fighting. But was it hard for you to learn to be a boss as your business grew? Like, what was some of the? Because man, even you just saying this in front of us, man, it's important for us to hear, because I need to do a better job of it. And some of that is just stuff I've learned as my business is growing and my responsibilities, and not feeling like I need to really try to do everything myself. I can be a better boss and co-worker a lot of times. It's just powerful you're saying that in front of us.
Delegate.
And respecting people's ability to do stuff. And I was always used to doing things myself.
Listen, I'm still, as successful as this thing has been and all the stuff that we do, I get here every day at 9 o'clock and I'm one of the last guys to leave this building.
Was it hard to learn to be a boss? Like, did you have a role model with that, or did you?
I had my own business before this, but obviously wasn't the difference. The only difference in coming to the UFC was size, and being a global company, and obviously finance side. I mean, I'm dealing with hundreds of thousands of dollars to hundreds of millions. That's the difference. But you know, finance is not my fucking thing. I have a very strong finance team. And one of the things I hated the most in being in this business was fucking budget meetings. We used to be in budget meetings. You know, we were getting murdered. We were losing money. We were in budget meetings. Fucking felt like that was really not fun part of the business for me. And now, where we are now, I don't do shit. I only do the shit that I really love to do, and I stay completely focused on it, which is making sure the production, the live and in-house production is fucking perfect. Finding new talent, putting on best fights you could possibly put on, and stuff like that. Those are the things. So more marketing. I don't fuck with finances at all.
Yeah, good. I mean, just because you like to game, you know, and because fucking I do, so you know, I'm on some site. No, I can't get my money out of the fucking thing. Like Jesus,
Online gaming.
It's a little strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
Respect them, and we're happy that they advertise, but it's a little obtuse sometimes.
I'm an old school brick and mortar, you know, sit at the table and play.
Oh yeah, I'd rather not be able to pay my tab and two fucking Italians beat the shit out of me, you know? Because at least it fucking evens out, you know? At least you wake up, you know, it's like you know, it's physically hard and you feel like it makes sense. What if I said that the perfect gift does exist, and I'm talking to you about Manscaped? That's right. They want to baby them balls, baby. They want to help you out down there. Manscaped's brand new performance package 5.0 Ultra, featuring the new lawnmower 5.0. Watch all your wishes and mistletoe kisses come true if you hang some M-toe off that darn boy. Look nice when you get naughty by going to manscaped.com and use code Theo for 20% off. That's right, that lawnmower 5.0 off your tread. And that weed whacker 2.0. Oh, ear in there. Now you can't hear. I'll jack you out. Maybe I'll get you tidy. They'll do it from Manscaped. 20% off and free shipping with the code Theo at manscaped.com is possible. That's right. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use code Theo. Manscaped. Get your tingle balls ready for the home. You know, you should have confidence when you're buying tickets to an event. Sometimes you go to an event and you get there and it says, "Oh, we didn't have tickets for this, but we give you tickets to this. We got a gender reveal, Willie Nelson being there." You're like, "What?" All right, you know, but you're not happy. Game time. They won't do it to you. It's the fast and easy way to buy tickets for all the sports, music, comedy, and theater events near you. Game Time has last-minute tickets, flash deals, zone deals, easy to find and buy tickets for every kind of event in your area. You can see the view from your seat before you buy, so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. You have all-in prices up front. There's no rigmarole for the last minute. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code WEEKEND for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code WEEKEND for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. The holidays are the busiest time of the year. It's true. There's traffic and there's bustling, and there's you see somebody can't do nothing. You got to help. And you put it down and ring the bell. And if you are shipping orders and your business is scaling, it's getting busier. ShipStation is the answer. That's right. ShipStation, whether you're shipping from your house or multiple warehouses, they can increase your holiday profitability. ShipStation has effortless integration anywhere you sell online, including Amazon, Etsy, eBay, Shopify, and more. ShipStation's robust automations and reporting make scaling easy. As your business grows, you can save thousands on shipping costs. Get discounts of up to 84% off USPS and UPS rates. Just go to ShipStation.com and use code Theo today and sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's ShipStation.com, code Theo. Make ship happen. Is it hard for you guys to pick sponsors? I know you guys have new sponsorship. You guys have new sponsorship with Bud Light, right? But is it, do people like, do companies come and do like Shark Tank for you kind of to present the brands? Or like,
yeah, kind of. So, you know, UFC is at a point now where, you know, guys come to us and want to pitch their brands or whatever it is to advertise with us. And recently, you know, I've become very involved in the sponsorship side. So, you know, I meet with these guys, and you know, I just did an interview the other day with media from Clap, and it's just I'm at a point now where in my life and my career, I want to be with people that I'm aligned with. That, yeah, it's not just about the money. It is about the money for the sponsorship deal, but it's not just. I'm not going to go for. I'm not going to take a bigger offer because it's something that I am aligned with. 100%.
Fuck yeah, dude. Good for you. It's nice to be in that space, you know? And I bet we can probably all be there, but I think some of it's fear. But yeah, I had a business guy who just real about in life. You have to have no fear. You have to have no fear. You have to believe in who you are and what you do. And just go fucking go. Yeah. And don't be afraid to tell somebody. Fucking water guy wants to, you know, wants to do a deal with you and really looks good, but there's certain things about that you're not into. Don't do it. There will be another one, and somebody that you're more aligned with. When you look at these type of things, no different than a relationship. If you're going to get into a relationship with somebody, right? Imagine if you had to drop a contract with some woman. You say, we're going to be in a relationship for 6 years. Yeah. Oh yeah.
You have to be aligned, and it has to be somebody that you can be in a relationship with for 6 years.
Yeah, you don't want to be 3 years in and like, oh, I'm still drinking. You know, or you don't want to be 3 years in and be like, oh, I'm still drinking grit. You know,
well, what happens too is
I didn't say it because I just fight it. Anyway, yeah.
Rhonda was amazing.
I know she's one of your favorites. I know that's what the cool thing. She said all the time. And yes, but go on. I'm sorry. I fucked this up.
No, you know,
you don't want to be in a relationship with somebody for a long time.
It's like, you know, you think you're in this business with you know, whatever product it is, and shit hits the fan like that. That's when you find out who everybody really is, including some of your sponsors.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? So you get, you know, you're in this sponsorship deal, and the phone's ringing every day. You're picking it up, and you know, they don't like that you're doing this. They don't like that you're going to COVID. This is irresponsible. You're this. And get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? It's just when you do a sponsorship deal with somebody, you have to look deep into who they are and, you know, who's running the company, who's making the decisions, and are you aligned?
Yeah, I love that, man. Yeah, because we had Robert Kennedy Jr. on, and we had a couple companies call after that, and say, yeah, just stuff about them. We're not advertising, you know, the episode, you know, and we ended up.
What's wrong? Nothing. Guy's fucking brilliant,
and I've noticed
a smart fucking.
I've noticed 7 years. Great guy. I mean, a deep man.
Right. I've never met him.
Yeah.
I've only watched his stuff, and you got this whole Democrat, Republican, fucking all this crazy bullshit. He's a fucking Democrat, right?
I hate him just because he doesn't believe. Like,
he's a Democrat with common sense.
Right.
Right? He's like an old school Democrat.
Yeah.
And smart guy, whatever. I'll tell you this. I'll fucking tell you this. This is America. You can fucking have whoever you want on your podcast. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do. Imagine a sponsor calling you and telling you that you can't have this guy. What sponsor did
and I'm not afraid of you. No problem. really don't.
I don't know if I believe you, but okay.
That's fair. But I really don't know if I remember.
Imagine, and this happened to me too. This happened to me. I posted a video for Trump, right, on my personal social media. And one of our big sponsors told us to take that down. And I said, go fuck yourself. You vote for whoever you want to vote for. I'll vote for whoever I want to vote for. That's how this works. I don't even care who you're voting for. It's none of my fucking business. Fuck you. Don't ever fucking call me and tell me who to vote for.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel in fear these days, you know? A lot of people feel in fear that if they don't vote for certain people, they're going to lose their jobs. I mean, it's Hollywood, for example.
Think about how fucking crazy that is.
It sounds insane. It sounds just like...
Well, it'll keep happening unless more people stand up for themselves and give them the fuck you response.
Well, I'm going to tell my sponsors right now, if you don't like what I fucking have on, I'll tell you exactly what I'll do. I'll end my deals and I'll just sell direct to consumer for a lower price because the people will support you. You know?
Well, listen, man, you can't. It's like this whole Bud Light deal. You know, people are talking shit now, sell out and all the shit that believe me. I'm the furthest fucking thing from a sell out. Yeah. Bud Light is the right move for me. They're exactly who I want to be with right now. And you are very aligned as far as cool value. You know what I mean? 65,000 Americans into it.
Yeah.
That right there should be enough. 65,000 Americans are employed there. Why would you want to put a bullet in that off of one fucking thing? How about you go back and look at all the good things they've done, right? And where they really stand and what they really believe in. They take care of veterans. They take care of veterans' families and first responders' families who are fallen. And the list just goes on and on. Almost $1 billion a year with U.S. farmers. That alone is the reason you should be drinking fucking Bud Light.
Yeah.
So I look deeper than just fucking, you know, oh, they did this fucking can with whoever. They're showing right now that they're coming with me and they want to be aligned with me. Those of you that are hardcore, some of you guys are fanatical on this shit. That should be your, you know, you guys think you're all looking for an apology. I ain't gonna fucking apologize to you.
Yeah, just get some risky fellas, you know, some, you know.
They had 2,500 influencers out there to get everybody the room.
I do that shit. They just gave a can to everybody. Nobody's paying attention.
Everybody got it.
If I don't know where I'm at sexually, I could probably use a drink. You know? That's honestly how I feel, dude. That guy's having the toughest day.
Oh, that's fucking
You can't
awesome.
decide what union to fucking be in, bro. That's a fucking... That's a big issue with me. But, no, I think, look, man, I think it's important. You know what it makes me think? I don't look and see who, because we're in a place now where I can choose the advertisers that I want. I never thought about that before. I never have until just now. I can look at advertisers and see if they have some beliefs and values that I do. 100%, you know, it's important. And that is how you start to build back things the other way. I wish,
And it makes it fun. Whoever you are and whatever you believe in, when you align yourself with people, not just people that work for you and around you, but the sponsors that you have. It just makes everything so much more fun. You enjoy your job. You love what you do every day. And there's no bullshit. Nobody's fucking calling you going, you know, hey, don't have fucking Kennedy on your show. Hey, go fuck yourself. Fucking tell me who I'm going to have on my show.
yeah, go John F. Fuck yourself.
Yeah.
That's what I'm about.
Go. Exactly.
Dude, it's crazy because Lee Harvey Oswald went to the same middle school. It's pretty wild. But, anyway.
Robert Kennedy's a smart guy. And
He's a great man. He's an environmentalist, first of all, and he helped clean up our environment, right? He's raising homing pigeons, and he has this great story about him and his friends when they were kids. They would give the homing pigeons to the train conductor, right? And they would be like, okay, take these to Virginia or whatever, and let them off at the same time. You have to promise us, and whoever gets back to the roost first, that's who wins, right? So imagine that game with your buddy. You're just fucking sitting there waiting for a pigeon to come in, you know? The guy's fascinating, right?
That's some rich people shit.
Oh, dude, that is fucking rich, bro. Some fly by us, dude. I'm fucking gunning it down, bro. You know? Yeah, I had a couple of brothers bus grilling up a dove one time, my neighbors. And I never eaten dove, but it was pretty good. But Robert's a fascinating guy. But that's how he started caring about vaccinations. Was he cared about the environment outside of us, but then he started caring about the environment inside of us.
Right.
So it all makes perfect sense. But yeah, I love the guy. What about, so when you deal with, like, how has it been harder? Because you guys are part of William Morris, right? I work with him, right? Right? Is it? Yeah. I think it's William Morris and Tampa, you know? Anyway. But, yeah, they're fucking, they're always crazy. Yeah, Tucker Carlson the other day, and they're all fucking shooting it, you know, or whatever, putting on the maxi pads. But,
I love Tucker too.
yeah, Tucker's fucking fascinating.
I'm actually going to Denver next few weeks.
Yeah, it was interesting. I didn't know what it would be like. He looks like a guy that, you know, was dressed at Johnston and Murphy in the airport. You know? But he was really, really cool.
Yeah, he's a good, smart guy too. Really smart.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't judge people by their politics or their race or their religions. I mean that shit. There's you're either a douchebag or you're not a douchebag. Yeah. And if you're a douchebag, I want nothing to do with it. You're a good person. I don't care who you vote for, what you sleep with, or what religion you are. You're running that shit.
Is it, how much have you learned about different cultures and ethnicities just having your, dude, you bring in, there's people with flags sometimes that I gotta look them up. You know?
Yeah, no, it's true. That's
it's amazing though. It's like I learned about Ecuador from Vera, right? I didn't know about it, but you know, I know about it. I got that flag too, because that fucking flag.
I got it wrong. I questioned it. Theo Vera's a great dude. But it is. It's there'll be nights that we'll be sitting there by the octagon, and I trip out. I grew up in big group sleeping, right? And when you watch Enter the Dragon, it's basically the premise is this fanatical guy and all these people from around the world who are supposed to be the best martial artists in the world, who brings them to one place to fight.
That's a movie?
Yeah, Enter the Dragon.
Enter the Dragon. I've heard of it.
You never saw Enter the Dragon?
I never saw it.
We need to watch that tonight.
All right. Yes, sir.
Enter
I will.
The Dragon. So this guy brings them all to this island. The guy ends up being, you know, bad guy, corrupt, whatever. Which they kills him. But some nights I'll sit there and I think about, I got this guy from China fighting a guy from Kazakhstan. I got this guy from Brazil fighting a guy from France. You know what I mean? And it's like I grew up loving Enter the Dragon and that whole kind of stuff.
Who you are doing.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking cool.
Dude, laughter and left hooks, those are universal languages. I think.
It's true. I agree.
Because it's crazy. Imagine two guys that can't even speak to each other. Then you put Keith Peterson in between as a mediator. And no offense, I love Keith. He came to the show in New Jersey. He knows I love him. And but if that's the fucking moderator, and then they can't even speak what they're fighting, it's kind of a beautiful dance. Actually, the whole thing is a beautiful dance.
It's people from different parts of the world, right? And they're training, and they're trying to become the best mixed martial artists they can be. And somebody on the other side of the plane is doing the same, and we can actually put them together to see who's the best. It's fucking awesome.
Dude, that's got to be so high, man. It's awesome. Have you had trouble? Do you ever have trouble? Like, I have trouble a lot of times feeling proud of myself. Is something I've had trouble with? Has that ever been something you dealt with? Does that make any sense when I ask you that?
I'm never proud of myself. I always look at things like, we're not even close. People ask me all the time, do you ever look around and say, oh, wow, I'm always like, what's next?
Yeah. What do you think it is? I'm that way too. It's hard for me to feel kind of where I'm at sometimes because I always have some vision or something that it needs to be done. No. Do you think that, because I noticed a commonality amongst some folks, do you think there's any way to be able to get in touch with them and figure out
I just keep plugging, man. There's just so much more work to be done. I just want to do as much as I can do until I can't do anything.
Dude, I'm so thankful that you said that about advertising. I didn't think about it. We advertise for a lot of companies, right? And we can have an effect on how well they do. We've helped build some big brands. And to think that I should know what some of their thoughts on the beliefs are so that I can align with Ron. That's cool. That's a way that I can help contribute towards it.
And have fun doing it. You know, you help build their business, they help build yours. It should be a great relationship. And it should be a good experience for everybody involved. But I can tell you from experience, if you end up with the wrong one, there's nothing fun about it. Actually, you end up in in a bad relationship. It's like any other bad relationship between you and a woman or whatever it could be.
You guys
Nobody wants
struggle
to
with
be.
that relationship? You guys struggle with it? I mean,
Yeah, it's happened a couple times.
oh, Peloton was the, we just got an update.
It was
Peloton
Peloton?
was the band, was the one that had Peloton. And meanwhile, you are,
So Peloton, what do they sell? Fucking bikes, the stationary bikes? Peloton sells stationary bikes, and they got a problem with Robert fucking Kennedy. Fuck you, Peloton. Who the fuck are they? Yeah, right? Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah. Fucking Peloton calling, bitching about Robert Kennedy.
yeah, dude, you want to go nowhere?
Who's the CEO of Peloton? I want to see this fucking
Yeah, I
guy.
want to see this fucking lamb, dude. Hey, you know what gets you through the Peloton? Hitchhiking.
Barry McCarthy.
This fucking beautiful, huh?
Let's see Barry McCarthy. Oh yeah. Oh fucking yeah. Barry McCarthy looks like that guy. 100%.
Look, if you're just listening at home and you're thinking of what he looks like, you're right.
He looks like a douchebag.
Yeah, dude.
100%. Where's he from?
Oh, yeah, he looks like somebody that eats his own skin a little bit at a time.
He is.
He's a fucking
Call me up and said this guy was complaining about something. I'd say, oh fuck. San Francisco, California.
There we go.
My boy.
Ring-a-ling, dude.
There you go.
They've been giving Pelotons to fucking vagrants, and that's why they're not leaving.
Yeah. Oh, fuck you, Peloton.
Yeah,
Do we have Pelotons in the gym? Are those Pelotons? Ask for no, the bike's next to it. Yeah. We're getting rid of the Pelotons.
yeah, and if they ever
Poor
mail me,
sorry's gonna kill himself. We're getting rid of the Pelotons. Pelotons are out of the gym.
you're supposed to fucking have one up, but they can't use it here, brother.
That's what you do. That's what you do. You stop fucking using the products and fuck them.
Yeah. And tell them to go fuck themselves. And that's the same thing for me. Like, if somebody's telling you that you can't vote a certain way, if somebody's telling you that if your boss is, take a video and fucking blast them.
Imagine that's fucking cool. Fucking picking up the phone, calling you, and telling you that you can't have Robert Kennedy, who was a Democrat, by the way. You know that guy's a fucking Democrat, right? Telling you that you can't fucking have him on your show. Who the fuck are you, Barry McCarthy? You think you can pick up the phone and call anybody? You sell fucking stationary bikes for a living, you fucking clown. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck them, dude. Oh, dude. And what is he? He's probably middleweight. I'll fucking cut 40 pounds.
That guy is the typical fucking pompous, arrogant fucking douchebag that I cannot stomach.
It's people who don't, it's people that think they know what it's like somewhere they've never even been there. It's a story in a lot of our country these days. But I like this. It gives me an avenue to feel like I can fight that. I appreciate that.
You have to fight that.
Yeah.
You gonna let that fucking guy tell you what to do?
Yeah, dude. I could cook that dude's fucking.
Look at this. There he is. That right there tells you exactly what fucking Barry McCarthy is all about. Peloton just laid off 500 of their employees in their fourth round of cuts this year.
Yeah.
You know what, everybody listening? Fucking fuck Barry McCarthy and Peloton. Okay? That's what a stand-up guy Barry is.
Yeah, dude. And that's why fucking.
But what laid off 500 more of his fucking employees out in his fourth round of cuts.
Yeah, what's lamer than watching your husband get on a bike that doesn't go anywhere? Huh? What wife is like, oh, I'm so proud of this guy? That's like my dad, man, right?
Get more sorry in here right now. I need more sorry in here.
Yeah, get him. Yeah, is he a bicyclist? He has
He's
to
done.
be. If he is, why is he looking
Oh,
so
he's a workout. I'm not bullshitting you. You can film us.
Yeah.
My guys are going to take the Pelotons out of the gym today. We're getting rid of them. We're going to go throw them in the fucking garbage today.
I'll be happy to toss him.
I'm throwing the Pelotons in the garbage. I'm throwing them out of the UFC gym.
Oh, I'll be happy to toss him. What about when you talk about star building? You mentioned earlier, and we'll do. Your hands out for shit.
Do what?
We're gonna throw this Peloton out.
Oh yeah. No, that's that.
I'm excited. Man. Yeah, fuck that guy, man. You know what he did at Rudy? They ruined my day. The advertisers call and they want it down. They want it down. They want the advertisers are upset. They ruined my fucking day, and I was already having a shitty day that day. And they fucking made it just a night. It was like 7 o'clock at night. You got to take down. And the episode had been up. Yeah, screw them. We talked about star building a little bit ago, right? You mentioned it. What is it? Is there a toughest class or even gender? Is it tough to build like female stars? Like, what is that kind of like? Star building.
So, if you look at the Contender series, right? I create lots of different content to build stars. Got Contender series. You have Looking for a Fight, The Ultimate Fighter, which was the greatest star building show in format all time. And I'm literally doing that same format right now with Power Slap. We bring guys into a house, find these guys, bring them into a house. They live, eat, sleep, and train together, and then compete against each other. And what it does is it does a few things. While you're showing the world who they are on television or online or whatever it is, it's also a pressure cooker. They have to deal with pressure and competing over and over and cutting weight. Then there's a camera in their face 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. It's like media training at the same time. And what always happens is no matter what, the best always rise to the top. It is fascinating. All right, so this is Craig Borsari. He's my head.
I know Craig. He's from I know his neighbors.
Yep, there you go. Oh, Craig is very friendly with all
Craig is an exceptional guy.
So, he was in a situation where we had Robert Kennedy Jr. on his show, and an advertiser called and told him, "Get rid of that. You're not posting the podcast. Take it down." Blah blah blah. Because they had Robert Kennedy, right? It was Peloton. Okay. Do you know who Barry McCarthy is? Barry McCarthy is the CEO of Peloton. Let us see Barry McCarthy. Can we see him again, please?
Yeah, it's you and Barry McCarthy together, actually, right?
Is that Pelotons that we have in the film? They're going. That's Barry McCarthy. This is the fucking guy that called and told him to take down the fucking. We had an episode. Does that look like the guy that we call and bitch about Robert Kennedy Jr.? Who does that? Yeah.
Yeah, he does sound a little. I don't know. Look. Oh, Apple. Okay. Yeah. They're going. They're going out today.
No, you gotta use the assault mics now. So.
Yeah, huh?
Way tough,
really?
Way tough with the Peloton.
Time to step up.
If I actually, yes, so we called and wanted Robert Kennedy Jr. taken down, right? Threatening him on his podcast, right?
Yeah, they're about to go public. I think their company's about to go public or something. They're like, this could ruin everything. That's what our ad agency said to us. They were worried this could ruin everything. It's fucking 8 o'clock at night on a Friday or something. And they made us go take an older episode down because it's something he said recently in the news. This was like a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Where do you think Barry lives? Where do you think he's from? Just look at him.
Yes,
and listen to the conversation and see if you can tell me where Barry lives.
Yeah, he probably lives.
Right?
Yeah. Hey, you just
Barry lives in San Francisco.
Oh, you just won 4 Pelotons.
Oh, fucking hell. Let's go. You can wire rolling. Hey, let's go right now. Ralph.
You can have a flock of Pelotons, dude. Isn't that okay? You can have a flock of Pelotons, dude. That's classic.
Go get those bikes sent over to your house. Send Barry a text and tell him thanks.
Thanks, dude. That makes you feel empowered, honestly.
This is what I do. What I do.
No bike helmets either. Anybody wearing a fucking bike helmet out there?
I bet you Barry wears a helmet when he rides it.
Oh, I bet he wears when he rides his wife, dude. You fucking come around me with a bike helmet, dude. I would rather get a concussion and die than be seen in a fucking bike helmet.
That was awesome.
Anyway, what's it like? We'll switch out of this What's it like being a dad? You have a couple children, right?
Yeah, I got 3. I got 2 boys and a girl.
Was that scary when you first thought about being a dad?
Yes, very.
Were you already having success at that point in your life? Because I don't know a ton about.
So right when we bought the UFC, I had my first son. My oldest son, he's 22 now. And
Advantage you now.
Yeah, Advantage you. Yeah. And then a year, as soon as you could be with your wife again after being pregnant, she got pregnant again. So my boys are less than a year apart. So I had 2 kids right out of the gates. Yeah, it was.
2 kids out of the gate.
Then they said after my wife had a tubular pregnancy, where the baby gets caught in the tube and the tube bursts, and they said she couldn't have kids anymore. So we like whatever. And then 5 years later, she got pregnant with my daughter.
Just miraculous.
Yeah, that's like all the miracle baby. Yeah.
And what's something that you like about each one of your children that you admire about each?
My oldest one is fun-loving and a great kid. That, he's like a meathead. He plays football. He loves to work out. Hangs around. He's in a frat, at USD, and all of his buddies are fun guys. And they're actually having a fraternity auction. They're raising money for the fraternity next week, so I'm going down there and going to their auction and all that shit. Then my younger son is very artistic, very talented. He can play any sport he wants to play. He's really good at anything. But all 3 of my kids are really good surfers, snowboarders. And my younger son loves to skateboard and all that stuff. So he's actually working for a company that Lorenzo Fertina and I own called Thrill One, which is Thrill One. We own Ridiculousness on MTV.
You own that?
Yeah.
That's the only show.
Yeah, it's basically the Ridiculousness Network. Ridiculousness. We own SLS Skate League. We own Nitro Circus and Travis Pastrana's Nitro Cross. Yeah, so my son works for them. And then my daughter is 17.
So he's the artistic with me.
Yeah.
And they're all athletic. He's the artistic with him. What about your daughter?
My daughter, she's a cheerleader.
Oh, she is?
Yeah, she's still in high school. She's a junior. And just getting her ready to figure out which college she wants to go to and all that good shit.
Is it tougher being a girl? For you, was it easier being a girl or a boy dad?
It's tougher being a girl dad because I didn't really give a shit what the boys did. They could do whatever they want. She can't do whatever she wants. So, as a dad, you have to sort of oversee and protect your daughter more than you did your sons.
Interesting. And does that naturally, I don't have any kids, but I would like to, so does that naturally just happen in a man, you think? If you have a daughter, it just kind of shows up more? 100%. I dated a girl, I remember in high school, and her dad was a fireman, right? And I broke up with her, and he fucking made me eat, like probably 5 hot dogs. I remember he was fucking mad. So I went to another event with her, and it was like this weird energy, and fucking sat there and he was eating the
hot dogs?
Yeah. It's like unlimited franks, man.
I'm trying to figure it out. So
we just wanted to fucking put me through something. Not to cook somebody too bad fucking pork while they're sitting there. It's just a lot for for me when I was a kid. I have a lot of role models, so I think it was a lot. Big holidays, baby. That means big family get together, baby. Somebody's gonna be hugging. You don't have to spend all that money on your Thanksgiving spread without getting something in return. With Ibotta, you can get your turkey and all your favorite sides for free. That's right. Starting November 1st for the 4th year in a row, Ibotta is giving 100% cash back on your Thanksgiving feast. Yep. Just add the offers in the app to redeem everything you need to make your Thanksgiving feast complete. All you have to do is shop at your favorite retailers, upload your receipt. So download the Ibotta app now and use code THEO to get 100% cash back on your Thanksgiving dinner starting November 1st. Just go to the App Store or Google Play Store and download the free Ibotta app and use code THEO. That's IBOTTA in the Google Play or App Store. Use code THEO. Have you ever used Google Incognito mode? Well, I hate this as much as I am. Evidence shows that Google allegedly violated the privacy of millions of Americans by tracking users even when using incognito mode. If you have used Google's incognito mode and were unaware, it was still tracking your information, you may qualify to file a claim. Just try Morgan & Morgan's quiz today at forthepeople.com/this-past-weekend to see if you qualify to join their lawsuit. It takes just under 5 minutes. That's right. If you believe your privacy has been violated by using Google's incognito mode, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/this-past-weekend. That's forthepeople.com/this-past-weekend. This is a paid advertisement. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. You know, I'm mentally unwell. You know that. What helps me is BetterHelp. If your brain is not well, if you saw your brain on the side of the road and you have to pull over and help, that's BetterHelp can help you. That's true. This time of year can be a lot, and it can feel anxiety, extra emotion. You're visiting family, you're visiting step family, you're visiting people you've never even met, and saying their family. They could be imposters. We don't know. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. Find your bright spot this season with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/Theo today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp. BetterHelp.com/THEO. BetterHelp. Any new partnerships or something that you're kind of excited about?
I think the 301 stuff that I'm doing, I love it. I'm having a blast doing that. Hallerhead, my whiskey.
Yeah,
having fun with that. I like building brands, and I love running businesses, and more importantly, I'm like addicted to winning. I love to win. I love to get out there and take these niche, brands and blow them up.
Yeah, I know. I'm friends with John Shahidi, right? And you are too, man.
I love Shahidi.
He's a
I
neat
love
guy.
Shahidi. Love both the brothers, the Milk Boys. That's my
squad.
That's my squad.
I bet they keep you connected to stuff, probably.
Well, you know how I got turned on to them was from my oldest son, Danny. During COVID, he says, Dan, I want to show you something. He took me down and showed me the Milk Boys. And I said, yeah, I get it. And then, crazy enough, organically, they reached out to me during COVID and wanted to go to Fight Island. And that was how we met, and we became super tight. I'd do anything for him.
Yeah, John's been exceptional. He's a friend to me in the past year. He's a neat guy. He's inspiring. He's fun. He's creative. He's works hard.
100%.
Is there any new places you're looking to get this thing to happen? Like, you thinking about doing UFC on top of Kilimanjaro, or UFC, the Thriller in the middle? Like, you guys think of redoing anything?
My next big project that I'm working on right now is the Sphere. I want to do the Sphere on Mexican Independence Day and literally create and put on the greatest live sporting event anyone has ever seen. That's my next big project.
How much fun is it when Brian Moreno comes in? It's fun.
It's awesome. Yeah, him. And, the whole Mexican thing, and these Mexican talented kids. I've been working on this for 22 years.
Wow.
It's finally starting to come to fruition.
It's so cool, man. I love it when it comes to the ring. I've met so many neat people and was inspired by so many people from the sport. Dustin Poirier is our close friend, and that's special. But he's like a real friend to me. He's inspired me so many times when I'm going to give up. I remember things that he says or other fighters say. It's interesting the amount of inspiration that a lot of people get from the sport. Do you ever think about, how was the relationship with WME? Was it good?
Very good.
Yeah,
very good. Ari's a maniac. Yeah, a maniac in a good way. He is like a fucking serial entrepreneur, and
you guys have that in common.
He's super fucking smart, and the fact that when we sold, one of his big things was that I couldn't go. So at one point, the Fertitta sat down with me because I thought we were just going to move on and go. We're going to go to whatever next, and they were just like, "This is really good for all of us." And this and that, you got to go. Nobody's going to buy this. So, in the beginning, I had a hard time with it. I didn't want to sell. Selling Lorenzo was done. Lorenzo was ready to move on and walk, and I didn't want to. So got him with Ari. Ari, that's me in the business. And just, if I need help on something, like, hey, I need this connection, I need this and that, you can make all that shit happen. Ari's that guy. Oh, yeah. You want to meet the fucking, I want to talk to the fucking president of fucking India, or whatever the fuck. You can get that guy on the phone and get the ball rolling. Yeah. Ari's awesome. He's been other than being in business with the Fertitas, I couldn't have landed with another better partner than fucking Ari. Yeah. He really is awesome. I love him.
Is it hard to fend off? Because I know. So you like to gamble. Is it hard to keep gambling out of? And I bet on fights, on UFC fights online. Is there a point where gambling or the odds makers try to come and infiltrate the actual outcome of sports?
No. Yeah, I get it.
And you have to
talk about like plate shape and shit like that.
It's hard in your sport, I think, because these guys have so much individual pride and it would be so obvious.
100%. We just had the problem that we have, it just happened recently, is insider information. Guys inside these camps. So the guy gets hurt.
Chase Sherman as a list.
No,
Chase Sherman.
Right. You know,
she's been in MMA for Kate Krause. So he knows what's going on, so he's trying to back.
So he knows what's going on, so he lets his offshore guys know that this guy's going to fight and he tore his ACL.
And he did
something. This happened. Yeah, this just happened recently, and that's the closest thing to,
Right, but there's no
more about insider information.
I see.
But these guys, the thing that's so fucking stupid is when money starts coming in on these guys, man, they know they know the gambling will be inside out. So if anything's fishy, and they end up launching an investigation, and guess what? Whatever you made on that bet is not fucking worth going to the federal fucking prison. They ain't going to the fucking white collar crime place over here. Going to fucking federal prison.
Yeah, you can't have people be like, well, what are you in for? And you're like, Holocaust in the third round. Like it wouldn't be as like, and I love Holocaust, that's no, it's not, but it's like, you can't have that be what you're in for.
There's a big difference when you talk about certain crimes, but this one is federal.
Because it's gambling.
When you go to federal prison, that's the real shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I wouldn't like it. What about and just one more question? So, does that happen in sports where they get compromised? You think? Like, does that make any sense? What I'm trying? And I'm not saying that
I don't know. I mean, it's a great question. It's something that. How many people have ever said to you, "Oh my God, the NFL is so shady"?
Right. You hear that? You hear that a lot more now.
The Patriots just beat the Bills, and the Bills were 10.5-point favorites. It's stuff like that makes people go crazy. Detroit just got killed. One of the best. They were 5-1 or 5-0. I know what they were, but it's just all that type of shit is what made me stop. I'm a fucking gambler. I love to play blackjack.
Yeah.
I don't sports bet. I do not sports bet.
Was there a bet that took you out of it, or just that kind of stuff?
People say, I threw a little money on the game for fun. There's nothing fucking fun about that man game. It is the biggest sweat roller coaster of all fucking time, man. And it won't be fun or make you happy. It makes you fucking miserable.
So you like to know that, so with blackjack, you know the outcome pretty quick. So you don't like that long waiting.
There's no doubt about it. And, you get in there and it's just more fun. I'm actually hands-on and actually playing the fucking game. When you sit there and just watch a fucking game and watch this whole thing unfold and lose your money, there's absolutely nothing fun about it. Or these guys that would do these parlays.
Yeah.
I got an 18 parlay and every fucking team wins and then you lose the last fucking game on the parlay, right? Yeah. And you bet $10 or would have paid you $10 million if you fucking won.
And now you spent 2 days watching it too. Now your kids are eating fucking coffee. Yeah, that shit is fucking bad, dude. What about was there a fighter that retired and it just kind of broke your heart because you just, and it could be more than one, maybe. I mean, I know you probably have a great relationship and unique relationship with all of them. But was there one that is it hard not to get attached to someone?
100%, especially in the early days, we were like a big family. It was like everybody knew everybody. I mean,
Part of a band almost. You know,
when
like
you
a
go back to
circus.
Chuck Liddell, Matt Hughes, Rich Franklin, you know what I mean, that whole group back then. I mean, these people would come to my house for Christmas and Thanksgiving, you know, holidays and things like that. And then you had to go up there and watch them fight, and it was tough. And Ronda Rousey, Ronda and I are super close, and that was a tough one. I would say the toughest retirement for me, because usually when it's time for them to retire, I'm happy for them to retire. It's over. You've accomplished everything that you could possibly accomplish. Why keep doing it? Habib was a tough retirement.
Yeah.
You know, because I think Habib had so much more to offer and so much more to accomplish. But I think when his dad passed away, kind of sucked the fun out of it for him, and he was done. Plus, he made so much fucking money, he never has to do anything.
Oh yeah, he could buy his own rock quarry over there. You know, and no offense, I don't know where they're at, but I know it's pretty, Paleolithic in some of those areas. I don't know if you have anything else to talk about, man. Yeah, one thing you said that kind of reminded me with, I remember when Trump was running for office and Bill Belichick, they asked him about it, and he said, "That's my friend. I support my fucking friend." You know, and then whatever you guys think about it is fine. Like, because he wrote a letter to him telling him congratulations for running. Is that what happened? And
What are you talking about?
it was when Donald Trump was running for office, right?
Yeah.
And Bill Belichick had written a letter that just said, "Hey, congrats on running for president." Right? And I think Trump mentioned it, and then the media attacked Belichick about it. But he said, "Hey, that's my friend. I support my friend." Yeah, and people need to be able to stand up. I think a lot of people are in fear because
I'm having breakfast with him tomorrow on his tweet. He's my friend.
Right.
We talk all the time. We talk about fights. He called me up right after Abu Dhabi and said, "His fights are great. Oh my God, the whole,
Yeah, I met him twice at your events, man.
Exactly.
And it was great.
He's a great guy. The politics are dirty, man. It's nasty. It's ugly. And I've always looked what's going on with him right now. If he wasn't running, he wouldn't be doing any of this. None of this would be happening. And if he wasn't in the lead, like he's going to win the election, none of this would be happening to him. So yeah, it is what it is. And the guy's always been an amazing friend to me. He and I would be friends for the rest of our lives.
Yeah, I'm glad I got to meet him. That's the first president I ever got to meet. You know, I would support any of our presidents. You know,
I'm that guy too. I'm not volatile over politics. This is America. You can vote for whoever you want. You can be on either side of the political spectrum. I don't care. I don't judge you by your politics. I judge what type of a person you are.
Yeah, and if you think the government's going to save your life, dude, I've always said this.
The government.
They're just
these people that want the government. You want less government. You want them out of your life. You do not want the government. The government is never going to take care of you. You're never going to get rich off the government.
Stamp collections get fucked. I mean, right? The post office is almost out of business, dude. Have you been to the post office recently? They just tell you how to get to wherever you want your mail to go. Dude, I'll say this. There's nothing tougher than there's nothing more ridiculous than expecting the government. Well, I think we're in a weird space now where we're between the government that we've been used to and a new kind of privatized communism almost. So I think we're in this weird space of almost two governments where one is almost like a shadow.
Well, there's a battle going on right now. There's a war going on in the government. One that wants to go one way. Most of us don't want to go, and one that wants to keep things where they are. Yeah, it might be broken and fucked up and needs to be fixed, but we're definitely in that weird place right now.
I agree. So get off your Pelotons, boys, and let's fucking go to war. Anyway, man, thanks so much, dude, and just thanks for David Spade got to bring me to a fight, and you let me come. I appreciate it, man. I'm friends with a lot of my friends, and I'm just grateful. It's been a joy to get to know people that work in the office and just everything. It's added a lot of joy to my life.
Well, congrats on all your success, man. We're happy for you, and I'll see you at the next one.
I'll see you next Power Slap, man.
There you go.
I'm just floating on the breeze. I'm floating like the leaves. I'm floating on a stone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this piece of mind I found. I can feel in my body, but it's gonna be.